Everyone's giving me the thumbs up. Good, I declare open this hearing of the Senate Education and Employment Legislation Committee into the Fair Work Amendment Paid Family and Domestic Violence Leave Bill 2022. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via video conference, teleconference and in person. Senators Grogan, Waters will be joining the hearing via video conference. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee that they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground on which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer may be given in camera. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. I now welcome in person Ludo McFerrin, Professor Kate Fitzgibbon and Professor Alan Duncan. Thank you all. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name's Ludo McFerrin AM. I'm here in a personal capacity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Kate Fitzgibbon from the Monash Gender and Family Violence Prevention Centre.
Thank you.
And Professor Alan Duncan, I'm Director of the Bankwest Curtin Economic Centre at Curtin University.
Good, thank you for joining us. I now invite you each to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of your remarks I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And thank you, Senators, for this opportunity. So back in 2008, I thought of the idea of paid domestic violence leave. I'd been piloting a new program in Bega to support women experiencing domestic violence to stay safely in their homes. Most of the women seeking this support were in paid employment. Many of these women talked about the support they got from work as critical during this difficult period of their lives, but many attributed this to having a good boss. I thought it shouldn't be a matter of luck. I thought that every Australian employee should know that if needed, they would be supported, wouldn't be sacked, and would get time off to go to court or speak to a counsellor. I thought, really, I think it's about the homelessness and poverty many women are driven into by domestic violence. Keep your home, keep your job became my mantra. Staying financially independent is a major pathway to exiting a violent relationship in the best shape possible. Now, unions successfully began including a domestic violence clause in enterprise bargaining, and the federal government then funded a national program for 3 years, which I managed. Part of our brief was to research the impacts of domestic violence at work and to develop resources and training for workplaces. Our survey found that a third of the workforce had experienced domestic violence, and 1 in 5 of these workers, the violence followed them into the workplace. We had to develop safety strategies to protect not only the individual affected worker, but the whole workplace because of this spillover effect. Now, this was groundbreaking work, understanding how to manage the impact of domestic violence in the workplace. But I can say that over the last 12 years, working in collaboration with human resources staff, managers, unions, and some specialised agencies, and testing how to resolve challenging aspects such as balancing the need for confidentiality with the need for whole of workplace safety policy, we have developed a sophisticated understanding of how to do this well. This legislation comes from the real lived experience of women, starting with those women in the Bega Valley. We've waited 12 years for all Australians to have these protections and for all workplaces to be part of our great Australian-wide rejection of domestic violence. But great legislation needs great implementation. And I want national training standards and accreditation of trainers in order to ensure that the knowledge we have accumulated about how to best manage domestic violence in the workplace is available to all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you also to the committee for the opportunity to appear today. I'd also like to reiterate the acknowledgement of country and also acknowledge that the research that I'm drawing largely on today was conducted on Wurundjeri land and paying my respects to their elders past and present. Domestic and family violence is a national crisis in Australia, and we've seen increasing recognition over the last decade, in no small means because of Ludo's work, that domestic violence is a workplace issue. Experiences of violence impact on victim survivors' engagement in the workplace, their work performance and their career progression. Workplaces can also be a site of domestic violence, with perpetrators utilising a range of abusive behaviours to disrupt an individual's participation in the workplace. This bill represents a timely opportunity for the Australian Government to provide a key economic support for victim survivors of domestic violence. Domestic violence leave provisions embed a workplace recognition that employers may need time off work if they're experiencing any forms of domestic violence, and it also contributes to creating a safe and supportive workplace environment for Australians who experience domestic violence, although that will also rely upon safe implementation. In our 2021 research with over 300 Australian victim survivors described the importance of paid domestic violence leave. And I'll quote one victim survivor: "If I didn't have access to paid leave, I would have lost my job. I would have lost everything. I don't know if I would have survived. It was my lifeline." Access to paid domestic violence leave is essential to ensure victim survivors are supported to maintain paid employment during their experience of domestic violence and to continue to engage with work throughout their recovery. Research shows us that it takes on average 7 to 8 attempts to leave a relationship, costs around $18,000 and 141 hours to safely extricate oneself from an abuser. The economic benefits of paid employment are significant in the context of women's economic security and their ability to safely exit and maintain a life free from violence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Duncan.
And thank you also for the opportunity to attend this morning's hearing. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands that we meet on today and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. I'm pleased to be able to speak to some research prepared by the Bankwest Curtin Economic Centre for the Australian Council of Trades Unions in 2021. BCC was commissioned by the ACTU to prepare an independent evaluation of the potential costs to employers of providing paid family and domestic violence leave to all modern award wage holders. This report was submitted as evidence to the Fair Work Commission's 2021 Family and Domestic Violence Leave Review. Our report estimates the total annual cost to employers of providing an entitlement of 10 days of paid family and domestic violence leave to modern award wage holders to be somewhere between $13 million and $34 million per year. This range comes from the fact that we estimate costs under different assumptions regarding FTV incidents and the take-up of FTV leave. In our view, costs of this magnitude won't have any significant effect on employment growth, and the financial costs to individual businesses are unlikely to be substantial. And set against these costs, employers will draw financial benefit from the provision of paid family and domestic violence leave entitlements. This is because family and domestic violence leave already imposes costs on employers through increased absenteeism, lost productivity, and paid FDV leave will assist in reducing these costs. Our report estimates cost savings to employers of up to $14 million each year. And of course, paid FDV leave will provide greater financial security and reduce stress to workers who may otherwise be forced to take unpaid leave following incidents of family and domestic violence. Based on this evidence, I strongly support the recommendations of the Fair Work Commission to put 10 days of paid FDV leave into modern awards. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. I now ask Senator Matt O'Sullivan.
Thank you all very much for your submissions, your opening statements, and indeed your leadership in this space over many years. So to you first, Ms McFerrin.
Call me Ludo.
Ludo, you can call me Matt too. But,
Okay.
Thank you. Do you have a view on the evidentiary requirements for employees wanting access to paid family domestic violence leave?
Yes, Matt, I do actually. Look, I would like to think that in most cases it's not required. Employers wouldn't require it. But I don't think for me it's not really a problem, because I think that if it's affecting your capacity to get to work, your work performance and your safety at work, then it sounds like it's getting serious enough that you should absolutely be thinking about getting a protection order, domestic violence protection order. And thousands of women every day in courts across Australia are getting those. And I think that's just the sort of proof that we're looking at there. And the advantage, of course, with those orders are that they not only protect you as an individual and your children, but they protect the workplace. And it assists the workplace, if you like, to clearly, with the management of this issue, because, for instance, an ex-partner is not to approach, for example, so should they come near the workplace is completely in their rights to deny them entry. So in the first instance, I think it'd be great if people just went, I believe what you're saying. I believe this isn't an easy thing for you to request. Therefore, I'm not going to require that, but should you just do so, I would have thought those orders are a win-win.
Yep. Okay. And in relation to small, medium enterprises, do you think they should be included in this scheme? And should there be like a threshold to determine organisational size?
Sure. Look, I mean, from day one, the issue of smaller businesses was raised as a barrier to this. And we worked very hard to try and engage with smaller businesses to say, look, let's look at your special needs and let's look at some flexible responses. But I have to say that over the years, some of the best stories I heard about business responses to this crisis were from small businesses. They're small, they're flexible, they know everybody, they're more like they're a family organisation. And I've just heard some excellent where they'd close ranks against the member of the community who was the problem, was abusing their employee, and give the very clear message: this is not acceptable. You're not allowed into these premises. And there were some really great stories. There were some terrible stories. So we need to do something. But I think I'd rather we all concentrate on the fantastic stuff, the potential of small business to be real leaders in this, in terms of their flexibility and innovation, and their care for their own staff, rather than focusing on the problem areas.
So, of course, the other issue is that a lot of small businesses are sole traders, individuals, or possibly partnerships, and it's possible that the partnerships between the victim and the perpetrator So is there not a case for some sort of government-administered, Centrelink-administered program to support small businesses instead of they themselves having to pick up the tab?
I think you'd have to really argue that for me to see where your argument was going with this. I mean, I think if it's a case of a partnership business, then yes, I can see the problems with that. But that's why we want to sit down with small business organisations and small business organisers and talk about how to do this best. So I'm not convinced by an argument that this should go off, be shunted off to another part of the state. I'd love to sit down and talk with them.
Equity. So if you're working in a business that has multiple staff, then that provision can be there. But if you're a sole trader and you're the victim,
can you take the leave from yourself?
Yeah.
Can you pay your own leave? Well, that's an interesting question. I don't know the answer to that, and I'd love to sit down with people and discuss that. Yep.
Okay. Thank you. I'll go to Professor Fitzgibbon. Thank you I've read your submission to the Fair Work Commission, and on page 34 you state that if workplaces do not have safe and supportive cultures, then the introduction and operation of any family domestic violence leave policies are null. In terms of improving safe and supportive cultures in the workplace, the report mentions significant progress has been made. However, it highlights on page 28 that the horrific situation where an employee who has accessed paid FDVL has then made to feel that to keep their job they had little option but to return to the perpetrator, where the cycle of abuse then continued for 3 years. Other than providing paid family domestic violence leave for all awards, is the primary gap ensuring enhanced safe and supportive culture in the workplace better than disclosure to management?
Absolutely. So I think this is a critical issue, and we know that we can't drop legislation into different environments and expect a cultural change to occur on its own. So the cultural change piece is going to be essential to this bill, but it's also bigger than this bill. And we know that at the moment we're about to have the beginning of the next national plan. We've seen a lot of work underway around ending violence against women and children in Australia. That work will also contribute to supporting this bill. But we need workplaces to understand that by implementing the bill, there's also a need for domestic violence informed and trauma informed training across the whole workplace. What we've seen and what we heard from a number of victim survivors is where there's one domestic violence champion or one person within HR that is equipped in this space, that's not necessarily the first person that they disclose to. They disclose to their colleague that sits next to them or the person that they're working in the aisles with. And if that is not a supportive response, if that person is not trained and equipped to know how to respond, because understandably not everybody does, then they're not going to go to the stage of accessing the leave if they don't feel informally supported to do so. So as Ludo said, it's going to be essential to work with Australian businesses across Australia and at every level to emphasise the importance of embedding this, using this as an opportunity to say this leave is here because we care about you and because we understand, by virtue of the prevalence of domestic and family violence in Australia, that we have numerous employees that are experiencing this. That's okay. We see that and we want to support you. Here's the training. Equip people with what they can say when a colleague discloses to them. Make the processes very clear. Listen to employees, reflect, monitor. If the leave's not being accessed, that's a problem for your business because you definitely have victim survivors in your company. So I think it's important for us to put a cultural piece around this, but also support businesses in what that looks like and really ready resources to use.
What would that resourcing look like, do you think?
So I think it's about a training program. It's about giving resources around this is how you can use the leave, this is what best practice looks like in terms of implementation. I don't think we should require documentation. We know that a significant problem when victim survivors disclose leave is that they don't feel believed. For them to disclose...
Should there be any evidentiary requirement?
You could have a clause there in exceptional circumstances, but as a starting point, I don't think there should be any evidentiary requirements. This is not an easy leave to take. This is not a leave that you're going to have employees popping up their hands and thinking this is a free way to get 10 days paid leave. You know, I'll hang my head if it plays out and that happens. But what we have to say is we believe you, and that has to be the starting point. Because too many times we know through the court system, we know through police, we know through so many of the structures that support domestic violence, when they disclose violence, they're challenged on it. They have to prove it. It has to be validated. So we want this to be, I believe you, here's the leave. Can we support you? And if so, what does that look like? Yeah. But also people might just need the space, and they should be given the paid leave to have that space to safely leave a relationship, to safely manage where they're at with their recovery, and to look after any dependents, including children.
Do you have a view, final question, Chair, and I'll pass the call around. If we've got time, I'll grab some more for at the end of that. Do you have a view on what role small businesses would have? There's obviously, as you know, we're hearing my questions before, what do you see, what sort of support's necessary for small businesses in particular here?
So I think small businesses, with the exception of sole traders, it's important that it is applied nationally. What we need to ensure is we don't create a hierarchy of support whereby victim survivors in some businesses are supported with access to paid leave, but if you happen to work for a small business, unfortunately you're not, or you have to jump through additional hurdles. We know that victim survivors' experiences with processes and systems like Centrelink have not been positive. So I'd be extremely hesitant to want to push more people into that. Where the sole traders, I think it's a really interesting, or where it's a intimate partner run business, I think that's really important, and I'm not sure if this is possible. I'd love to take on notice, because we've just, with my colleague Dr Emma McNichol, conducted a survey of 3,000 victim survivors on their experiences at work, and I know within that we have a number of victim survivors who were working with their abusive partner, so I can go into that data and have a look at what their experiences were, but also what their suggestions were, if that's of use for the committee.
Yeah, and I'll come to Professor Duncan if I've got time later. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much, Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. Professor Fitzgibbon, can you tell us what your research explores about how paid family domestic violence leave will actually help employees to deal with the impact of that domestic violence?
Yes. Thank you very much, Senator Grogan. Our research showed that by explicitly offering a leave provision, it means that employers are better able to manage the expectations around that employee. We saw that where victim survivors have to covertly manage their victimisation, that it ended up in many circumstances with victim survivors being put on performance management plans, being worked out of roles, failing for promotion. Also, just informally, that victim survivors who couldn't participate in social events at work because of their experiences with their perpetrator or the abuser, where the abuser was turning up to work, where there was interference and perpetration in the workplace, that it was the victim survivors' profile and performance within the workplace that suffered. It was the additional management required on the part of employees who didn't know that this was the reason. So I think this is part of a bigger piece whereby we can have better processes in place that allowing someone to actually step away from their employment without fear of losing that economic security of paid employment will benefit both sides.
Thank you. And the evidence suggests that due to shame and stigma that may be associated with family domestic violence, some employees are going to be hesitant to come forward and seek help. Now, you touched on that earlier, but can you maybe just flesh out for us what steps can employers take to encourage people to access this leave and properly protect employees' privacy and provide that safe and supportive environment? And in addition, what can the employers do, but also what can government do to assist in that sense?
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be critical, and I think it goes to that cultural piece. But we know that disclosing family violence, there's significant barriers. And for some victim survivors that we spoke with, they didn't want to at work because work was their safe place and it was their escape where that didn't need to be part of their profile. But for those victim survivors that want to, we need to normalise disclosures within the workplace. And I think it is part of saying very openly, we know that we have domestic and family violence victim survivors in this workplace. By virtue of being an Australian workplace with the prevalence of violence in our community, victim survivors are in every workplace. So that is not at all an indication of the performance, the worth, the responsibility of the individual employee. But now it's up to us as workplaces to say, yes, great, we know you're here, let us know if we can support you. Colleagues, someone may disclose to you. If they do, here's a really great fact sheet, here's 3 sentences that you can say, because this is going to happen, because we know we have victim survivors and now we have this leave. I think in terms of the shame and stigma, there's also some ways that we can ensure, for example, many victim survivors have called for ensuring that on your pay slip it doesn't say domestic violence leave. It might be listed as special leave, it might just be listed as other leave provision. But there's things that we can do to make sure that this leave is seen as accessible and as non-stigmatising. And I think the evidentiary requirements is another point there. We want the barriers to accessing this leave to be as limited as possible. We also just want this to be normalised, like sick leave is, like carers leave. That's taken time. Maternity leave, carers leave, we know these required cultural pieces to ensure that those that took these leaves were not disadvantaged in the workplace. We've got to go on the same journey with this domestic violence leave.
And so in terms of how government can support that, what role do you see the government playing?
If I could address that, thank you, Senator. Well, I think, as we've said, the important next step after legislation is the implementation. And so we're looking forward to that, to the development of the resources and the training that's going to help the workplaces to understand this. I've just got here a little example of a piece of resource that we produced back when we had the national programme. We called it the table mat, because, everyone said to us, OK, we get it, just tell us what to do, because we don't want to make it worse. We don't want to put our foot in it. So we honed everything down to this sheet, and which gives some of the basic information, what the entitlements were. But also, one of the favourite pieces was the do's and don'ts. And so we've got the green column, do this, and the red column, don't do that. So, for instance, in the red column, you would have, don't ask too many intrusive questions about what's happening in your own home. This is a workplace issue. It's relevant to you as managers or owners because it's having an impact in the workplace. So keep the questions to what's happening in the workplace. But as I said, though, making sure that the training that we make available, the resources we make available, online resources and a whole variety and diversity of resources, they have to be resources which really understand how to manage this issue. And there are some tricky issues around that. For instance, one that I don't think we ever really resolved was, how do you manage the employed perpetrator? So, for instance, does the employed perpetrator get domestic violence leave? So you're a manager, an employee comes to you and says, I need to take a day off to go to court on a domestic violence matter, and you're not sure if this person is a perpetrator or not. So these are things we need to sort out, and we need to sit down with a lot of experts, and we have done a huge amount of work in this space, but we need to have the best possible advice for workplaces about how to manage some of the new, slightly difficult areas around this. But I'm sure anyone that's worked in this space will tell you we've all been impressed by the expertise of people working in HR, for example. They every day deal with some incredibly difficult personal issues, and that's their skill set. This is just another difficult issue which needs some fine-tuning, and I understand the intention of the government is, with the implementation process, after about 12 months or a period, to have a review and assessment of how things are progressing, have some fine-tuning if necessary. I think that's very good because, as I said earlier, we are leading the world on this. We can't look to anywhere else for a lot of experience, except perhaps the New Zealanders, who did learn from what we'd done, and they adopted 10 days paid leave some time ago. But aspects of this legislation is really world first, and we'll have to test how things go. It's a work in progress.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Little.
Thank you, and thank you for your evidence today. Of course, without exception, domestic and family violence is unacceptable in all its forms. I'd like to pose my question to Professor Duncan. I just want to ask about your reference to cost savings. You've got a figure in here that talks about 13.1 million and 34.3 million. I'm interested to know what are some of the characteristics of those sectors that you looked at that would explain the difference in those numbers.
So the costs to employers, we do express over that range, and the reasons for that is not so much the different characteristics of employers, but more the different assumptions that we explore to come up with a reasonable confidence around the range of costs. For example, our central estimates take account of data that we draw from a 2016 survey, the Personal Safety Survey, that gives us an idea of the prevalence of family and domestic violence overall, and also the share of employees who take advantage of domestic violence leave provision. So on the basis of those data, we come up with a basic estimate of 13 million. However, what we also do is stress test those estimates with more expansive assumptions. For example, doubling the rate of people who take advantage of paid family and domestic violence leave, or increasing the number of days of family and domestic violence leave taken from an average of 7.8 days on current data amongst women to a full 10 days of paid family and domestic violence leave. So the purpose of that range is to explore what we regard to be reasonable limits to the costs that are likely to be incurred. And against that, the potential cost savings to employers come from a range of benefits to do with reduced stress and increased productivity from those that don't suffer from financial distress by having to take unpaid leave to manage their circumstances.
Did that work give you any indication of sectors that might have been affected differently, such as sectors with a very high turnover rate or sectors that have more women working in them than men?
Well, implicitly, those sectors that employ a greater share of women will also suffer from a greater incidence of family and domestic violence. As I mentioned, around 20% of women who experience family and domestic violence take leave. And of course, if you have sectors which are heavily female dominated, then they will also experience, they will also deliver more leave in consequence. But what's interesting is, alongside the estimates that we were able to develop in response to the commission from the ACTU, we've also been able to look at an actual policy that was introduced by WA government, which introduced in 2017 a policy of 10 days of paid family and domestic violence leave for all public sector workers. There are around 110,000 women in WA public service and around 40,000 men. Amongst those working in WA public service, in total, over a calendar year to August 2021, 1,750 days of leave was taken, and that converts to an implicit percentage of workers who take 10 days of paid leave of around 0.2 of 1% for workers. So you get an impression that even in a sector which is heavily female dominated, the sort of the utilisation of paid family and domestic violence leave is in cost terms relatively minor.
So you've given us an example of a public service organisation. What about one, and probably only needs a yes or no, the casual and high turnover in some industries? Would there be value in looking further at that, and would that change the figure that you've got here?
It's always worth looking at different characteristics of sectors to break down further these sorts of costs. We looked, for example, at the number of casual workers by firm size. There are around a third of workers in small and medium enterprises that are on casual contracts. And so relatively the smaller enterprises would proportionately bear a greater cost from the provision of 10 days of paid family and domestic violence leave. But again, the magnitude of those costs, we consider to be relatively minor.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. Thank you, Senator. Senator Larissa Waters, thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks, Professors, for your evidence so far and all your work in this field to date. I've got lots of questions and not a lot of time. So firstly to Professors McFerrin and Fitzgibbon, you've both talked about the need for nationally consistent training, in particular trauma-informed training so that workplaces can support staff when a disclosure is made. I'd like to just tease out how you think that national consistent training could be achieved. And secondly, do you think imposing a positive duty on employers to provide a safe workplace, as recommended by the Sex Discrimination Commissioner, Kate Jenkins, would that encompass an obligation to deliver training to support employees where family and domestic violence is disclosed?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, thanks, Senator. I'm not a professor, by the way. But
I'm sorry.
Thank you for that.
I'm not you.
Nice promotion, but thank you. Well, I think that having national standards and accreditation are important in this space. It's from my observations of what's happened since we had a national programme funded back from 2010 to 13, where we developed a training programme. There was, as I said, very much based on working collaboratively with managers and union delegates and others who were actually trying to implement this stuff. So we workshopped in most cases. We said, what's happening in your workplace? How are you managing it? What are the problems you're facing? We often heard that it could be difficult to that balance between maintaining confidentiality of what was happening to an individual with ensuring that the whole workplace was safe. And as Kate has said, with our survey, we found that when asked, well, who do you talk to first in the workplace? Most people said a co-worker. So how the co-worker then manages that information, if they turn it into gossip and innuendo and criticism, it can be devastating. But if they're responsible with it and they know what to do with it, and you engage co-workers in the whole of workplace solution, rather than locking them out, then they can become a powerful tool to support, to accompany that individual to talk with the manager. So I'm looking forward to being able to sit down with experts in this field to set out how the best training can be provided in terms of management, and that training has to address those key critical tricky areas that we have to manage and get right. And then I mean, we're very early days, but I imagine it would be perhaps organised through Safe Work Australia or something like that in terms of accreditation. And it would be reviewed. So it's a work in progress. I mean, for instance, one of the latest issues that's come up that we must have a much better understanding of and be able to advise and inform workplaces about is how, when you've got your staff working at home, thanks to the pandemic, and you've got domestic violence at home, how do you manage that? Now, I haven't seen a whole lot of work done on that. I put together some work with colleagues from the EU and Canada on how best to do that. But I think it's a real gap at the moment. So there are emerging issues. There are issues that we still haven't resolved that we knew about back in 2010 that haven't really been resolved. We have to get on quickly because with this legislation passed, as I understand it, within 6 months, it's going to be expected that workplaces will be implementing it. So we'd better get on with the job. Let's finish the job, but let's get on with it. Did that answer your question?
It certainly answered the first component, thank you, and it raised the conundrum of whether or not the duty extends to employees at home, which we'll ask the department about. But I'm also interested in whether or not you think the training should form part of a component of a positive duty to provide a safe workplace. But over to you, Professor Fitzgibbon.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for that question, Senator Waters. I think the positive duty is absolutely key, and it's so encouraging to see the government commit to implementing all recommendations from the Respect at Work report. What we know is that violence against women in any setting is unacceptable, and that where we have violence at work, where we have violence at home, in public spaces, it's all part of a wider cultural problem. So the positive duty assists in making violence in the workplace a responsibility, a proactive responsibility of employees, and we can also ensure that it makes sure that employees have a positive duty to proactively implement this legislation, not to just drop in a new leave provision on an HR system and then move on with day-to-day business, because we know that won't work. So the training element of it absolutely should be something that businesses have to support. But the national leadership is really key. And I think part of the national leadership is this, it is the bill. It is saying that we recognise that this is a workplace issue. But I think particularly for the small and medium businesses that won't have the significant resources to bring this into place, it would be fantastic to see the government support the development of a suite of tools and resources that might need to be business size, but also industry specific, and to work with the various industries to develop those so that we make it as easy as possible for this to be implemented. You know, we've seen the fantastic leadership of organisations like the Commonwealth Bank and Next Chapter Initiative. They have the size and the resources to support change in this space. But there are some really great examples we can draw from. But I think it would be great to see the Australian government support the development of a suite of training resources and implementation resources.
Thank you. Just one question, if I could, to Professor Duncan, although I have lots of others, I might put those on notice. Professor Duncan, you've talked about how the average cost would be approximately $13 million. But I'm interested, and forgive me if I missed this in your opening statement, I'm interested in how that cost compares with lost productivity due to domestic and family violence.
If we look at combinations of cost savings from lost productivity and absenteeism, we estimate that savings would amount to up to $14 million. And so on our baseline estimates, the cost, the benefits to employers almost covers the lower limit of our cost range.
Okay, so this won't be a cost impost. This will be a cost saving to employers.
At our minimum cost projection, the benefits to employers entirely covers the costs incurred.
Okay, Chair, is that my time, or
That is your time, Senator Waters. But
okay, thank you.
yeah, just a follow-up question from Senator.
So would that be, in terms of the cost saving, would that be in aggregate
Yes.
terms across the entire economy? Or?
That's right, yes.
Okay. One question that's just sort of got me as we're discussing this, I'm thinking about is how, what if the prevalence is so high. I think we heard 1 in 3 women have experienced domestic violence. How is it that the cost is so low in your estimates?
Prevalence rates relate to people who have experienced family and domestic violence at some point in their working lives. Over a 12-month period, the incidence of family and domestic violence is lower. According to the Personal Safety Survey, the rates are around 3% of women and 2.1% of men. Now, understandably, the Personal Safety Survey that we took data from was in 2016. We did not have the later data available. However, the larger figures are relates to people who have ever experienced family and domestic violence. We need to, if we're looking at annual costs, then we look at incidents of family and domestic violence in a 12-month period, and that's why the annual projections are lower than you might consider from the overall rates that have just been mentioned.
Could I add something to that, Chair? Yeah, thanks.
Briefly, please.
Well, with our survey, I mean, for a lot of women, it doesn't affect them getting to work or their safety at work. Something about half of the survey said it did affect their capacity to get to work. So for half, it didn't. So it's not going to, there's not a direct link between 30% of women in the country will experience it and therefore 30% will need paid domestic violence leave. But I'll really try and do this rapidly. A hidden cost we haven't talked about is those perpetrating the violence who are employed. And research has found that they create a cost to their employer quite similar to the victim, because they take time off work, their work performance suffers, and they abuse work resources like telephones and vehicles to go off and harass their ex. They need managing as well because they are a cost to their employer. So that's a whole area that we need to discuss and open up, but it is another potential cost saving if they are properly managed, and they can be properly managed.
Good, thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, all of you, for coming and joining us this morning. Your evidence today will be of a great assistance to the committee in its deliberations. And if you've taken any matters on notice, if you could please return them by Thursday, the 25th of August. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If we ask the other witnesses to now welcome this Council of Small Business Organisations Australia. Good, thanks for joining us. So, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you for the Hansard record. Would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Good morning, Chair. My name is Alexi Boyd, the CEO for the Council of Small Business Organisations Australia, COSBOA.
Good, thank you.
Morning, Chair. Scott Harris, Pharmacy Guild of Australia. I'm Technical Advisor to Ms Boyd from the COSBOA.
Thank you very much. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair. I represent COSBOA, the Council of Small Business Organisations Australia. Through our membership of approximately 50 member and professional organisations, we represent between 800,000 and 1.2 million small businesses in Australia. We've had good consultation with our members as this is a very important issue. From the Australian Hairdressing Council, the Institute of Certified Bookkeepers, the News Agency Association, CPA Australia, Master Grocers Australia, Screen Producers Australia, the Australian Retailers Association, the Pharmacy Guild of Australia and the Independent Cinemas Association. Family and domestic violence leave in all forms is unacceptable. Small business people manage this compassionately and generously as it arises, without legislation or regulation. The circumstances of FTV and the varied nature of small businesses' workplace in terms of their size and structure makes regulation in this area, sensitive area, very difficult. The proposal to amend the Fair Work Act 2009 to provide employees with 10 days of paid family and domestic violence leave places small business people in a difficult position to manage FTV claims as they do not possess the requisite knowledge, resources, skills and expertise to provide support at the very time the victims are seeking it. COSBOA supports the provision of 10 days leave. However, it argues that any financial aid should be made available via the government as a paid scheme and the national welfare system through a counselling ecosystem. The key recommendations to our report are a paid government scheme via a centralised government agency to help small business employees affected by family domestic violence leave, that a payroll system providers be engaged with any implementation of this leave type to ensure confidentiality is considered appropriately. A paid government scheme via a centralised government agency to support casual workers affected by FTV. A single source website service and hotline to inform employers and victims better. This would provide information, guidance materials and support to access FTV experts' support systems with options for employee referrals. And finally, a 12-month review following the implementation of any new provision which would seek qualitative and quantitative research. If we were to take a trauma-informed approach and put the victim at the centre of this discussion, at the very time the victim is seeking help and support, then we would suggest that a government agency with the skills and appropriate advice would be the best person for that victim to seek advice from. A small business owner does not have the skills or the training for such a conversation and is not the best place for the victim when they're at their most vulnerable. What our members are telling us is that there's a great deal of concern that small business owners in very varied workplaces will not be equipped to handle such situations and also feel that they wouldn't be offering the best service and support for their employees, for which they care a great deal about. I'm happy to take any questions.
Good, thank you. Good, thank you. I'll now ask Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms Boyd. Can I just ask, after considering all of the evidence, the Fair Work Commission found that the utilisation rate of 10 days of paid domestic violence leave is likely to be quite low, which suggests that the costs to employers is unlikely to be that substantial. Do you agree with that Commission finding, or do you have an alternative view?
We have an alternative view. I understand that it was 0.3% that was suggested as those who may seek support in this way. And we believe that small businesses have a disproportionate effect from this. The fact is they don't have the HR resources, they don't have the legal departments, the 1300 numbers that would otherwise big businesses have. But importantly, the impact of having to work out what their requirements are, their compliance requirements. It may only be 0.3% of employees who are seeking this sort of leave, but 100% of small businesses will have to learn what is required of them in a particular situation where we find ourselves in with a lot of difficulty running a small business at the moment, a lot of additional compliance requirements that COVID has given us, a lot of additional stress, and small business owners are really grappling with trying to rebuild their businesses after COVID. Now, I know this is a suggestion that would go on for a long time. This is hence why we're calling for a review, because we believe that it's not just about a cost implication. It's actually about putting the employee first, what will be the impact on employees if they're seeking advice from an employer? You're going to be hearing from a couple of our key members in COSBOA, the Hairdressing Council and the Beauty Industry Council. I know that the Australian Hairdressing Council will be offering suggestions in real-life circumstances as to how this works. And the fact of the matter is that a lot of employees seek refuge and support from their workplaces. It's not a place where they want this information shared, not even to their employer. And so the employer isn't, it doesn't have the skills to really be able to deal with an employee coming to them asking for help. And we would suggest that's not the best place where they create help. Also, one other, where they would be seeking help. Also, one other aspect is if the government is not managing the funding of this scheme, what would happen to those funding mechanisms that the government has in place, perhaps in a regional community or in certain areas that they know where there's a high prevalence of domestic violence? What would happen in those situations? The employees would start going to their employers to seek help, and the government may not have the diagnostics or the information that they need to really know whether or not those programs have been useful. And there's that loss of information, because once you put it into an employer-centric environment, once you put it into the workplace, there's a lot of confidentiality which goes with things like pay slips, etc. Not to mention the pay slip issue, which if anybody would like to ask me a question about that, that's quite fraught as well. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Businesses already deal with a whole range of leave entitlements and highly complex and sensitive ones. Things such as miscarriage leave, bereavement leave, the unpaid domestic violence leave. So it's already a situation that's occurring, and it's already one we hear frequently that businesses, small business particularly, are very good at handling that. Do you agree that it's likely that business will actually continue to take a common sense approach to this and apply those similar principles that they're already using to deal with requests for paid family and domestic violence leave?
I agree that they'll take a common sense approach and a caring approach for domestic violence leave. The problem or the issue that COSBOA has with it is the paid factor. There's already, I guess, quite a large disproportionate effect on small businesses. The 0.3% is discussed quite a bit amongst our members. And if you take 0.3% of a workforce of, say, 100 or 1,000, the impact is much less than if you take 0.3% of a small business who might only have 5 or 10 employees. That's still one employee. That's 25% of your workforce. And right now, it's very difficult to lose an employee and a worker for 10 days. You obviously lose the productivity, you lose potentially the income. But what's happening now, and probably at least for a couple of years while we still experience worker shortages, is that the small business owner is taking up those hours themselves, not to mention the team around that other worker who's going to pick up those additional hours. That's what happens inherently. You're absolutely right. It is an environment in which the discussion can be had, but our question is, yes, we're in support of the 10 days leave. What we're not in support of is that the additional cost burden to small businesses to have to pay, and also the determination. If it would be possible for an outside agency to make the determination on behalf of the small business owner, say, for example, like we have with paid parental leave, the determination happens at arm's length. If it was to happen at arm's length, then that would actually take a trauma-focused approach. The employee wouldn't have to go to their employer, who they see on a daily basis, who they see quite regularly, and have to have this conversation. If it was determined in an outside agency, that would be of assistance for the small business owner to deal with that as well.
I've run out of time, but just very, very, very quickly, if you're saying that your issue is just the payment, then the other issues you've raised about structure and being able to deal with complex issues, which small businesses appear to already do, is it that it's just the money that you're concerned about? No. Or is it actually these other issues?
No, it's the determination. We're hearing from our members that that would cause a great deal of stress to have to work with employees under such stressful situations. It's also the payment, in addition to working with how to support the employee as best as we can. And third to that, it's also the process that the small business owner would have to go in the current conditions that we find ourselves in. Scott, did you want to add anything to that at all?
I actually have run out of time, but I might put some further questions on notice, particularly around your ideas about how to mitigate some of this stuff. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Good. Thanks very much. Now go to Senator Little.
Thank you. Mrs Boyd, I heard you say that you support the principle of supporting those people experiencing domestic and family violence, but the issue is actually the paid factor and the determination. Can you give us some examples of what you've heard from the sectors that you represent in terms of how they might be disproportionate or the unintended consequences of paid leave?
Yep, certainly. Thank you for the question. I don't need to go far. I can actually just think of my own small business that I was running for 10 years. If in the example of my case where I was a bookkeeper and I had 2 employees, both of which were mothers and local mums who worked for me, if one of those women were to come to me and seek help and also seek to seek leave for 10 days, that would be a huge, I guess, cost burden, but also a really a big difficulty for me in running a business, because I would lose those staff members for 10 days. And depending on the time of year, that could be really problematic, and clients could be lost as a result. Also, to add to that, in the case of sole traders in particular, or sole proprietors, there's nowhere that if I myself were to become a victim of domestic violence where I could go to for support. So the current bill is suggesting that you would have to be an employee, and what we're saying is that there's a lot of sole traders out there and sole proprietors who wouldn't have access to any sort of entitlements or leave or support if they themselves were a victim as well. I think that's an important point to note, because there are approximately 700,000 small business sole traders and sole proprietors, and if we take them into consideration, then they're not being serviced at all by this. So again, having an outside external government agency that not only offers the determination but also the paid support would support these members. And if we take 700,000, we take only 0.3%, that's 1,800 victims, potential victims who may not be able to seek any assistance. Another example would be in the case of Independent Cinemas Association. They've explained to us that depending on the time of year, depending on what month the leave is sought, you could find a difference between having entitlement of 10 days for a casual employee or an entitlement of none. And that's quite unfair to the employee. So if somebody was seeking support during the Christmas rush in an independent cinema, then they would be entitled to a lot more support as a casual because of the rostered days that they would receive than, say, in a really quiet period. And that's disproportionate and unfair. So if we're seeking to support this leave through an employment system, then it can become unfair depending on when you're employed, your roster, how to determine whether or not you were rostered. And just going back again to the determination side of casuals, that's actually quite difficult for anybody who doesn't have a set, very clear roster. And there are many, many small businesses out there who don't have written rosters, who don't have the software, the payroll software in place, and may not have rosters that are set for the future. So people don't even know if they're going to work. And there might be an example out there of a professional service provider who simply uses people when they're able to provide work in accordance with what they do with their award, but they may not be rostered times. Does that mean that they're not going to give that person paid domestic violence leave? Well, what it means is that they're going to end up paying for it regardless. We're not going to see a situation where people have employees coming to them and saying, oh, well, you can do Monday and Tuesday. You can have Monday and Tuesday on leave to go to court, but I'm not giving you Wednesday because you weren't rostered. So there's this disproportionate effect on small businesses because they're going to have to wear that, as opposed to a big business who might have a 1300 number who they call, and a faceless person on the end of the call will tell them when they can and cannot receive any leave.
Good, thank you very much, Senator. I'll now go to Senator Waters.
Thanks, Chair. Hi, both. Thanks for coming along today. I'm not sure if you heard the previous witness, Professor Duncan, who spoke to the cost issue, and he said that, and hopefully I've accurately summarised him, he said that the minimum cost of family and domestic violence leave is less than the avoided costs in lost productivity and potential retraining for staff should the victim survivor cease the employment if they weren't able to take the leave. So essentially his contention was that the benefit outweighs the cost. Have you had a chance to consider that proposition? What's your response to that?
I can't speak on behalf of those numbers. We haven't got the resources to be able to do those sort of economic detailing, but that's why we've asked for a review. That's why we've asked for, at the 12-month mark, to find out what the cost burden is. Would it be, if the proportion is, as he indicated in his, sorry, I didn't catch the gentleman's name, my apologies, but in the last submission, if the cost impact is low to small business, then why is it that the government is not providing this social service? Going back to my point in relation to, then they have the opportunity to be able to assess whether or not the additional funding that they're putting in place for family domestic violence in a particular area, for example, can be best judged. But I agree that there should be a review after 12 months to find out what the cost, both qualitative and quantitative, is, not only for the small business owner, but is this the best way forward for the victims themselves?
Okay, thank you. I noticed that the Flinders Uni did some research that said that about a third of small businesses already provide paid family and domestic violence leave. I'm not sure if they're your members or not, but assuming that figure is correct, have concerns been raised with you by businesses who are already offering paid family and domestic violence leave about the impacts that it might be having, or what feedback have you had from those small businesses that are already providing this leave on a paid basis?
We've had no feedback from any of our members about those who are providing it, because I suppose, and this is my own assumption, that they're providing it.
Okay, so they're not complaining about its impost, they're just not saying anything.
Sorry, Senator, I answer your question importantly on the members that I deal with myself who are small business and those ones, they're actually providing the time off for the people that access the services, and they're actually treating them as paid days to go with it, but they're paying them at the base rate as annual leave type of things without any penalty rates or those parts to go with it. But they're allowing them the time off and assisting them as much as they can to get the right services they need to fix the situation they're in. They don't discuss it in the workplace. It's all non-recorded and it's kept as private as they possibly can because they don't want it spread, because the person who's experienced the family domestic violence is so afraid already that it's going to come out, and it will get out if you don't treat it very confidentiality.
And that's why we believe the government is best placed to treat, to keep it at arm's length, to have an outside agency that helps with the determination, and to keep it as far away from the workplace as possible to help protect those victims.
Okay, well, given that's not what the bill proposes, I'm interested in what sort of training support that your members would need and would want so that they can provide appropriate response when a disclosure is made, they can address those confidentiality issues and those payslip issues. What sort of training would you be seeking so that your members can fulfil their obligations?
Well, firstly, I'd like to say that we don't believe that training is the answer to this. Small businesses will find out what is required of them. They always do. There will be an additional compliance requirement, education, training. They've got to figure out what goes on with their pay slips, their payroll, how to have the conversation, how to do it appropriately in the workplace, how to do it appropriately for workplace health and safety considerations, how to input it into their payroll system, when and where to have the conversation. There's quite a lot to unpack. And then at the end of all of that, where to get support themselves. If I could just raise that issue again of what is missing from the bill, which is support for sole traders and sole proprietors. And I think that it's a big learning curve for small businesses. They wear a lot of hats. They're marketers, they're bookkeepers, they're financiers, they're not psychologists. Pardon?
Okay, I'm not quite following your logic there of identifying some issues that will need to be surmounted, but saying that you don't think additional support is needed to meet those new obligations.
It is needed, but it is the secondary solution to other solutions that we believe would be better. Of course, small businesses require as much information as possible. Our suggestion is that that goes through industry support mechanisms, through trusted advisors and trusted pathways that small businesses already take for their education of their small business.
Okay, and just one last question from me. What reporting obligations should small businesses have on the prevalence of the uptake of family and domestic violence leave? And if you've got any information about what current information is already being provided by those small businesses who offer the leave, should there be a system of reporting, obviously de-identified, so that we can track the uptake?
We would suggest that no, there should not be a system of reporting because we don't believe there should be any additional requirements on small businesses with extra reporting mechanisms. There's already a lot of reporting requirements on small businesses already. And when we say small businesses, that's the small business owner, the small business person who does all of the required reporting. If it was being handled by the government or by social services or an outside agency, then those reporting mechanisms would be taken up in that regard. However, I do take your point that one of the things we're calling for is a review. The difficulty is, and we have had difficulty.
You have to do a review if you not get the if you don't have the data.
I understand. The difficulty is that in doing this submission, in working through this issue with small businesses and our industry associations, we found it very difficult to find examples of where this has occurred and how small businesses have handled it, because it's kept very hush-hush, it's kept very secretive, and it's small business owners are doing their best to protect their employees when they come to them for help. So I think it's a double-edged sword. On the one hand, we would like to see a review. On the other hand, we understand it's going to be difficult.
Okay, thanks very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
Good. Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Patman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your submissions. I have a question in regards to whether you agree with the Commission's finding in regards to the Fair Work Commission's Family and Domestic Violence Leave Review found that employers are already paying the cost of FDV through increased absenteeism and lost productivity, and that paid family domestic violence will assist in reducing that cost. Do you agree with that?
I might turn to Scott, as that's a bit of a technical question with the Fair Work Commission.
Senator, on that part is we presented our evidence to the Commission, and the Commission, as an independent umpire, made their decision based on the evidence as forward. It's not the position we took, but we accept their findings on what they found from the evidence presented to them.
Okay. So does that mean you're in support of a family domestic violence leave?
We are in support of family domestic violence leave because it's a thing that's needed, but it's an unpaid entitlement we've been looking for.
Okay, that's all from me, Chair.
Good. Thank you very much, Senator. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you. Thank you for presenting today. We've been discussing the disproportionality impact for small businesses. And we did hear earlier from Professor Duncan, who spoke, and Senator Waters referred to it costing somewhere between 13.1 million and 34.3 million. Could part of the disproportionality impact be, I mean, those Professor Duncan told us that's in aggregate terms across the economy. It's part of the disproportionality problem that if you're the employer, the small business that has, if it's only 0.3% across the workforce, but if you're the employer that needs to provide that paid leave to, that one person in your business, and you might only have 2 or 3 employees, of course it's disproportionately applied to you as a small business owner. Is that part of the problem as well?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's 0.3% of the workforce, but when you've got 4 employees, it's 25%.
Yeah.
And when we say disproportionate, it's not just in terms of the proportion of the workforce that you have. It's also disproportionate because, I guess, the additional workload that the rest of the employees and yourself will have to take on, and also the stress of helping your employee try and work their way through this while still trying to keep them employed. And I think that I speak for all small business owners when I say that they bend over backwards to make sure when they do hear about these situations that they try and keep that person connected with their workplace. That is critical, not only for the business right now, but also for the employee. So disproportionately, it can affect the small business owner because they will have the burden of concern and worry about their cohort and their employees. They will also have to work out their rostering system, figure out all the logistics of working out what happens when this person is on leave, which they do already, which we've spoken about. But also, what if the small business owner is a victim? What if in a situation in a community which is small, where everybody knows everyone's business, how do they seek help? In this case, are you supposed to ask yourself for leave? How do you pay your own wage for 10 days when you have to take 10 days off to work through a family domestic violence issue yourself? That's why it's disproportionate, because we also have to take into consideration small business owners themselves, who may themselves be victims.
Yeah, and indeed, maybe partnerships, and the perpetrator is the other operator in the business.
And that raises the concern around pay slips and controlling behaviour. If you have a family-owned small business, how does that work if you are an employee of the person who is or if you are co-owner, your husband and wife, for example, own a business together, how does that even work? You can't seek support from your employer when the employer is the abuser. Where is the support for people like this in situations where they can't seek help from an employer, either because they are not an employee, a deemed employee according to Fair Work, or if they themselves are a victim and they're the owner, or that they are a partner of the owner in the business?
So you're advocating then would there be a government-run system that might provide, Centrelink administered or something like that?
There is a system that small businesses are already familiar with, and that's paid parental leave. It's a system where you know how to go and get a determination. I mean, a determination is fairly easy in that case, but it's, as I said, it's kept at arm's length. It's something that it's a familiar process that small businesses are used to, and it's something that they are already using as part of their natural processes, as well as their advisors who would know how to support them through that if they could have a determination and a payment that comes through an external government agency like Social Services and Centrelink. And
would you use, in determining who can access that, would you create a threshold so it was only small businesses? Would you just use the ordinary definition of a small business? Would larger businesses administer it themselves? What would you suggest? I wouldn't make a distinction between them. I'd allow them to be open to everybody to use at that time. Because as soon as you start making a distinction between small business and medium and large business, you start breaking up to what it is. We want to fix this problem, so we keep it similar to everybody at the same time.
And importantly, the purpose of this was to make family and domestic violence leave equitable and fair and accessible to all. But sole traders and small business owners themselves have been entirely missed. And that is a great concern to us, because micro businesses once again have been left off the list of people who can get support.
And I think you said about 800,000?
There's approximately, it varies, 700,000 registered sole proprietors and sole traders. When we say sole proprietors, that's people who are directors or owners of the business, but they may be self-employed.
Okay, thank you. I just want to go to the measure that's in this bill to extend this leave to casual employees. Can you explain to us what the cost might be? What would be maybe not the dollar terms, but just in terms of the impact on business, particularly small businesses, for including casuals?
I think the biggest complexity here is the determination. So I gave the example earlier about Independent Cinemas Association explaining that depending on what month or what week someone is rostered on, they may or may not receive those days' leave that they need. That is complex. There are many businesses who do not have rosters, who don't have predetermined situations where you come in on a given day. That's kind of the inherent nature of casual work. Sometimes there is no predetermined days that you're going to be working. And I guess the burden will fall on the small business owner, where an employee who may not be aware of the concept of how this is going to work with casuals will come to the employer, because that's how they've been told that that's where they get help now. They don't get it from the government, they get it from their workplace. And they come to their employer and they say, look, could I have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday off next week, please, because I need to go to hospital for this reason. And of course, the small business owner says, yes, how can I help you? Oh, sorry about that, it looks like you're not rostered for Wednesday, or you don't have a roster. Now, as it currently stands, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Scott, if that was to go to Fair Work Commission, then the determination is that that person wouldn't receive leave. Now, how does that look as an employer, that you're, because there's no predetermined roster, that you're not going to give them the leave? Well, you will. And that's in another way why it's disproportionately going to be a larger burden on small businesses, because they will offer them the leave regardless of whether the entitlement is there, because they're trying to support their employees and also keep them tied to that workplace because they need them.
And will there be challenges for SMEs in implementing a scheme where casual employees will have FTVL paid at the full rate of pay?
Well, the expectation at the moment is that it would be dollar for dollar. So the small business owner would have to work out what that person was going to earn on that day when they work, according to whether it's an overtime or whatever the rate is, and then work out what that rate would need to be. So if the person was, as you say, working in a cinema, so they're working over Saturday
the weekends
nights,
at
Sunday
night,
nights, yeah.
they're paid a loading, so they'd be...
It would be dollar for whatever they were going to be earning. I believe that's correct.
Senator, it'd be easier if we just stayed with the S90 and S99 sections within the Act itself, which tells us about use payment of those leave entitlements be as base wages. It's used across most of the business now, they understand that. So it wouldn't have to be juggling two systems instead of where you're trying to work out what they're actually going to be paid versus what is being paid as a base rate of pay.
Yeah, so it's introducing a new way of calculating for this specific leave, and then, you know, other entitlements.
It could cause issues, and it could result in an underpayment of some description, or the employer being in breach of some entitlement within it, as especially a national employment standard, if it's put in through that way. So we've made a suggestion to leave it at the base rate in lines with what's currently within the Act itself.
Okay. Chair, have I got a few more minutes? Or?
You've got time for another question. Yes.
Okay, thank you. In your submission to the Fair Work Commission, it refers to the scenario where the new laws might be gamed, that employers may be faced with difficult circumstances trying to determine when leave should be granted. Does COSBOA believe that as we discussed before, like a central agency would be better placed to manage the paid leave? You know, and so what sort of evidentiary requirements do you think would be required as part of that?
The evidentiary requirements would be the same as they are now for the 5 days unpaid, but having that at external would potentially reduce that option because it takes away the personal nature of the discussion. And then if it's a determination that would be kept at arm's length, then the small business owner is kept out of the equation. That's a really good question in terms of people who work across multiple businesses. Lots of casuals work multiple jobs. What do you do if you're an employer and you know that they're working, say you work in a convenience store and you know that they're working in a grocer down the road and you know that they're working multiple jobs? What happens if you say one thing and then the other person says another? What sort of difficulty does that put the employer in? So having it external and having an outside agency looking at the determination for everyone keeps it fair and equitable.
Okay, and finally, do you think this bill, that the introduction of this scheme should be delayed until the next financial year to enable business sufficient time to be able to plan for the change with additional 6 months for small businesses?
Look, we were pleased with the additional time that's been allocated. There will be some work that needs to be done by our members to support agencies to help small businesses to work out how to navigate this, and we're willing and able to support them, the agencies, with the education materials will be required, with how to handle conversations with small business owners, which is vastly different to those who are victims, and how to help them keep a trauma-informed approach when they're having these conversations and the difficulties there. So we're supportive of a delay of commencement. What we're quite supportive of as well is a review, and we would hope that would form part of the discussion so that after 12 months it can be determined whether or not the money that the government is spending in trying to educate employers, educate associations, educate advisors could be better spent actually paying for the domestic violence leave and keeping it in an agency format and being able to get the best, to get the information that they need out of the different funding programs that they've got in play.
Good. Thank you. Senator Grogan's indicated she has just a very quick question to ask as well. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Boyd, you've given some examples throughout your testimony here about employers not being able to cope when somebody would, without much notice, take 10 days leave. But you've also talked about how small businesses are very adept at dealing with sensitive and staffing issues. And we know, as we discussed previously, that small businesses rely very heavily on their staff as being an integral part of their business. So I'm wondering, given the experience that small businesses have already, what are the additional supports, those key things that would make a difference to them understanding how to deal with this situation?
I would agree with you that they're adaptable because they have to be. But why should they have to be? Just because they have been willing to bend over backwards to do everything that the government and compliance and burdens and reporting and everything that's required of them, and it keeps coming. Why should they be asked to do something in support? Why should they be asked to do an additional compliance burden, which is essentially, in our opinion, a social problem that should be paid for by the government? I do agree with you, they are adept, but they're in a very stressful situation. And what we hear from our members is that there is a great deal of concern that they won't handle this correctly, and they might be adept with filling out forms and adapt with learning, mitigating risks like they've done through COVID and keeping their workplaces safe and moving fast. But this is a whole different scenario. This requires some skill sets that small businesses haven't had to flex their muscles on before. Psychological, being able to support someone in a much greater deal of stress. And I know that the 5 days leave has been there, but to add on top of that, the compliance burdens and the payment burden on top of that is what we're seeking to remove.
The fact that employers already deal with the 5 days kind of covers off on that emotional piece, I would have thought, but I'd be keen to put on notice you providing us with some understanding of the kind of, you've said that you don't think training is the answer, but what advice or information might be. But just quickly, do you feel that this is a retention piece, that if people who are suffering family and domestic violence leave in a small business, they're a valuable employee, they don't have access to leave, so they're constantly, ringing in sick or taking unpaid leave, and therefore feeling insecure and feeling uncertain and potentially having to resign from their position because they don't believe they can continue without kind of the support that 10 days paid leave would give them. Is this not a good retention strategy for small business?
We're not against the 10 days leave. We're against small business having to pay for the 10 days leave.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate you coming and giving evidence today. It'll help us in our deliberations in our final report, and have a wonderful morning.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you,
Thanks,
Senators.
Chair.
Much
Thank you.
appreciated.
If you've taken any notices on any matter questions on notice, if you could reply by the 25th of August, that's Thursday. We appreciate it.
Certainly. Thank
It's a
you.
tight time frame. I now welcome in person and by video conference representatives from the AI Group. They'll be here with us in person, and the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry by video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate and committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yeah, my name's Brent Ferguson, Head of National Workplace Relations Policy for the Australian Industry Group.
Thank you. And from Aki, if you'd like to say who you're representing and your name, please.
Hello, Senator. Apologies, I picked just the wrong moment to duck out. My name is Scott Barclam. I'm Director Workplace Relations with ACCI, and nice to see you again.
Good to see you too.
Morning,
Thank you.
Senator. I'm Simon Farrow, Advisor, Workplace Relations at the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Good, thank you very much. Thank you all for joining us this morning. I'll now go to, if you have I'll invite you for a short opening statement. And at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Yes,
Mr. Ferguson first.
Thank you. Look, I want to commence by reiterating our group's view that family and domestic violence is, of course, unacceptable and entirely inexcusable in all of its forms. I also want to emphasise that we acknowledge that employers have a role to play in assisting employees dealing with family and domestic violence. Indeed, in our experience, employers overwhelmingly take a compassionate approach to supporting employees experiencing such trauma. But our overarching concern is that any family and domestic violence leave scheme that is implemented must be reasonable and able to be complied with from a practical perspective. To that end, we were heavily involved in the Fair Work Commission proceedings that led to the decision earlier this year to implement a new paid leave entitlement in awards. Now, the entitlement proposed by the Fair Work Commission would have been workable. However, the bill adopts a very different approach. In various respects, it adopts elements of the ACTU proposal that the full bench expressly rejected during those proceedings. Now, we're concerned that as framed, elements of the bill won't be reasonable, and frankly, they're going to be confusing and just simply unworkable from a practical perspective when you look at implementation of the legislation. Now, in our submissions, we've sought to identify 9 areas where the bill departs from the full bench proposed scheme and in our view should be amended to rectify concerns. I don't want to traverse, obviously, the full length of that, but just the one issue that I want to emphasise is, in particular, the issues around rate of pay and how you would calculate the full rate of pay under the proposed scheme. Now, we do think that that is going to be completely unworkable. It's entirely out of step with the way analogous types of leave are dealt with under the scheme. And look, I won't give you endless examples, but the thing to think about in particular is that there are various contingent entitlements that employees have, particularly under awards and enterprise agreements. And in order to know whether they're payable, an employer is going to have to speculate on what may have occurred that day. Travelling allowances, high duties allowances, all sorts of different amounts. And that's just going to be completely unworkable. And then the other final point is that the full rate of pay picks up various allowances and penalties that are payable for certain disadvantages or disutilities that employees experience when they actually work. But it is, we would suggest, unreasonable to expect that those amounts be payable by employers when the disadvantages or disutilities aren't experienced. Take, for example, expense-related allowances, where there are amounts that effectively reimburse employees for expenses incurred. Under this scheme, they're going to have to be reimbursed even where there is no expense incurred. Same with penalties for working overtime, public holidays, weekends. They're to compensate for working at that time, but of course, no work will be performed. I won't elaborate because I know that there may be questions, but we've endeavoured to be very detailed in our submissions in setting out all sorts of the practical concerns that we've identified. They're the opening submissions.
Good, thank you. If I might ask for Representative Mr. Barclam, are you opening up a brief introductory comments?
Yes, indeed, Chair, and I'll move to those now. Thanking you and the committee for the opportunity to appear today. We also want to start by reiterating the seriousness with which the business community views domestic violence and the support of the business community for increased community-wide reckoning with the scourge of domestic violence throughout Australia. Our organisation played a leading role in the 2 Fair Work Commission reviews that delivered family and domestic violence leave. We also took a leading role in the International Labour Organisation discussions in this area in 2018 and 2019. Whilst employers opposed paid leave during this year's proceedings, we respect the Commission's decision that was reached following a substantial evidentiary case and support its implementation into the National Employment Standards, as awarded by the Commission. A full bench of the Commission, headed by the President and Vice President, considered 52 submissions from 15 parties, evidence from 2 expert witnesses and 10 lay witnesses, 4 significant research reports, 3 information notes and a survey of more than 1,300 respondents. We say the Commission struck a practical balance and made its determination based on considerable evidence. Some elements of the bill, however, depart from the approach independently arbitrated in the Commission's review. ACCI does not support legislating contrary to the Commission's decision. Concerns include extending paid leave to casual employees, requirements to provide the 10 days upfront rather than accruing progressively, consistent with established practice and precedent in industrial relations, a full 10-day or 76-hour entitlement being provided to part-time employees rather than on a pro rata basis, and concerns with the rate of pay that Mr Ferguson has already précised for you. Not only are some of the approaches in the bill not consistent with the Commission decision, they're also not consistent with the existing national employment standards and long-standing industrial relations precedent and practice. The question we are firmly focused on, listening to some of the other submissions this morning, is how this should be implemented, how the Commission's decision should be implemented into the Fair Work Act. Thus, Senators, ACCI supports the legislating 10 days leave, but that's a précis of our concern with some of the approaches taken in the bill, and we'd welcome any questions from committee members.
Good, thank you very much. Senator Little.
Thank you for appearing today. I'd like to first go to Mr Ferguson. You mentioned that your overarching concern is it must be reasonable and able to be complied with. I want to turn attention to the timeline. Is that reasonable and able to be complied with? And what do businesses need to do to ensure they meet those requirements?
Yeah, the initial feedback from industry is that the timeframes are going to be tight and problematic. Some of the concerns that are raised, particularly for employers that don't have the extended implementation date, is that the approach to the entitlement is entirely out of step with existing entitlements in terms of how you calculate it. Now, that's going to necessitate updating payroll systems and so forth. Now, the concern is that that's just not going to be feasible when, you know, a large portion of the country is trying to get their payroll systems updated at the same time. And inevitably, you're going to have to look at potentially practical, you know, manual workarounds in order to calculate this entitlement, which is arduous. And, you know, for some large employers, it won't be an insignificant number of workarounds either. So, you know, ideally, in order to foster compliance, there would be a longer implementation date. And that would be more important if there are amendments to the bill to alter the way the rate of pay is calculated. Because, of course, now people don't know with certainty what the form of entitlement is, so they can't realistically start implementing their systems and so forth. So it is going to be tight. The other issue is that it's a very new type of entitlement and employers aren't inherently comfortable with how to implement it. If I could give you the short point, domestic violence is a startlingly complex issue, and employers are going to need time to understand the various forms it can take and to train their staff on how to deal with it, because the way their staff deal with an employee who seeks the leave is going to be important. And they're going to need to think through issues around confidentiality. It's all well and good to say that it needs to be dealt with confidentially as far as practical, but you need to think through what that means in practice. So there are very real practical issues that need to be thought through for this to be complied with and dealt with in a sensitive and effective way for people who are accessing it. So we would like to see a longer transitional date for the implementation that is proposed, particularly once we know, you know, what the exact form of the final entitlement will be. That'll be important.
I asked this question earlier, but I want to hear it from your perspective. Are there sector characteristics, employer characteristics that mean that people are going to be impacted disproportionately by this legislation? And what are some of the most significant for small business?
Yeah, look, there are, of course, sectorial characteristics that will mean it has a different impact on different employers. You know, the obvious point, and accepted by the Commission, is that the scourge of family domestic violence disproportionately affects women. Now, of course, that means that employers in industries that employ larger cohorts of women will have to grant the entitlement on a much larger scale. Similarly, because the entitlement as framed adopts a different approach to the Commission, and extends entitlement on an upfront basis, it means that employers that have higher turnovers of labour are going to have a much higher exposure to the entitlement. So employers that might have only very short-term engagement, a day or two, will suddenly be potentially granting 10 days leave to a large cohort. Similarly, industries that have larger cohorts of casual employees, because the entitlement extends to casuals, which it's the only paid leave entitlement that extends to casuals, will have a bigger impact on those employers that have larger cohorts of casual employees. Now, these are the sorts of issues that were grappled with by the Commission, and, for example, in the context of whether it should be an upfront entitlement, they agreed AI Group's proposal that it should not be granted upfront, but that an employer should be able to grant it upfront if they choose to, because of the unreasonable impact it would have on some employers. Look, and all of these issues are going to be very real issues for small business employers, of course, if they're making use of predominantly female employees and so forth. But I'm not sure that the size itself is a different issue. But one of the issues is the cost of it is often assessed as not being particularly significant in aggregate terms. Now, putting aside the reliability of the data on that, that is no comfort to a small employer, because the entitlement is realised as an individual claim. If you're that business, you don't see, on average 2-point-something%. You have an employee who accesses 10 days entitlement, potentially after they've accessed their personal carers leave and other entitlements. So it's unhelpful in a employer-funded scheme to focus on the aggregate costs. You need to look at the impact on individuals.
Given that this proposal is talking about at the full rate of pay, and cash flow is obviously really important for businesses and consistency, how do you see a business trying to manage the potential for this leave? And the impact on business?
Well, each business will be different, but the Commission itself, if my recollection is correct, looked at the phasing in of it as an accrued entitlement as a measure that would assist cash flow, particularly at the commencement of the entitlement, where businesses, it's a new entitlement and they won't have made contingencies for it. So, obviously a 10-day entitlement will have an impact on cash flow, and that is magnified where it is a upfront entitlement or entitlement that a significant number of your workforce would potentially be accessing. So cash flow is an issue, and it's going to be a bigger issue, of course, for smaller businesses than for large, because you can't ameliorate it across the whole workforce.
Good, thank you, Senator Little. Senator Waters.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, gents, for joining us. I'm interested in whether you have a view on whether these new entitlements should be available to perpetrators attending behavioural change programs, parenting programs, those sorts of programs to reduce the perpetration of family and domestic violence.
Look, it's an interesting issue. It came up, if my memory is correct, in the first tranche of proceedings before the Fair Work Commission around this. Look, it's difficult to see particular arguments for this entitlement being extended for perpetrators. I think, I'd welcome the opportunity to have a think about whether the bill does that, and it might be that it actually does grant the entitlement to perpetrators in the sense that they're experiencing the violence as well. It is a question that should be carefully considered, because there's little justification for granting a paid entitlement to perpetrators for accessing, some period of leave. But yeah, I'm not sure whether or not the bill actually would. I'd need to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. We'll ask the department about that when they're here later today. Your submission opposes the extended definition of family and domestic violence to include other members of the household. Can you help me to understand your rationale there? Is the violence any less impactful on the workplace if it's happening from a family member as opposed to an intimate partner?
Yeah, violence against anyone, of course, has the capacity to impact on employees. What we're dealing here with is a specific type of violence. And the issue is that when you rope the household in, you're potentially capturing relationships where there is no familial connection, there is no intimate relationship between the parties, and we say that is materially different to family and domestic violence as first conceived of by the Commission in the 2017 decision. In that decision, my recollection is that the Commission expressly rejected the extension of it out, of the entitlement, the unpaid leave entitlement even, to members of a household, because it is materially
But
different.
I don't understand why you think it's different. Why is the impact different on the employee and therefore on the workplace?
Well, because there is no comparable relationship necessarily between the household member who perpetrates the violence and the person who suffers it. It is in some ways analogous to other situations where a person is subject to violence. Of course, it can, it can impact on someone's employment, but we need to draw a line here about which category we're going to grant a special new entitlement to. And we say the appropriate line would be family members and so forth. The other issue is there is no definition of household. So, for example, it would just pick up a boarding house situation potentially where somebody resides under the same roof, but there is no relationship at all between the persons other than that common dwelling. And we say that is different to a situation of family and domestic violence where there are complicated factors around the ability for one partner to coerce, control another, and there are various reasons why a stronger case can be mounted for there being support for that person having leave in order to escape that relationship. It is a different scenario. There is not the same relationship. Does that assist?
Well, I still don't understand your reasoning, and essentially I disagree with your reasoning. So that's fine. I think we'll move on. The definition also currently excludes survivors of sexual violence from someone other than an intimate partner. Would you similarly oppose extending the leave provisions to those employees who've been subject to sexual violence?
Yes, we wouldn't see this as a leave entitlement for employees that have been subject to violence just in any form, be it sexual or otherwise. And that is one of the issues. There are, of course, a raft of very difficult, and that's an understatement, things that employees can suffer. But what this leave should be properly directed at is that family and domestic violence situation rather than every negative experience that employees could suffer, no matter how traumatic they are. And of course, those issues were ventilated in the proceedings where we identified that there are a raft of very difficult things that people can experience. But at the moment, the safety net draws a line around specific things that employers should have to assist employers with. And we don't see that as reasonably being extended to all victims of violence, whatever that might be. It is just, if there is going to be a new entitlement, it should be based on that familial or intimate relationship between the two parties. That's what the case focused on. There was no consideration of broader issues of violence. And the justification for this bill is, in part, that it's giving effect to the extension of the entitlement to some degree articulated by the Commission to the entire federal workforce, or workforce covered by the federal system. So, yet, no, we would not support an extension of the entitlement in that manner.
Okay. And last question from me. You've said in your opening contribution that family and domestic violence is complex. What training do you think your members would benefit from, and in what sort of form, so that they can comply with these new obligations in the timeframe that the bill envisages?
Yeah, I was the advocate in both sets of proceedings before the Fair Work Commission, and in the first set there was a raft of statements and evidence from expert witnesses about the nature of domestic violence, and I think for many people it would be surprising to know all the insidious forms that it can take, as this committee would be well aware of, so financial abuse, emotional abuse, much more than just physical violence. I think when you talk to members, to employers, there is not necessarily a widespread understanding of the various forms that it could take. So training about that issue could be beneficial. The other issue is that employers tell you that they find it challenging to know how to best respond and assist a person that comes to them. They want to be compassionate, but training that assists employer to respond in the best possible way when somebody comes forward would greatly assist. And of course, the assistance that employers can provide and do provide extends well beyond just granting or not granting paid leave. There are other ways that employers can assist. So training that also perhaps identified the various other forms of assistance that people might need, you know, and the importance of confidentiality, those sorts of issues, we think that would be beneficial. And so measures should be looked at in order to how we best develop and communicate that sort of training to industry to underpin this new entitlement.
Thank you, Senator.
Do you have a
Waters.
sense of the, just one quick follow-up, just a sense of the shape and the nature of that sort of training and who would deliver it? Do you have any views on that?
Yeah, there are some training available. I can't recall the detail of it that's available out there, but it might be, you know, that bodies such as employer associations and unions could work on developing training programs that would be appropriate for their members, and measures to assist and coordinate the development of those sorts of programs would be beneficial. Other than that, I'd need to take on notice if you required it, what training is already out there and available. But I know there is some programs.
You don't need to be the one to answer that
No,
question.
I appreciate
All
that.
right,
Thank you
thanks,
very
Chair.
much.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, after considering all the evidence, the Fair Work Commission found that utilisation rate of 10-day paid family domestic violence leave entitlement is likely to be low, which suggests that costs to employers are unlikely to be substantial. Do you agree with the Commission's finding?
Well, I think the finding is necessarily somewhat speculative. It's subjective as to what is low and so forth. But one of the realities is that if you have this new entitlement and awareness of it grows, there is the possibility that it will be accessed more often. Secondly, there are some limitations in the data. I think it's difficult to assess the extent to which employees are already accessing other types of leave when they're experiencing family and domestic violence leave. So you don't know, truthfully, the full extent to which this entitlement's actually going to be utilised. And of course, what is being proposed under the bill is different to what the Commission is dealing with. There's a slightly different definition of family and domestic violence leave, and of course the amount of pay and so forth that people will receive is different to the amount that the Commission looked at. So I think we would need to exercise real caution about assuming that the findings of the Commission about a different scheme to what is being proposed here are anyway reflective of what the impact of this scheme could be. And that's one of the issues. There's been no, as far as I'm aware, regulatory impact statement around the implications of the introduction of this legislation. And so there is really a question mark about how commonly it will be used. But back to my earlier point, in aggregate terms, it might be seen that it's a relatively small number of people that will access it relative to other types of leave, but that is no comfort to the individual employer who has employees accessing it, particularly a small employer who might only employ one or two people and then have somebody disappearing for 10 days of leave. So,
Chair, sorry, can I just jump in here for a second? Sorry, it's a bit easy to us to get forgotten here on the other
Thanks.
the online version.
Thank you very much, Mr. Buckland. That'd be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, Senators, at page 5 and 6 of our written submission, we have a worked example of what replacing a casual employee would mean. I think, our example is a small hotel in which somebody doesn't end up being able to complete their shift due to accessing FDV leave. And the cost of employee A plus their casual loading plus the rates that they would work on the example we've used on a Sunday to give you a worked example, plus the same amount again from the replacement employee, we got to $456.12 for a single shift of a single employee. So to reinforce Mr. Ferguson's point, it's the localised impact rather than washing it out on the aggregate. And we'd very much join his point also that the Commission's finding of low cost was on a model that didn't extend to casual employment, nor at full rates. So it's that finding from the Commission was potentially a very valid one, but it's not a test of what's actually in the bill.
Do you have a quick follow-up?
No, that's all from me.
Thanks, Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you. Thank you both for your evidence today. I'm just wondering, I guess my first question is more at a macro level. You've both expressed concerns about the fact that this bill deviates significant departure from the Fair Work Commission's decision and the approach that the full bench took. Can you give us a bit of a sense of what your concerns are, if this sort of sets a bit of a pattern in relation to other decisions by a Fair Work Commission? I'll start maybe with Mr. Buckland first, and as you are sitting there on remote.
Thank you very much, Senator. It is open to the Parliament to correct a decision of the Commission in relation to the mechanics of the discharge of its operation that's happened over the years, or perhaps an interpretation of a particular section of the Act that wasn't as Parliament or as the government of the day would see it being interpreted. We'd say this is a slightly different species of thing. This is a substantive, almost policy examination of what the law should be in industrial relations, conducted by the independent arbitral body that we empower to do those sorts of things. And as we stress in our submission, following, and Mr. Ferguson's far closer to this than I was, but following a massive amount of evidence, a detailed examination of each of the mechanics of both paid and unpaid leave. And that sort of in-depth independent examination, which incidentally was adversarial in the best use of the word, in that a case was put by the ACTU, there was a response from employers, and that process properly examined the issues at hand. That sort of rigorous examination should not lightly be departed from, particularly where it's a standard setting, or what we would have called in a previous generation a test case type approach. And we think it's a worrying precedent to ask the Commission to set standards and then materially depart from them in legislation in the area of employment standards. So we would need to ask questions about whether whether we have a statutory system or an arbitral system, really. And it means you need to ask some questions about what's in one and what's in the other. So it's quite a big sort of mechanical question. But we think in this case, the more important point is that the Commission really examined the evidence and made a fair and practical decision. And with that, I'll hand over to Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you.
Oh, well, just to reiterate, of course the legislature can override, but it wouldn't be wise or fair. I mean, to give you some perspective, although there was a high-level contest about whether there should be a paid leave entitlement, much of the proceedings and the detailed submissions went to arguments over the mechanics of how it would work and how it would work in practice in the context of awards and existing arrangements. And you can see from the decision that there was a very carefully struck and balanced decision that tried to deal with some of those issues to ensure that there aren't unintended or unworkable consequences. And really, we think that the Commission has laid out a very clear framework for the establishment of an entitlement that will work in the context of the workplace relations system. And the finalisation of those proceedings have only really been adjourned because of the conduct of this process. And of course, that is what occurred in relation to the development of unpaid leave. You know, there was a contest around how that should work, and then there was a decision and ultimately proceedings involving conciliation where parties like AI Group played a constructive role in making sure that it would actually work. The clause was then picked up and largely formed the basis for the legislative amendment. Now, that's a sound course of action. What we've had here is a bill that looks in various ways to just ignore the outcome of the independent umpire and just reinstate elements of the claim that was rejected, and specifically rejected in some senses because it was unreasonable or that it would be practically problematic. And none of those issues are going to be ventilated. And there's a very real concern that once it goes into legislation, we're going to get questions from employers, how do I calculate this rate of pay? and there is no answer that would suggest it was workable. So we would say that it would be prudent to follow the careful reasoning of the full bench.
Yeah. And do you think then, would it give you some comfort if there was a legislated review, if there was a review period included in that?
It would, of course, be beneficial for there to be a review to see how things are working. The legislation shouldn't be implemented with a sort of set and forget approach, but that doesn't really overcome the glaring problems that were canvassed and dealt with by the full bench. It would be better that we had an entitlement that was workable from the get-go, because compliance with workplace relations laws in and of itself is important.
That's a good segue to my next question. So in your submission to the Fair Work Commission, Ms Ferguson, you said that the introduction of a domestic violence leave, family domestic violence leave in the modern award system will, quote, likely stymie enterprise-level developments achieved through bargaining. And I'll get a response from both on this. Can you elaborate on that and what impact you think this will have on enterprise bargaining?
Yeah, look, the reality is employers have been bargaining over family and domestic violence leave entitlements. It has been a widespread and commonly adopted agenda from unions, and if you look at agreements, you can see an increasing trend towards it. Now, it is beneficial for this to be dealt with in enterprise bargaining because employers have different capacities to assist employees experiencing family and domestic violence leave, and it is, helpful for those capacities to be reflective of what the terms, the benefits they extend actually are. So you can do that through bargaining. I think the risk is, if you deal with it in a centralised way, I've spent a long time working with employers, people will say, that's the entitlement, that's what I'm doing, and not necessarily seek to bargain over that issue. That is all they will do. It is better to be left to the enterprise level, so smaller employers can deal with it differently to larger employers that might be able to take a more compassionate approach.
Mr Bucklam, do you share the same concern?
We would certainly say that were you to create an entitlement of the breadth of separate issues that are in the bill, there would become very little space to bargain. That this is a level of prescription and requirement that will require the retooling, as Mr Ferguson's indicated, of payroll systems. It'll also, incidentally, to go to some of the questions before about notice, it will also require policies and a level of line manager training to get the confidentiality and sensitivity right, is another element supporting an adjustment period. But this is of such breadth and prescription that it is likely to dampen any further bargaining in this area in all bar a few enterprises. And that would be one of the consequences of legislating in this way.
A final one. To you, Mr Bucklam, you gave a very good example in your report, and you've referred to it in your submission this morning, about the hospitality industry scenario. I guess there'll be lots of different scenarios that you could bring to us. I mean, the other one would be around a business that is in the service industry where there's clients that might need to be turned away because of the period of that leave. So the cost, particularly for small businesses, can be quite significant. If you're needing to defer clients, put them away, and come back to them at a later time, so you're incurring the cost of obviously paying the leave, but then also the lost income as well. So would you be advocating for, particularly for small businesses, an independent, maybe government administered or Centrelink provided system in the same way that we've already got the paid parental leave scheme to provide that support, particularly for those small and medium enterprises? Oh, we've lost your audio.
Sorry, I leant against my port. Sorry about that. Certainly, going right back to the start of this, that would be the superior policy mechanism than either the award system or the NES, or indeed bargaining would be a government-funded or a community responsibility type scheme. The question is, having embarked on this nexus to work and paid parental leave, how far it might extend or where the government scheme potentially comes back into consideration. So we've indicated we don't oppose 10 days paid leave consistent with the Commission's decision. Now, of preference would be for that to be provided by a community-wide scheme akin to paid parental leave, as you say. Secondary to that, and probably more realistically given the previous codification of the decision, would be for the government's role to come in for the casual employees in particular, for whom the paid leave has been found to be, as the Commission indicated, if I can just find the exact wording, and we traverse an exchange between the Vice President of the Commission and the ACTU's Council, which indicates the impracticality in that area. And the Commission itself talks about operational difficulties being pronounced for casual employees and it representing a significant extension to the safety net. So that's where we come back to saying that's where a government-funded scheme could come in and be the practical solution to the application of this to employees who shouldn't properly or practically be paid leave with a capital P and a capital L. Let me just conclude by saying this. It's not an area of my direct expertise, but I understand there have been measures in the domestic violence community sector area to expedite payments to those who need them urgently, and even to some ability for monies to flow from frontline services. So were there to be, as we've commended it to the committee and the Parliament, were there to be a government-funded scheme for casuals, we would support everything being done to expedite those payments and not put people to too much of a bureaucratic impost to get the money they need. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Good, thanks very much. I just have one question before I go to Senator Grogan. Mr. Barklam, back in 2016, ACCI provided an estimate to the Fair Work Commission that claimed that the entitlement of family domestic violence leave would cost employers $205 million a year. That estimate was based on an assumption that 25% of female workers and 10% of male workers would assess the entitlement each year and every year. Now, I see you haven't referenced that figure in your submission to this inquiry. Is that an acknowledgement that the figure was clearly either misleading or incorrect?
Thank you, Senator. It's probably, to be frank and direct, different people passing through ownership of the case and the materials and placing a different emphasis in different places. I'd have to take on notice whether that was a figure we would still rely upon. I know there's been a significant traversing of the cost, but our primary point remains the aggregate cost is not the point. It's the particular impact where the cost is incurred is by far the more important point to look at. That's not a reason not to do it, but it's a reason to be aware of the particular costs in small businesses. Because one certainty we would have is, notwithstanding the absolutely unacceptable breadth of domestic violence across our society, most employers won't encounter claims for this leave. So the aggregate becomes perhaps not the most important figure for us to be looking at.
Thank you, Mr. Barklam. Just to on this question of the figures, rather than the $205 million a year that ACCI was proposing in 2016, Professor Alan Duncan in the 2021 Fair Work Commission case put that costs to employers would range from 13.1 to 34.3 million per annum, including casuals, and that was accepted by the Fair Work Commission as robust. Are you aware of that part of the decision?
Look, we are, but as I say...
Thank you, Mr. Barklam. Senator Grogan.
Senator, sorry, I was just, pardon me, Chair, I was just partway through completing my answer. Just, as I say, to emphasise once again, thank you. Just to emphasise once again, it's not the aggregated assessment upon which we place primary value. And I'd just point out you have Mr Ferguson with you, who attended each of the hearings of the case and saw that evidence from the professor taken in detail. He may have something to add. Thank you, Chair.
Well, I'd have to clarify. I'm fairly sure that the evidence of Professor Duncan did not assess an entitlement that would have operated in the same way that the bills entitlement would have operated. So we'd need to express some caution around the extent to which it's a measure of the impact of the cost of this bill.
Thank you, Mr Ferguson. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. The Fair Work Commission's review found that employers are already paying the cost of domestic violence leave through absenteeism, lost productivity, and in some of our conversations earlier today, the issue of the fact that this may well be a very good retention mechanism. So the idea that the paid family and domestic violence leave would actually assist in reducing the overall cost to business. Do you agree with that element of the Commission's findings? Mr Barker?
Thank you, Senator. Well, these are not absolutely black and white issues. So certainly for a number of employers, retaining skilled and experienced employees is a paramount consideration, particularly in the current labour market.
And so this bill this move to enshrine the domestic violence leave would be of assistance?
Well, it would be of assistance in some circumstances, absolutely. But in others, it's the combination of supportive frontline services, law enforcement and the like, which would facilitate continuity in work. So we wouldn't want to overplay, I think, the extent to which leave alone was a retention measure. But that doesn't take you necessarily into a lot of the more casual or intermittent type employment that this bill would extend you to. And that wasn't one of the findings of the Commission, as we've indicated, because they didn't hand it down that way. The idea of reducing the cost, I think, the cost is as we've run through, and we've given you a very practical example, but what the measures in the bill cannot do is reduce some of the impracticalities, fundamental impracticalities on rates of pay, the approach taken to rates of pay, the approach taken to upfront rather than accruing, and extending it to casuals, all of which were not applied by the Commission due to being found to being impractical and unmerited.
Well, I guess we're going to have to disagree on that, because we do believe that there is significant merit in supporting people who are experienced family and domestic violence. And I think when we come to casuals, surely they're an essential part of a small business used to cover you through challenging times or times when you've got extra work on or where there's intermittency. So I'm not quite grasping why you don't believe that they would be entitled or that they should deserve any support.
Sorry, I need to jump in there. We believe they should be met or supported through a government-funded scheme. We're readily accessible to provide them with the same options that domestic violence leave is designed to provide. But for many casuals, there is not an expectation of ongoing employment. So the idea of retention being a specific asset to the business doesn't hold as readily or cannot be assumed as widely as it might be for other employment.
But neither then can it be overlooked, in the sense if you're changing your casuals all the time, that does have an impact. So retention is still an issue with casuals. But just to move on from there, because I'm pretty confident we're not going to land an agreed point. In terms of the kind of support, the government has committed to a support package. What kind of supports are going to actually assist business?
Thank you for that question. So distinct from funding support, which we say is how you make the casuals happen, we think this is really very, very interesting. Put aside all the leave, etc., just very human situations. Frontline managers, small business people are going to encounter some of the most difficult social situations that even highly trained social workers and experts, these find very, very difficult day to day. So we think there'll need to be a lot of clarity for employers on where to refer people in particular, and a common and supported approach. And we're looking forward to sitting down with the government, with our trade union colleagues and other employer colleagues to make sure there's sort of a one-stop, very clear materials and referrals for people who encounter domestic violence and are accessing this leave. The other support which will be needed will be things like internal policies, I think confidentiality's already been somewhat ventilated, but one of the things that's going to happen here is that this will be more widely used than it has been in the past. So more workplaces are going to need to ensure confidentiality. So there's a significant amount of work to be done, but Mr. Ferguson pointed directly before to the extent to which we have actually been able to work cooperatively between employers and between unions. Once the big decisions have been taken, that's the lesson of the 2 stages of this case over until now. I have complete confidence that once this legislation is resolved in whatever terms, we will work cooperatively again to provide the practical supports that are necessary in workplaces.
Senator Grogan, Mr Ferguson's indicating he'd like to add to that question.
Only to echo the comments really where Mr Barclay got to, in the sense that I think there is scope for cooperation between groups to develop material that would be readily digestible and helpful to industry. And to just echo the point, I think it is needed because of the complexity of the issues that we're talking about and the lack of awareness of some of these issues by employers. It should be a priority.
Thank you, Mr Ferguson.
One point in there, of course, is that there is already 5 unpaid days. So employers will have already had to consider this and think about this. Appreciate that it's extending, and it will obviously further information and support will be required. But small businesses particularly have always appeared to take quite a common sense approach to this and apply those principles to looking after their employees, who are such a critical part of their business. So, yeah, sorry, please.
Yeah, I don't think we actually know a great deal about the extent to which the unpaid leave entitlement was utilised, and the Commission itself has identified that, of course, a paid leave entitlement might be used more readily. You know, I can certainly echo from 20 years of experience assisting employers that many, when confronted with it, take a compassionate approach. But when we're dealing with a paid leave entitlement that has specific obligations, we need to be quite precise. Employers need to be able to be quite precise about who is experiencing domestic violence leave and when the entitlement would be payable. So there is a need for more rigour than in the context of an unpaid leave entitlement, which, you know, to be...
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
But it's not coming off a standing start, I guess is my point.
Thank you, Senator Grogan. I'd like to thank the witnesses for your evidence. It'll be a great deal of assistance to the committee in its deliberations, and if you've taken any matters on notice, if you could reply by the 25th of August, that would be of great deal of assistance to the committee. We'll now adjourn until 11 o'clock. I now welcome in person and via video conference representatives from the Australian Services Union who are here in person, and the Australian Council of Trade Unions by video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Chair. I'm Erin Keogh, Assistant Director of Campaigns for the Australian Council of Trade Unions.
Thank you.
Natalie Lang, Branch Secretary of the Australian Services Union, New South Wales and ACT Services Branch.
Thank you.
Samantha Parker, Organiser at the Australian Services Union, New South Wales ACT Branch.
Good, thanks very much. I now invite you each to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the committee for providing us with the opportunity to appear today. The ACTU and the union movement more broadly is deeply proud and honoured to support the introduction of the Paid Family and Domestic Violence Leave Bill. Family and domestic violence is a crisis affecting all Australians. A staggering 3.4 million people have experienced violence at the hands of a family member or partner since the age of 15. And tragically, 1 woman is killed each week by a current or former partner. This bill will allow workers affected by family and domestic violence to no longer have to choose between their safety and their livelihoods. The entitlement will remove a significant barrier to those workers being able to access services, get medical or legal assistance, and in some cases, escape the violent relationship itself. The union movement has been fighting for this life-saving entitlement for over a decade. Unions, in particular the ASU and others, have spent a decade campaigning for and winning family and domestic violence leave through enterprise agreements. That hard work of union members has seen significant results. The first ever paid family and domestic violence leave was introduced in an enterprise agreement by workers and the ASU in the Surf Coast Shire in 2010. And since that time, the number of enterprise agreements, including paid family and domestic violence leave, has grown considerably. There are now 6,000 employers, including state and territory governments, who provide this right to over 1.2 million workers through those Union 1 collective agreements. But too many workers are still missing out on this crucial entitlement. And it's for that reason that the union movement has campaigned for universal access to paid family and domestic violence leave. The union members who provide the frontline services for those experiencing FDV, like FDB support workers, paramedics, nurses and teachers, all know the significant financial resources, time and workplace supports needed to escape or be safe from FDV. These union members also unfortunately know too well how many victim survivors, primarily women, are not able to access those supports at the moment without putting their jobs at risk or risking big significant gaps in their take-home pay. And it's for that reason that this bill is so crucial. We've seen paid FDV leave operating in enterprise agreements very successfully for over a decade. And we know what a difference that makes, but it cannot be that only 1.2 million workers out of the 11 million Australians have access to this life-saving right. It must be universal. And it's for that reason we encourage the committees to support the passing of the bill. I'll now pass over to the ASU.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Natalie Lang and I'm the Branch Secretary of the Australian Services Union in New South Wales and the ACT. We represent workers employed by small and large businesses, multinational corporations and also sole traders working in the industries of airlines, shipping, travel and information technology, in water and transport utilities, and social, community and disability services, delivering essential frontline services on behalf of local, state and federal governments. Of relevance to this inquiry, we represent workers and service providers in child protection, women's and family violence and prevention services. Since 2010, we've had a proud and successful history of working with workers, managers and employers to incorporate paid family and domestic violence leave entitlements and related supports in workplaces across all industries. And I would note that some of the supports that we have developed have actually been the recipients of Safe Work New South Wales Award for the support for workplaces to be able to implement these provisions and respond appropriately. In 2015, our Women's Services Subdivision formed the We Won't Wait campaign to call for the inclusion of 10 days paid family and domestic violence leave in the National Employment Standards as a universal entitlement. This is because, as frontline family violence practitioners, workers like Samantha saw firsthand the difference that access to paid family leave entitlement had on the journey that women, children and men that they support. Family violence is a complex issue, and the system and services that those experiencing family violence must navigate is equally complex. Our members found that it takes on average $18,000 and 141 hours to safely leave violence. This is why access to at least 10 days paid family and domestic violence leave is so essential. A worker's right to safety cannot be dependent on who her employer is. I'm joined today by Ms Samantha Parker, organiser, who has over 20 years' experience working directly as a frontline women's service worker.
Thank you. I have worked in the community services sector for over 20 years and have spent most of that time supporting women who have experienced domestic and family violence. I spent the last 8 years working in the sector as a court advocacy worker, supporting women attending court for domestic violence matters. I've worked with women who have had access to domestic and family violence leave, who have been able to flee their homes immediately and seek safety at a women's refuge knowing their job is safe. I've also worked with women who have lost their jobs because of domestic violence. One of these women had worked for her employer for over 20 years. She had won awards as a salesperson and she loved her work. She found herself in a relationship that was abusive and sought assistance from police. She had an AVO for her protection, but her ex-partner went to her workplace anyway in breach of that order and chased her through the store. Her employer rang her the next day and told her she no longer had a job because her personal life had interfered with her work life. It is my considered opinion this would not have been the outcome if she had had access to paid domestic and family violence leave. Paid domestic and family violence leave allows women the opportunity to leave abusive relationships safely. Thank you.
We strongly support the tabled legislation being passed in its entirety. Of particular importance are the following elements: that the quantum is 10 days, that part-time workers receive the full quantum entitlement, the leave entitlement is paid for casual workers, the rate of pay is the actual expected earning of the worker for that period, and that the entitlement is available upfront for all workers and not accrued progressively. It is essential that all of these elements are included in the legislation for the legislation to achieve the goal of ensuring that workers experiencing family and domestic violence can connect with services such as those provided by Sam and her colleagues. We thank you for the opportunity to address the inquiry today, and we welcome any questions.
Good, thank you. Senator Waters.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you so very much to the ASU and the ACTU, not just for being here for today, but for the work that you've done to lead to this outcome. And full disclosure, I'm a proud, long ASU member, obviously the Queensland Division. I'm interested, in fact, it was the Australian Council of ACCI, the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, who made an interesting reference to the fact that frontline services also needed to be part of the story, and that family and domestic violence leave was not enough on its own. I strongly agree with that, and Ms. Parker, thank you for your work that you've done over decades to support women fleeing violence. I'm interested in whether or not either of the unions will now join the campaign for increased funding for frontline services doing family and domestic violence support and prevention work. Is that going to become part of the campaign, and should that be something that the government funds in upcoming budgets?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Senator. We are actively campaigning all the time for increased funding to women's services. Unfortunately, we do still have a situation where far too often women seeking the support of women's services are turned away because they're at capacity. There are a number of issues with that. Absolutely, one of those is about the quantum of funding in a stable, long-term way that is provided to frontline services. We are strongly of the view that these services should be provided by feminist-led organisations, non-government organisations, where their ability to advocate not just for individuals but for systemic change and policy reform is protected and indeed supported and part of what is funded to be undertaken by those organisations. That being said, it is those very workers who started the We Won't Wait campaign for 10 days paid family violence leave because, and indeed it was Samantha, who was the chair of the Women's Services subdivision at the time, who commenced those calls, based on their experience of seeing women who had been able to connect with women's services. Perhaps it was the Domestic Violence Court Advocacy Service or with the local domestic violence service to be able to undertake safety planning, which is a time-consuming and essential undertaking for women to be able to leave violence, because as we know, often it is at the time of leaving violence that is the most dangerous time for the woman who is experiencing, as a victim survivor, that violence. Unfortunately, we do see far too often women who are connected with services becoming disconnected from those services and unable to continue through with the supports that are available because of not having paid leave from their work. We have seen circumstances where women have been in the safe room at the courthouse being supported by Samantha and her colleagues, and they have their employer on the phone telling them they've exhausted their leave entitlements and they need to return to work or they won't have a job. These are not hypothetical situations. These are lived experience that led to the ASU Women's Services subdivision commencing the calls for this to be a universal legislated entitlement, because we have seen that where workers do have access to paid family and domestic violence leave, they are more able to engage with services and take part in those undertakings, including refuge accommodation and safety planning. When they don't have paid leave, they often can't attend those appointments, make safe arrangements for children, and also non-attendance at work, where that causes a disruption to the income. And when I say disruption, I don't just mean not having an income. I mean an income that is not consistent with what they would have received had they been at work, can actually be a red flag to the perpetrator, because we know that those experiencing family violence are also often experiencing many forms of family violence, not just physical violence, which can include financial control and monitoring. And where the perpetrator sees a disruption in the victim survivor's bank account, which is not consistent with the earnings that the perpetrator was expecting their partner to have, that can be a red flag to the perpetrator that the woman is perhaps engaging with services, accessing leave, preparing to leave violence, or even worse, we have had circumstances where that has prompted the perpetrator to believe that their partner may be having an affair. I believe you were at work. Why are your earnings interrupted? Who are you seeing? Who is he? And that can lead to massive escalations of the violence, even domestic homicide, and also put workplaces at risk, because as Samantha has recalled, we have had circumstances where the perpetrator has then assumed that it's occurring at work and has gone to the workplace, putting all those other workers at risk.
Indeed, and it's often the woman that then bears the consequences of that, both in the workplace and the non-work environment. Can I come to some features of the bill that the ACTU proposed that the Fair Work Commission didn't adopt, but this bill nonetheless, with great pleasure, includes? And I mean by that the application to casuals, the broader definition of family and domestic violence, and the removal of the need to accrue time before the entitlement becomes available to you. Perhaps Ms. Erin, sorry, what's your last name? Ms. Keogh, you could talk to why those provisions belong in the bill and should stay there.
I think, firstly, it's worth recognising that there are significant improvements in the bill from what was provisionally proposed by the Fair Work Commission, and that's reflective of the broader mandate of Parliament to provide more broad-reaching and extensive solutions to what is a deeply rooted and complex problem in our system. In relation to the particular points you've raised, just starting off with casuals, for example, it's worth noting that the Fair Work Commission decision did not directly oppose the inclusion of casuals in the entitlement. It instead outlined a series of concerns about the complexity for determining how the entitlement would apply to casuals. We say the bill has resolved that very clearly with a simple and clear methodology for the calculation of the casual entitlement. So we would say there's no direct conflict. But another important point that I'll hand over to the ASU to expand on in relation to casuals is that casual employees are often the most vulnerable category of employees. They are on lower incomes, they have insecure hours, and they are more predominantly women. And so this is a category of employee who is perhaps in some of the starkest need of that support service. So just one example of the departure from the Fair Work Commission is that matter, and I'll hand over to the ASU for anything supplementary.
Thank you, Erin. I'd also like to add that of particular importance to us is that the full quantum is available to part-timers and there is a paid entitlement for casual workers. Firstly, we have never seen a circumstance where a perpetrator of violence has prorated the amount of violence that they inflict on their partner based on how many hours she works. We know that women experiencing family violence are disproportionately employed in insecure work, such as part-time work or casual work. And that's often a direct result of the violence that they have been experiencing that may have been escalating over the course of the relationship. So due to injuries, often if the perpetrator inflicts an injury that may be visible on the face or the neck, then the victim survivor will take time off work because they'll be trying to hide those injuries. Where there is a risk to the safety of children, and we gave some evidence about this in our submission to the inquiry, often the victim survivor will be taking time off work to be able to ensure the safety and care of their children. So we see that there's a pattern of disruption in work history that can occur for those who are experiencing domestic and family violence, which leads them to often be disproportionately employed in insecure work and therefore also in the most vulnerable category in terms of having financial independence and security. I think it's also worth noting that often for those who are experiencing family violence, the workplace is one of the only places that they do feel safe and respected. And it can also often be one of the only places that they're able to make access with services, where they have access to a telephone or a computer that's not being monitored by the perpetrator, to be able to reach out and connect with services. So cutting off their ability to be at work in a paid way can actually really impede their ability to connect with services and to make a safe escape or passage.
Thank you. Just a couple of extra quick questions before I run out of time.
A quick question, Senator Waters, but yes,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
All right. I'll put some others in on notice. Does the union, either of you, have a view on perpetrators being eligible for the leave provision, to attend behaviour change programs or parenting programs or what have you, and whether or not any restrictions should apply to that eligibility, like a proof of not reaching a DVO or any other sorts of potential restrictions?
I would say that in its current format, the bill is intentionally designed to provide support services to those people who are the victim survivors of family and domestic violence, very intentionally. As the ASU have said, what this bill does is twofold. Number one, it provides the mechanism for those people to access the supports and services that will be so crucial to their safety or escaping the violent situation. But secondly, what it does is allow for continuity of employment, which research has shown can directly reduce the recurrence rate of family and domestic violence. Where a woman has confidence that there is a job to return to that will provide ongoing secure work, and she has options that are provided by that ongoing secured employment, it will reduce the rate of recurrence of family and domestic violence for that woman. If the ASU has anything to add, though.
Yeah, being able to demonstrate the security of your employment, I mean, anyone in the room who's had to fill out a rental application and you're asked to provide pay slips and bank statements are evidence that you have an ongoing income, it is often those undertakings that we can overlook that are so essential for women to be able to say, I do have job security, I'm accessing my leave, I know that I have my job to go back to after my leave, and I can demonstrate that I have employment so that I can get a rental property, so that I can physically leave the violence. I'd also suggest that my members often report to me that after the victim survivor has left the violent relationship, that the perpetrator of violence will use other mechanisms to drag out the control that they exert over the victim survivor. So that can be dragging out court appearances and court hearings. And so really the bill as it's proposed, I think appropriately ensures that there is adequate time for victim survivors to be able to connect with those services and undertakings.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. My question is around the evidence that suggests that some employees may be too afraid or too ashamed to come forward and seek paid family domestic violence leave. What is your experience of that in workplaces?
Just to start us off, I think it's really important to highlight the degree to which FDV leave arrangements have already been successfully adopted across the country. As I said, we have over 6,000 employers who've adopted paid FDV leave entitlement, including large employers like state governments. And that covers already approximately 1.2 million workers, and those arrangements have been successful. But what we would also say is that there is a real need for the Commonwealth Government to provide an education and training campaign that is designed and implemented with employer representatives and the trade union movement's engagement to ensure that the education and training that will give people confidence about accessing these entitlements is very comprehensive. But I'll hand over to the ASU if they've got anything to add to that.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the question. It's hard jumping between screens and in real life, but it's exciting to be in real life. Certainly we do see quite often those who are experiencing family violence will access other leave entitlements prior to requesting access to paid family and domestic violence leave, but it's really important that they aren't required to access other leave entitlements prior to accessing paid family and domestic violence leave. And that's because of often the escalating nature of family violence. So what might start with a medical appointment where appropriately somebody would be accessing sick leave or accessing carers leave to care for a child, the violence can escalate. And then when we get to the point where we're making safety plans for the safe ability to leave violence and to connect with services, that's often when those who are living with violence will start to access paid family and domestic violence leave. One of the things, though, that we're really excited about around this bill and the possibility here is about the social change, though, that will come in workplaces. Workplaces are a fundamental influencer of community attitudes to so many things. It is, as we said, often the only place that somebody living with violence feels safe and feels respected. We reinforce that message as we have better communication and awareness about the paid family and domestic violence leave entitlement. We legitimise the experience. Often the most important way in which we have a trauma-informed response is to give the message that we believe you. And having paid family and domestic violence leave as a right, as an entitlement, says, we believe you. We know that this is an issue and you are safe and you are valued and you are supported. We also know that perpetrators are in workplaces. So this is an important primary prevention mechanism whereby workplaces get to make it very clear that we don't support domestic violence, that we don't condone domestic violence and we don't condone disrespect. So I don't think we can understate the important societal change that will come about this. We know unequivocally family and domestic violence is a workplace issue. It does spill into workplaces. When a woman leaves violence, often the perpetrator will know the only place that they can locate her, if she has access to refuge, for example, will be at the workplace, and they will turn up at the workplace, and the violence will spill into the workplace. And the financial monitoring and the threats and the intimidation and the stalking can spill into the workplace. We must have a workplace response.
Absolutely. Sorry, go for it.
I just wanted to quickly add to my experience has been that women who do have access to paid domestic and family violence leave feel safer talking to their employer. The fact that the leave is there means that they know that it is safe for them to disclose and that that the responses they get are appropriate. It's a terrible thing for a woman to disclose that she's experienced violence and then she's not believed, or whoever's received that disclosure doesn't know how to respond. And by having the leave there, employers are already informed to a degree that people might talk to them about this violence.
That's a great segue to my quick follow-up question. So what are some practical steps that employers can take to encourage people to access family domestic violence leave to ensure that they've got, their privacy intact and that confidentiality, but also providing a safe and supportive environment?
Firstly, I'd like to note that there are already some really fantastic resources that are widely available to inform employers and to inform workplaces, to inform managers and also inform union delegates. So first off, the Human Rights Commission does have some resources available about confidentiality, about how you use the opportunities for primary prevention discussion, including information in induction of all new employees, and training and awareness mechanisms. So the Human Rights Commission's resources, I think, are really a great starting place. Safe Work Australia also has a fact sheet on responding to family and domestic violence as a workplace issue, which I think is another fantastic resource. The Fair Work Ombudsman has resources available. Also, the Australian Services Union, we're uniquely placed as a union, which means industrial relations is our area of expertise, but we're the Women's Services Union. And so our members as frontline family violence practitioners collaborated. It's culturally aware resources that we have developed because, of course, we represent very diverse services. And we've developed 2 resources that are widely available and freely available to any employers who would like to access them, or managers or workers or delegates. The first is a kit on a workplace guide to preventing and responding to domestic violence. So it talks about issues about maintaining confidentiality, how to do that, simply how to make sure that you have safe and appropriate information to provide in the event of a disclosure in the workplace. We also had developed during the COVID lockdown, and we grappled with work from home being a far more dominant feature of many workers' experience, that we did see increases reported from frontline services of escalating violence or increased instances of violence for women who were working from home with the perpetrator. And also, how then does an employer appropriately identify and respond where their employee might be being subjected to family violence in the home in a work from home situation. So we developed the Working from Home Isn't Safe When Home Isn't Safe guide, and I would commend this. I'm happy to hand it up to the committee as documentation if it may assist the committee's deliberations. I would note though that this resource has been widely applauded as being quite expert, very easy to interact with. It was actually launched by the New South Wales Attorney General, and it is the recipient of the Safe Work New South Wales Award. So we're very happy to make those available to the committee, and we think that there are very considerable resources. I'd also add that often when somebody who's experiencing family violence makes a disclosure, that might be the only time that they make a disclosure. And I know that this happens at workplaces because I'm a union official who was always in workplaces. And I have had the example where I went to a workplace, I talked about domestic and family violence leave, the campaign, and at the end of my presentation, a worker came up to me and said, I have been living with violence for 10 years and the perpetrator drops me off at work every day and picks me up every day. I have never had access to this conversation. And we were able to immediately step into a corridor, make contact with the women's service and put a plan in place. So this is a fantastic opportunity to be connecting victim survivors with services to be able to make those safety plans for them and for their children.
Thank you.
Good, thanks very much. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your time and your submissions, and I acknowledge the important work that you do in supporting victim survivors. Now, you do state that, rightly, very rightly, that no worker should be forced to choose between the safety of themselves and their children or their job. Can you help us? This provision that this bill provides obviously supports those that are employed within a business. What about those that employ themselves, sole traders?
So we actually represent hundreds of sole traders, my branch of the union, particularly those working in the National Disability Insurance Scheme, where that's becoming a more dominant feature of the workforce. And I have actually had discussion with some of our members working as sole traders. So sole traders already account for their own superannuation and other leave entitlements. So being able to factor that into how they do their work, that's a good thing. I'd also note that sole traders have much greater flexibility about how they access their own leave and how they record that. The great thing about paid family and domestic violence leave is it's available should you wish to take it up. But it's not like it's a requirement that if you're experiencing family and domestic violence and you want to suddenly access an apprehended violence order or a domestic violence order, depending on what jurisdiction you're in, it has a different name. It's not like you're suddenly ineligible to access a protection order because you haven't been using your paid family and domestic violence leave. So it is at the discretion of the worker, whether that worker is an employee or a sole trader, as to whether they will access this leave entitlement. But just like sole traders account for other leave entitlements and their own superannuation, they have the ability to do that.
And if I can just supplement that by just confirming the one of the intentions of this bill is to ensure that the continuity of employment remains. And that's not a matter that is in question for a sole trader. It is very much in question for an employee. If an employee who is a part-timer or a casual, for example, accesses those services, there is a very high risk that at that point the employment relationship ends. And at that point, the employee no longer gets the shifts that they were going to get. They're viewed by their employer because of misunderstanding and lack of communication as being unavailable. And the employment relationship ceases at that point, which is a significant risk factor for that woman in terms of her capacity to respond to and deal with the family and domestic violence that she's experiencing. And so I think it's an important point to keep central is that this is about accessing services. It is also about continuing employment to ensure a person can go on with their lives and successfully live safely.
So if I take your point that sole traders have factored in their other entitlements, then how do you explain then for casual workers who are paid a loading that this isn't considered as part of that?
Sorry, I'll just correct. I didn't suggest that they have factored in, that they do factor in and they can extend factoring in paid family violence leave. Sole traders can do that. Casual workers don't have the same ability to say, well, I'm going to now increase my casual loading to this amount to factor in paid family and domestic violence leave. But if I can come back to the whole point of paid family and domestic violence leave, is this is about ensuring that workers have the ability to connect with services without disruption to their income. I'll once again state the point that I made earlier, which is those who are living with violence are often being financially monitored. If the perpetrator is of the view that their partner was going to work, but the partner was actually accessing leave to instead connect with a worker like Sam and her colleagues, to make a safety plan, to access a refuge, to set up a bank account, to seek new accommodation, and those things take time, and the perpetrator looks in the bank account and says, I thought you were at work and the income that I was expecting to see there isn't there, that woman's life is in danger. And that's what is absolutely unacceptable and must be a threshold issue that is delivered by the legislation that's currently being considered.
And we've heard evidence from small businesses that this leave will this provision will disproportionately affect those running small businesses. What can you help the committee with on understanding that issue?
Just to start us off, and then I'll hand over to the ASU. What we know and we hear from small business all the time is that their relationship with their employees is already very personal and intimate, and they already provide these leave entitlements to their employees because they are a small, tight-knit, close community. And that's reflected by the data of enterprise agreements that provide paid family and domestic violence leave. 1/3 of those are enterprise agreements of small businesses. And so the existence of those relationships already and those entitlements already is there. We know that the legislation provides, the proposed legislation, provides an extended period in which business have to prepare and adjust for the access to the entitlement. And then the last point I will make is that the cost-benefit analysis is true at every level, macro or micro. If a small business employee is experiencing FDV at the moment, that business is experiencing damage and loss as a result. Lost productivity, the employee's absenteeism, perhaps the employee having to scramble and access other kinds of leaves at very short notice. So the business is experiencing the impact of that FDV already. The cost savings analysis works at an individual level as well as at a large level by providing that employee with the ability for a clear, pre-arranged period of time to go and get the service support that they need. That will help the business as well as help the employee, in our view. I'll hand over to the ASU if they've got anything to add.
Thanks, Sarah, and I completely agree and echo all of the comments that the ACTU have made there. I'd add as well that there is a disproportionate cost already imposed on small business by not having paid family and domestic violence leave. Where workers become disconnected from their employment, the cost of recruitment, interview, checking referees, onboarding, training, losing an experienced worker who is working at a high capacity, needing to bring in a new worker who doesn't have the same capacity level through experience. Those are absolute costs that are already borne by all businesses, especially small businesses. So I just think it's really important we don't think about this as there is a cost associated with paid family violence leave, but there's a freebie in not having paid family violence leave. I would suggest very strongly that the cost of not having paid family violence leave is far greater.
Good, thank you very much. To Senator Grogan.
Thank you very much, Chair. Now, we've heard a bit already today that the government bill that's been put forward actually departs from the Fair Work Commission's decision in some sort of key aspects, one of which is the issue of casuals. Can you just highlight for us why do casuals need access to this leave, given it's not the normal structure for leave provisions, and how will it actually work in practice for casuals who don't get a written roster?
As I've said, the application of this entitlement as a universal entitlement is crucial. Family and domestic violence is something experienced by all kinds of Australians across all categories of work, but in particular, we commend this bill for applying itself to casuals because casual employees are representative of a group who are particularly vulnerable, people who are on lower incomes, people who have less security, and people who are predominantly women. In terms of how the entitlement will actually work where a roster does not exist, it's true that casual engagement is individual and ad hoc, but that does not mean that the arrangement is not made in advance. Casual shifts are not offered and accepted at the time of the shift. You don't accept a 9 o'clock shift at 9 o'clock. Those arrangements are made in advance to ensure that the work gets done. And so the bill proposed provides a very simple and direct way of establishing what the projected roster of a casual employee. It is based on whether the offer of the shift is made and whether that shift is accepted. So whether there is an offer and an acceptance. And this is reflective of industry practice. Across every industry, it is true that the first step is for casuals to be advised that a shift is available. And the second step is for the casual employee to accept that offer of a shift. In some instances, that happens 2 weeks in advance. In some instances, it happens 2 days in advance. But in either occasion, it has to occur. And it's true that it's done over a range of platforms. It can be done via text message, via online apps, via physical site rosters. But again, there is always an exchange where that process occurs, where there is an offer and acceptance. And so we think the bill proposes a very simple and direct way that is reflective of industry practice for how you can calculate what the projected roster of a casual employee would be. But I'll hand over to the ACU if they have anything to add to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I would echo all of the comments by the ACT. I would also add that there's quite a number of undertakings involved in leaving violence that one cannot plan. So if you are waiting for a safe time to be able to leave the home and to make an escape, if there is a time that suddenly the perpetrator's not in the house, you have to seize that moment and be able to take that opportunity to be able to leave the home. So having the provision for casual workers to be able to call up and say, you know, I was expecting this shift. I did take a phone call 3 days ago from my manager who said, you know, blah, 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 suddenly off sick and can you take this shift? I've accepted it, but right now is my window and I can grab that window and leave. Also, we all know the difficulty of being able to access housing. So when suddenly there is a home that becomes available that for rental, you have to take that window to be able to get access, to do the inspection, to fill in the paperwork. So whilst some undertakings are about careful and methodical planning to be able to leave violence, some undertakings are also ad hoc, and when opportunity presents, it has to be taken.
I'd like to add to that, that sometimes a domestic violence incident can occur without warning, suddenly, and if someone is assaulted and the perpetrator leaves and can't be located by police, it's not safe for the family to remain at the home and they might have to relocate to a women's refuge, which might be a fair distance from where they normally live or work, and knowing that they can access immediate leave enables people to do that.
Thank you very much. Senator Little.
Thank you. Thank you for attending today. We know the take-up of small and new businesses owned by women is significant and at record levels. We've heard from business representatives today that it is not the leave that is an issue, it is that they are actually being asked to administer it. And in some cases, many cases, this will put them as first response to an issue of family and domestic violence. Would it not be better for the safety of those people fleeing domestic violence, as well as fellow workers, for this to be administered through an independent system such as the social security system?
No, it would not be better to have it administered through the social security system. I'd like to speak to a couple of points there. First off, it is already a very complex system to navigate in connecting with services and leaving violence. Having to navigate yet another complex system is not going to be in the interest of the woman experiencing family violence. The next is that, as I've mentioned now on a couple of occasions, what is paramount is that there is no disruption to the income in a woman's bank account. So if suddenly your income is paid by Centrelink and not paid by your employer, then that will absolutely present a red flag to the perpetrator of violence and put that woman's life in danger. I'd also make the point that not having paid family and domestic violence leave does not stop disclosures. Those disclosures are still being made in the workplace to employers, and they will continue to be made. We can't move to an idea that we're going to have a don't ask, don't tell attitude in workplaces about family and domestic violence. If you're unable to turn up to work because you have been assaulted and you have bruising, we can expect that there will still be disclosures, and that's not going to disappear because the employer has said, I don't want to hear about it, go talk to Centrelink. We already see situations where women are subjected to performance management processes where the performance issues are directly related to the experience of family violence, and those disclosures are already made to the employer, to the union officials. So we can't wish this away. These disclosures will be made. What's far safer for women who are running businesses and who are going to be receiving those disclosures is that they are resourced and supported to be able to respond appropriately. So I'm incredibly excited at the prospect of having a paid leave entitlement. That means when those disclosures will be made, noting they are already being made, that employers will be better equipped to respond in a way that is appropriate and most supportive for the woman making the disclosure, but also for their own safety and well-being. And again, I would point to there are already a number of very excellent resources that are available, and it's wonderful to hear the commitment from the government that in implementing this legislation, further resources will be made available. But please, I cannot emphasise enough that not having a paid family and domestic violence leave entitlement is going to suddenly make workplace disclosures and workplace instances disappear. We've already gone through decades of not having paid family and domestic violence leave entitlements in workplaces. Disclosures were made. And I think it's a very worrying dialogue to move to, where we start saying domestic violence can go back into the home and be a personal matter that we don't talk about. It is the very fact that we have brought the best form of disinfectant, which is sunlight, to the scourge of family violence, and we are talking about it in all social settings. Now we have the opportunity to do so in a supportive, safe way for everyone who's involved in that conversation, the employee making the disclosure, but also the manager or the business owner who is receiving that disclosure, who will now be best equipped to make an appropriate part of the referral pathway and receive that disclosure safely for themselves.
Let me just be clear. I'm not suggesting that there's no involvement of an employer in this scenario that I presented, but it's the administration of it. Thank you.
And if I can supplement what the ASU has said, it is counterproductive that the kinds of things women need this leave to access is time to deal with government processes such as Centrelink. And so it becomes a catch-22 where to access the leave she needs to use to then navigate the complex systems. She has to navigate the complex systems. She is stuck effectively in a web of not having the time and space to properly equip herself to leave the violent situation.
Good, thank you very much, and thank you for your evidence today. If you've taken any questions on notice, if you could reply by the 25th of August, and your evidence will be of a great deal of assistance to the committee in its deliberations for its final report. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, committee.
I now welcome by video conference and teleconference representatives from Lucas Restaurants. We're on video conference, Australian Hairdressing Council on video conference, and the Aesthetic and Beauty Industry Council by teleconference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Hi, I'm Sandy Chong from the Hairdressing Council, CEO. I'm also a small business person as well. I've had my own business for 39 years. I'm hoping that this hearing will give me the opportunity to give feedback.
Sorry, Ms. Chong.
Okay.
Sorry, Ms. Chong, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but there'll be a chance to give a short opening statement in a moment. I'll just ask the other witnesses to give their names for Hansard. Yes. Who else have we got? Lucas.
Good morning. My name is Sean McDonald. I'm the HR Director for Lucas Restaurants.
Thank you very much.
I'm Stephanie Miller. I'm here from the Aesthetic and Beauty Industry Council.
Good, thank you very much. If you'd like to make a very short opening statement, Ms. Jong, I cut you off before, so how about we start with you? That's okay.
That's okay. Sorry about that. Look, I represent the Australian hairdressing industry. We're a national organisation, member-based, and our members are sole traders, obviously salons, RTOs, teachers, and any product or service company that is a service to our industry. I'm hoping this hearing will give me the opportunity to give feedback from our industry, but also victims of domestic violence. And also to just note, I am a small business owner. I have been for 39 years. We have had staff who are victims of domestic violence, and we also service quite a lot of clients who are also victims of domestic violence. So if I can have the opportunity during this hearing to give some feedback as to their thoughts about the workplace and what that means to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. McDonald.
Yeah, thank you. So like Sandy, I'm working for a restaurant group, so in the hospitality sector, and we know that over 93% of businesses in the hospitality sector are considered small. So I would welcome the opportunity today to provide feedback on what the new provisions in the Family Domestic Violence Leave Bill have and how we can actually also provide that feedback so we can get a great outcome that supports small businesses, the hospitality community, and also, victims of family and domestic violence, because it is something that we feel that no one should ever have to, be a victim to. And we do also believe as well that, as a community, we all have a sense of responsibility to play our part in supporting these people and victims. But we also need to make sure that it also works for the businesses as well. So an opportunity to provide that feedback today. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. Ms. Miller?
Yes, I'm actually the Director and CEO of the Aesthetic and Beauty Industry Council, and I also own several small businesses over the past 20 years. So I come from an area of both the industry and as a small business owner myself. And we proffer our, feedback on behalf of the whole council, the members, and also the industry, which actually comprises of 98% of females. And also 95% of our clientele are also female. So we definitely have intimate knowledge of the issue because we are a predominantly female-based industry. We are essentially in favour of the principle behind the Fair Work amendment of providing those 10 days, but we would love the opportunity to be able to express certain concerns in the bill, such as the burden of duty of care, adequate resources and training for business owners, and also small businesses and sole traders, but also really talk about the financial burden and responsibility on small business owners and medium businesses as well. So thank you for the opportunity.
Good, thank you. Senator O'Sullivan, if that's okay.
Thank you, and thank you all three for your time and your submissions that you've made. Can I start with the Australian Hairdressing Council? In your submission to the committee, you highlight potential difficulties faced by sole traders, and you've invited us in your opening remarks to ask you about that, so I will. Given that sole traders make up about 70% of the hairdressing industry, how would the industry be able to implement this scheme?
Well, I guess my concern is exactly that. How would we be able to implement that scheme? Because when I think about sole traders, well, many of them will be working from home, but then there's also a concern in our industry. I'm also on the Shadow Economy Advisory Forum. And so when we look at a lot of our sole traders, they could be, and I know they are, many of them are actually sham contractors. So they would be employees who actually think they're contractors or freelancers when they're actually not. So when we look at implementing this, and one thing I did not say in my introduction is that we are 100% supportive of paid domestic violence leave, but not supportive of it coming into the workplace. And I'm happy to give lots of examples that have happened within our business and industry. So with sole traders, there is that concern. I mean, we're looking at 30,000 in our industry, and I think Steph in her industry would be very similar. About 10,000 of them could be dormant ABNs or just, males or females. And if I could also point out too, we have examples of males who are victims of domestic violence. This is not just a female thing, even though 95% of our industry is female. So with sole traders, they could be living at home. Obviously, they're earning money at home, and their perpetrator is obviously at home. So there's real concerns there as to how they're going to be protected as well. Going back to our own industry, we know that the workplace, and we've spoken to many victims. My own salon actually services domestic violence victims who are in their halfway house for free. We do that as part of our community, contributing to our community. And we know that what they don't want is for their business to come into the workplace. I agree that Centrelink may be very complicated, but I think there needs to be a single place where they can go. Bringing it into the workplace is outing a victim, literally outing them to their workplace colleagues. And it's their haven, it's where they feel safe. And so going back to your question on sole traders, we have concerns about them because we have a lot in our industry, but we have concerns about our employees. My experience so far is when the workplace knows about an employee who is coming from that kind of domestic violence background, is they won't stay. I've lost 2 men who were bashed by their male partners who never returned to work, and we've never seen them since. I spoke to someone yesterday who is a victim as well, and same thing, the workplace is her safe place. And even a certain word or sentence that can set her off, she actually had a massive meltdown. And this woman is a mature woman, but she had a massive meltdown last week because someone said something, because her history is quite well known in our industry, and she's quite willing to speak to you about it as well, what it's like to be in a workplace and have people know your history. I am not so much concerned about the money. As I said, we agree that it should be paid. We don't agree with where that payment should come from. I have huge concerns about the safety and also the headspace of the victims in the workplace. Examples would be, what if it's an all-male workplace and you're the only female and you go to your male employer? What if you're an all-female workplace and a male employee goes to your employer? We are not bitter. Now, I've been in the industry for 50 years, and I would be more experienced in life skills to be able to counsel someone who is a victim in domestic violence, and I'd probably be resourceful. But many in our industry, many business owners are not as old as me. They don't have that experience. They don't have the resources, and small business people are overwhelmed and they're busy. You know, we are still recovering, even though we don't want to talk about the pandemic. There's the accumulated costs of the pandemic. If you ask any business owner how much personal leave they've had off, it'll be very little. How many personal leave have their staff had off? They've exhausted their personal leave. And business owners are overwhelmed, overworked. We've got staff who are on annual leave because they can finally get out. We've got staff who are personal leave, and this is now going to be another cost. But on top of that, they don't have the time to be able to resource what they should be doing. You know, they don't have the time to look at anything like that. And it's another stress on their shoulders. It's another responsibility.
Thank you, Ms.
And not
John.
all of them have those skills. Thank you.
Thank you. Good segue to the Beauty Industry Council. In your submission, you've said that you've got genuine concern about the burden, the duty of care on SMEs related to disclosure and the retention of evidence for employees accessing family and domestic violence leave. Can you just expand that a little bit? What do you mean by that?
Sure. I understand that, there is already available a 5 days domestic violence leave, and this is an amendment to 10 days. I think that what the 10 days is going to create is an amplified awareness of this particular benefit, which is fantastic for sufferers of family and domestic violence. And I think we really have a responsibility as a community, a business community, and also the government to be able to support these people who are going through that. We deal with this, as I said before, on an intimate basis because we are predominantly female industry. The owners and our clients and the employees are all sufferers of this. And Lord knows, over my 20 years, I have dealt with employees that have had this problem and clients as well. The problem is that when a person is able to access this 10 days upfront, they will have to go to their employer and say, look, I'm going to take this up. But then the other fellow employees will undoubtedly find out that this is what's happening because of the 10 days. I think that it puts employees in an awkward position where they have this control, where they have a control in their working environment, and as Sandy said, a safe place. And it really makes them victims in their own workplace because they're identified as then victims. And so it really does change the nature of the relationships within that business. I think that training is really needed to be able to help business owners and employees deal with this, because obviously increasing awareness is going to increase that response from employees. But the problem there is that employers just don't have the time, the mental space at the moment to be able to undertake a massive training program that will allow them the skills to be able to deal with this. I'm not sure. I've heard a lot of people speaking because I've been watching the people speaking before, and they're talking about aggregate cost. Look, we can talk about aggregate cost, but we're individual business owners. And hearing all of the things that have been said today, no one's really highlighted what it feels like to be a business owner dealing with all of the pressures and all of the accumulated leave that we have to provide our employees and then take on this big burden. We're not saying we don't want to, we're saying we're already tired, we're already overwhelmed, we're already burdened. How are we possibly going to take this on? Who's going to help us? Who's going to help the business owners who are also suffering from domestic violence leave? Because the owners are helping the employees, but who's helping the owner? And who's helping the sole trader? It's a very complex issue, and only a small amount of it's taken into consideration at the moment.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. To you, Mr. McDonald, your industry is very much supported by those that have a casual relationship with the employer. They're paid as casuals, and your submission goes to some real concerns around casuals being included, notably casuals already paid loadings, and this is going to impact, as you put it, on your sector in particular, and that you as you're one of the few direct employers that we actually have here with us today. So can you just talk to us about the mitigating factors that hospitality and small businesses will need to deal with to cope with this new cost?
Yeah, thank you. Look, again, and to share, Stephanie and Sandy's sentiments, I think we all agree that, paid family and domestic violence, is certainly what we need to do to support, such victims and certainly, again, doing what we need to do to support the community. the question really comes down to, from a business perspective, how is it sustainable for small businesses to accommodate that cost? I think if we look at the hospitality industry, and as I said in my introduction, we know that over 93% of restaurants, cafes, pubs, whatever they are, considered small businesses. Whether we want to relive the pandemic or not, the reality is we are seeing a massive skill shortage. The hospitality sector is facing such a skill shortage as a result of the pandemic. What that means for businesses is, some hospitality businesses and a lot of them can't trade at their full capacity because they don't have the staff for that. So that means that there's a decrease in their revenue. Let's talk about the increase in food costs. We know that there's supply chain and logistics issues at the moment, and whilst that has an impact on the supermarkets, it also has an impact on the hospitality sector as well. We've had increased labour costs, so a 4.6 award increase to take effect from the 1st of October. We've had the increase to superannuation. We're also dealing with competitive wages now to try and retain talent or attract talent to, work in these roles that we need them to. The concern for us really comes down to the extension of the casual employees. I think, talking about casual employees, the Fair Work definition is that, a person is a casual employee if they accept an offer for a job from an employer knowing that there is no firm advanced commitment to ongoing work on agreed pattern of work. In our industry, we can't predict what happens in 2 weeks or 4 weeks' time. So our casuals are rostered on an as-needed basis as per business requirements. And that sometimes could be, hey, can you start a shift in 2 hours? Or, we obviously do a roster, 7 days in advance. The other concern around, I guess the casual employment is the rate of pay that, it has been proposed in the bill. Full-timers and part-timers are paid a base rate, and casuals do receive a loading on top of that. The loading is those extra entitlements that, that the casual employee gets for doing the same job as a full-time and a part-time person. The cost implications to, a small business is if a business has to pay for that 10 days, you then also have to pay another casual employee to cover that time off, which again is another 10 days, paying the base rate plus the loadings and the other provisions, for that. And again, the hospitality industry and small businesses in general, we can't afford, small businesses can't afford to pay that. Just as I was logging in, there was someone made comment about, the sensitivity around, why casuals employees should be paid, through their employer, not the business. Small businesses need that support from the government. And if it's not possible, or if we think that it's not the right approach for an individual to apply directly to Centrelink, then why can't we take the approach like a paid parental leave where, the employer pays it, but it's, subsidised by the government, or, the money is rebated back by the government. And I think that that's our point here. I think the government needs to, if we want to initiate this, this bill, which we know is for, the greater good of our community and it's supporting people, then the government needs to step in and support the small businesses as well. And, not put the ownership, I guess, or take the burden away from small businesses and administer family, paid family and domestic violence leave like we do with parental leave and the COVID disaster payment.
Thank you.
Good, thanks, Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to Ms Chong and Ms Miller. To go to some data cited in the Australian Services Union submission, it's from a report by Dr. Jim Stanford at the Centre for Future Work titled Economic Aspects of Paid Domestic Violence Leave Provisions. And that report found the cost of a universal entitlement to paid domestic violence leave, regardless of the size of the employer, would be approximately 5 cents per worker per day. Are you suggesting that 5 cents per worker is unaffordable, or are you suggesting that the data is wrong?
I'm suggesting that the impact of, I'm so sorry to cut in, Sandy. I'm suggesting that the way that the figures are presented need maybe closer examination for applicability to small businesses, because if you have to pay 10 days upfront leave, it's not taken into account that those people accessing that leave will probably have already taken sick leave, probably exhausted their other leave, and then in addition will then have to factor in the 10 days leave. And so in a service industry like mine, for example, you have to figure in the cost of the lost client because they're a skilled worker that is not easily replaceable. So you have to factor in the cost of the lost client, the pay that you're paying for the employee to be missing, which is not just a base rate. In our industry, if you're paying a salary, it includes overtime, it includes Saturdays because we open Saturdays and Sundays. The salary factors all of that into it. So it's disproportionate. It's not accurate, I suppose, that figure. And then you have to take into account the fact that you're then paying for a contractor a higher amount because you're getting a skilled contractor to come in to actually perform the services. So I think that there's not an intimate knowledge of how certain industries work on an individual basis. So you're applying something that's very generic formula when there's very individual sectorised experiences.
Ms. Chong, do you have anything
Oh, look,
to add?
I agree with Steph because I think probably one of my concerns as well is that I don't think the number is realistic on who would actually take up that leave. When we look at annual leave, for instance, not annual leave, when we look at personal leave, the amount of small businesses that are even just here, I think we would all agree that personal leave is exhausted, not by the business owner, but by the employee. And, how much of this domestic leave that's paid would also be taken up. I mean, you have a perpetrator as well who would be quite happy to take up the 10 days domestic leave when they have access to, to their pay slips. This is a controlled thing with many, with the perpetrators. They will have access to their emails and their pay slips. And so, how can we not guarantee that every perpetrator is going to go, well, that's 10 days leave, yay, where we can go and do whatever. Unfortunately, in every system, there will always be others out there who will rot the system. Okay, so how are we going to ensure that this is done well and it's done honestly through whatever system you choose? I know that you have asked a question to me, but one thing that I really did want to point up is I'm an ex-director of COSBOA, and part of my role in that was I was invited to a very interesting meeting pre-pandemic, and it was on the different cultures on domestic violence. And I think that one thing that has not been mentioned and cannot be overlooked is that this particular conference that I was at had rape centre representatives, churches, communities, victims, etc., halfway houses, refuge houses, etc. Our country is very multicultural, and there's also very multicultural customs in our country right now. And some of these cultures actually feel that domestic violence is right. It's wrong, and they do get a pack when some of these families come to the country. They get a pack that explains quite clearly that domestic violence is wrong, but that's taken off them. Now, the victims from these communities spoke about their experiences: sexual, physical, financial and emotional abuse. And the really difficult thing is the church supports the abuse, the parents support the abuse because that's their way of life. And it's because there's that control where they can't make friends, they have no money, they may go to work, which, as I said, is their safe place. That's where they learn that abuse is not okay. And I think one thing we need to consider again is, in my position, I'm really concerned about the impact of the victims when you decide to put this in the workplace. And I think that this country being multicultural, we need to consider our LGBTIQI community as well, that they are part of this, and that we cannot, just assume that it's just a very typical white housewife that is the victim of domestic violence. There are very different cultures and beliefs out there that we need to consider as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yep,
Good,
that's
thanks,
all good.
Senator Little.
Thank you for taking the time out of your businesses to talk to us. We've heard that there's a number of 13.1 million and 34.3 million that is somewhere between there is what this is going to cost to implement. It's acknowledged that you do much already and that consistency is important. Can you tell me, given the diversity of not just people's experiences but also diversity of businesses, just take me through as briefly as you can how you see this actually playing out in terms of the argument of lost productivity to businesses, but what does that actually mean to you on a day-to-day basis of how much time you will be spending attending to matters related to this, given that you do a lot of this already, and what that means in terms of productivity for your business, or would mean?
Well, there's a total loss of productivity because the same is in Steph's position, and I'm sorry, Sean, I know that this affects you in exactly the same way. So if I have someone who's off for 10 days and I do need to cover them, I may lose clients who only wants that person to do their hair. So there is a loss of productivity, there's a loss of income, and whoever I'm paying, well, of course, they're going to be paid overtime. And then with a client, the same experience, etc. On top of that, it's the juggling of those appointments and rearranging an entire 10 days. Now, that is not that easy to do, to rearrange that. When it's an annual leave, well, then, yes, they're marked out. When it comes to Steph's situation, I'm sure she is the same. It is the cost of, if you have the luxury of having a coordinator on the desk, great. But most small businesses don't. So how are you going to manage your day, plus make phone calls, change things around, and at some point sit down and actually counsel this person who's come to you? Oh, and by the way, let me find the resources for you. And I've got a phone number where you can ring and you can do this. And can you fill out this, to make sure that we cover your domestic violence leave? The practicality of this, I just don't understand. Even on their payslip, how do they go to a real estate agent and say, look, here's my last 4 payslips and domestic violence is going to be on there. And even though we don't want to discriminate, a real estate agent will discriminate when they see 4 families that are, don't have that on their payslip. And then you have someone who has on their payslip domestic violence leave. I don't understand why this can't be like a lifeline type of scenario where it is one place where they can go and we can send them to, where there are all those resources, set up a bank account that their perpetrator, their whoever it is, has no access and has no knowledge of, and money is immediately put into that bank account. So there's got to be ways of thinking outside of how can we do things rather than, let's just get all the businesses to take care of this. They're okay. They'll be able to deal with this. We will not deal with this financially and also mentally, the stress on a small business in having to carry this when they do.
It might be a good time to go to Sean while we're dropping out, if that's okay. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's...
just a quick, to you, Sean, given that your industry has generally a lot younger workforce as well as the casual workforce, can you talk to me about that productivity argument?
Yeah, thank you. So, look, and very similar to, to Sandy's views, trying to replace casuals. I mean, I think what's key here is it's no secret, hospitality, we are so short-staffed. We've never experienced this before, in our time. So, the impact of not having people available to work, not already there is having such a significant impact. To then put further pressure on people trying to replace shifts. And again, it's providing that ongoing support for these people that these people aren't educated to do. there just needs to be, I think a better solution put forward. But I mean, look, in terms of productivity, yes, our venue managers or, people that own restaurants and cafes and whatnot, they're already working, 80 plus hours a week, and that's just to keep their doors open. Again, 80 to 85% of the revenue that you bring in is already catered to food costs and labour. We're just putting more and more pressure on these small businesses that we just can't no longer do. I mean, I talk about the hospitality industry because I'm very passionate about it, and that's the industry I'm in. This is the industry that brings our communities to life, not to take anything away from anyone else. We need to support small businesses. It's what is, keeping our communities to life. And in terms of the productivity point, it's about trying to replace talent that we already don't have or that's, non-existent. It's that continuous chase around and follow up and, trying to find something that's not already there. The productivity on that, again, you're putting more pressure then on existing people that do turn up for work. You then run the risk of burning those guys out or, those people. Hospitality, it's not something that people grow up and go, well, it's not something that a lot of people go, I want a career in hospitality. It is something that they're doing while they're paying their way through university or, while they're looking for the next opportunity.
Thank you. I'm not sure if Stephanie's got anything.
Oh, yes, thank you. I echo what Sandy and Sean have said. Basically, the business owners are already overwhelmed, and we were talking about just remembering back to the question about the cost of being 5 cents. The cost is, averaged out through the whole, I suppose, all businesses that exist. But you're thinking about a small portion of a big, large portion of those are small businesses. So the psychological stress of you've got 3 staff members or 2 staff members and an owner. And, this one owner being the person responsible for organising the shifts, covering the shifts, counselling the staff. It is a very huge burden on that person. But the cost sometimes to a small business like that is not going to be 5 cents. It's going to be, I was thinking about it, it's actually going to be very disproportionate. To the smaller the business, the higher the cost it's going to be. And I understand big businesses are going to be set up to deal with this because they've got, financial, they're in a better position financially, but they're also in a better position to be able to resource it, where you've got staff and personnel that are able to and trained possibly to be able to organise shifts and deal with the actual excess burden of things that are going on when you're dealing with this situation. The smaller the business, the more the burden is on that sole person, that person that's trying to run a business, see staff, organise the leave and counsel their staff member as well. I think that there's just not an understanding of the small business community and how small businesses actually run when things like this are taken into consideration as a whole, rather than really bringing it down to the sectors.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Senator Waters.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks very much for your time today, folks. Just one question from me. Support or training on these new obligations would be most helpful for small businesses like your own to help you to manage disclosures and support staff appropriately?
Yes, it's the time cost for small businesses to be able to invest in that training. A lot of business owners like myself, for example, are stretched to the absolute limit. We don't have time to go and undertake these courses and have, this is a whole new area that we have to then learn and become sort of experts in. And I think it's just a little bit of a stretch to put all of that burden on the business owner. I think the burden either needs to be shared by, other parties, government parties, financial burden needs to be shared, and also the support needs to be shared. It can't just be on the business owner. It's unrealistic and not practicable speaking as a business owner and representing small business owners, it's just not practical.
In our industry, sorry, shall I speak now? In our industry, we do have what's called the 3 Rs, and that was set up, I think, in Victoria. And but that is mainly to educate our industry on how to recognise a domestic violence victim who's sitting in our chair, and to discreetly give them a number where they can call. And I understand what you're saying about education. Probably one of my other concerns is, out of all of the small business owners in Australia, some of them will actually be perpetrators as well. And, so when you could have an all-male office and one female, and then her boss, her employer, could actually be someone who believes domestic violence is okay. And again, this is bringing it back into, a real work situation. So how do we educate someone like that who thinks that it is okay? And again, I still feel that when a domestic violence victim brings their case to their workplace, you are outing them in front of everybody. Does education help? To a point, but then also, as Steph says, we don't have the time, and most small businesses don't make a profit. We're not big business. And I guarantee that most small business owners, unless you've been around as long as me and I'm established, they pay themselves last, and they pay themselves a lot less than their employees. Thank you.
Any further questions, Senator Waters? Oh, sorry, Mr. McDonald.
Sorry, look, I had nothing further to add to Stephanie and Sandy, other than, again, you're talking about family and domestic violence. So if we're talking about training, it really needs to be from a skilled practitioner, not a manager, not someone who's a small business owner. People go into small businesses or, want to start their own businesses for a multitude of reasons. They're not necessarily the right person to be offering that right level of support and comfort, for really big, matters like this, where you do need someone who is skilled, to actually manage that situation, not just triage it.
Thanks, Chair.
Good, thank you. Just a quick question, Mr. McDonald. How many employees does Lucas have within its business? I understand the restaurants are Chin Chin and other restaurants, Kizumi. Have I got that correctly as well?
Correct. So we currently have 1,281 employees, and of our workforce, 63% of that is casual.
Thank you. Senator Grogan. She was there, but she's Wendell Senator.
Yes, no, sorry, I am here. So my apologies, I have missed a chunk of this session. And I've just tuned back in the last few minutes. So if I cross over here on something somebody's already asked, please excuse me. So there is an issue with businesses already being highly skilled and experienced in dealing with complex and highly sensitive workplace leave requests. And also we've had the 5 days unpaid leave in place for a while. Do you agree that businesses are actually quite well placed and quite sensitive to their employees, and would, I would imagine, apply the same sort of principles going forward as they do currently to things like miscarriage leave, bereavement leave, and obviously the unpaid family and domestic violence leave?
Is it okay if I chime in? We have, just as stated before, I did acknowledge before that this does already exist. The amplification, the amendment really includes a few more things, including the 10 days leave, which is really going to be and create a greater awareness of this type of leave in small businesses. But I think domestic and family violence is a very different situation than bereavement leave. It involves something that we need to give our employees advice. If the person discloses something like that, there's an automatic sense of duty of care and an automatic sense of responsibility to be able to, it's implied. If somebody tells you, this is what's happening to me, it's implied that they're asking for help. Now, less than at the moment, I think it's less than 3% of people experiencing domestic violence leave are actually disclosing this to their employers. And if you, again, we're talking about this on the macro, but if you bring it down right into the individual businesses and the individual sectors, the smaller the business is going to be and the more challenging it is it's going to manage, because the relationships are so intimate that when you disclose something like that, you expect that the person that you're disclosing to is going to help you and be able to be in the position to help you mentally, and financially. But the resources and the time we were talking about before just aren't there for the small business owners. And I think there's a misunderstanding of what small business owners go through, as opposed to medium and large businesses. They don't have the resources. They don't have somebody there to do their administration when that person's away. They have to rebook their own appointment. They have to find somebody to replace. They're stressed because they can't cover their costs. I know I own a business. If my employee is gone for 10 days, that's 10 days of income gone. Immediate stress levels go up. And then you go, okay, now I have to help my employee through this. It becomes very unmanageable on the smaller the business gets. So I wouldn't agree with that on a sector, individual, small business scale. Maybe in the bigger, larger picture, for the bigger the company is, the more resources they do have. I just think there's a really bigger misunderstanding on how adequately resourced small businesses are.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just add to Steph? And basically, to summarise to what Steph said, we don't have HR teams. And I know that when Sean said he was from Chin Chin, which I love, I know that they have a lot of employees. So maybe they do have someone specifically who takes care of HR. We don't. Most small businesses are small teams of, say, 3, 4 or 5 people. Now, in saying that and what Steph is talking about, I know that when I do speak to often the bureaucrats, they think that small business have big businesses, policies and procedures. We don't. And many small businesses don't even have contracts. They don't know where to go to get them. They cost a fortune. They can cost thousands. And are they right? So even some of those simple things that they should have in place, they often don't. So we don't have HR teams. We often don't have contracts. And when it comes to domestic violence leave, there needs to be whole policies and procedures around the sensitivity around this as well for the team as well as that person. Who's going to write that? Because we don't know what should go in it because we don't have HR teams. So, again, finding those resources, putting that documentation together, understanding what that means and making sure it's talked to the team. Now, as I said, we actually service a lot of domestic violence victims in our salon, but we actually did get in someone, it's called Jenny's Place, I'm based in Newcastle, to explain what that means to my team. That means that really every small business has to have access to that kind of information. And do they? Do they know where to go? Is that another whole department that you need to send out on how are we all going to be counselled on how to counsel and how to set up our policies and procedures around what is really needed? Because I can set up a policy and procedure on annual leave. It's pretty straightforward. Domestic violence, that's a very sensitive subject where business owners can get themselves into trouble by saying the wrong things. Now, general protection claims are 5-fold compared to what they used to be. And that's always a scare and a fear for any business owner because there is no threshold on what gets paid out. But this is real. Business owners will be scared as to what they can do, what I can't do, what I can say, what I can't say, and who's going to guide them with that. Thanks.
Cool. So that's the kind of thing that we could look at in terms of the supports required within your industries. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you, Senator Grogan. And I want to thank the witnesses for the evidence you've given today. It'll be a great deal of assistance to the committee in its deliberations for its final report. If you've taken any questions on notice, if you could provide them by the 25th of August, that would be helpful. And I wish you a very good afternoon. So thank you very much. And now,
thank you, committee.
Thank you very much. I now welcome in person and via video conference representatives from PwC and the Western Australian Government by video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? And Ms Walsh, if you'd like to go first.
Thank you very much, Senator. Catherine Walsh. I'm a partner at PwC and the head of People and Culture.
Thank you.
And Alex Lyon is the head of Government's Industrial Relations Function in Western Australia.
Good. Thank you, Mr Lyon, as well. Now invite you each to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Ms Walsh.
Thank you very much. So good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. It's our very great pleasure to be here today on this important topic. PwC Australia is Australia's largest professional services firm. We have a local team of over 9,000 partners and staff who are committed to delivering quality in assurance, advisory, tax and tax services to our more than 5,000 clients. Our purpose is to build trust in society and solve important problems. We are also committed in our aspirations towards an environment where our people feel they belong, because workplace cultures with inclusion and wellbeing are crucial for people to thrive and sustainably grow their careers. Domestic and family violence is a significant community and workplace issue. At PwC, we know that our people are affected, and we are committed to supporting them through this difficult time. For many people experiencing violence, work is critical to their financial independence and is one of the few safe places they can access without causing suspicion or anger. So it makes sense that the workplace provides easily accessible support services and referral pathways. As a large employer working with clients in every sector of the economy, PwC strongly supports legislation to increase the entitlement of paid family and domestic violence leave to 10 days under the National Employment Standards, a change we recommended in our submission to the draft National Plan to Reduce Family, Domestic and Sexual Violence in June 2021. In supporting this bill, we recognise financial security has a significant impact on a person's ability to escape a violent relationship. Governments can and are doing their part, and so too must employers. In 2015, PwC introduced a family and domestic violence policy for all partners and staff with 10 days paid leave. We were the first professional services firm to do so, and indeed one of the first large employers. The policy was significantly updated in November 2018 and continues to evolve each year. It now guarantees the following things: unrestricted paid leave to access medical, counselling, legal, police or other support services, or to relocate to a safe environment. Safety planning and logistical changes. This may include discussing options of how and where to work, changes to workload and current priorities and deadlines. It may also include making other logistical changes, including changing your email address, phone number or bank account details, or planning safe and secure travel to and from home. Financial support of $2,500 with the potential for exceptions on a case-by-case basis if that is required, to assist with meeting urgent needs, including interim accommodation, emergency medical treatment, emergency childcare arrangements, legal advice, or improving the safety and security of the home. And up to 10 days paid leave per financial year for partners and staff supporting a close friend or family member experiencing family and domestic violence, where family member also refers to a person related to a partner or staff member according to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander kinship rules. The policy is inclusive and genderless. Whilst this policy reflects best practice, the cost of providing this support has not been significant, particularly when considering the safety and human impacts it has. The benefit for our people who may require such a policy is immense and something we are proud to offer as a firm. Thank you, Chair, and I look forward to questions.
Good, thank you. And if we'd like to also hear from Western Australian Government, Mr. Lyon.
So, and thank you for the opportunity to provide advice to this committee today. The WA Government is committed to reducing the prevalence of family and domestic violence, as outlined in Pathway to Safety, WA's strategy to reduce FTV 2020 to 2030. This commitment extends to ensuring industrial relations settings that support victims of FTV, both within the public sector and across the broader workforce. The West Australian Government is the state's largest employer with almost 160,000 public sector employees, accounting for approximately 10.9% of the overall WA workforce. Public sector employees are covered by the State Industrial Relations System. In 2017, and as part of the Safe Spaces initiative, we introduced paid FDV leave for all public sector employees. The leave entitlement was first established by government policy, but has since been included in almost all public sector industrial agreements since that time. Consequently, all WA public sector employees experiencing FDV, whether they are full-time, part-time or casual, can already access up to 10 days of paid leave in a calendar year. In addition, any employee who exhausts their paid leave entitlement can access up to 2 days unpaid leave on every further occasion as needed, or other forms of accrued paid leave is available. We've supported FDV leave through guidelines that promote flexible work arrangements, safety plans, and employer-sponsored counselling services. Employers are also required to appoint workplace contacts trained in FDV and associated privacy issues. We did encounter some practical issues in implementing paid FDV leave that I'm happy to discuss during this session. Workforce data demonstrates a growing and sustained uptake of FD leave since 2017, suggesting it is actually addressing a previously unmet need. The cost has not been significant despite the size of the public sector workforce, and it is likely, given the sample size, that this need is going to be reflected in the non-public sector WA workforce as well. Now, the state system applies to non-national system employers operating in Western Australia. In June 20 this year, and consistent with the Fair Work Act, we amended our minimum conditions to include 5 days of unpaid FDV leave for all other employees covered by the state system. And we also understand that this bill, if enacted and subject to ILO Convention 190 being ratified, it will apply to all WA employees, irrespective of whether they're covered by the state or national system. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your submissions. My question is, what entitlements and support does the organisation provide for employees experiencing family and domestic violence? And knowing that you've got such a diverse range of employees, how do you account for cultural differences that may be apparent?
Thank you for the question. As outlined, we have a policy where it's unrestricted access to paid leave for those people experiencing domestic and family violence. As we said also, safety around logistical planning, how they get to and from work, email changes, telephone number changes, communication device changes, as well as financial support if required. And what we have found is that sort of embedding that through training of our people. We have 300 of our people trained in first responder services, so they have deep training in how to respond to these circumstances, as well as online training for all of our employees to understand the circumstances of this. Within that is a recognition that this impacts people differently and a need to be understanding of that. And in that respect, every situation requires a different set of responses and circumstances. It's having leaders, HR, and your first responder team being aware of those differences and being able to respond to them appropriately leads us to being in a position to deal with those cultural differences and being very live to those in these difficult situations.
Thank you. Mr. Lyne?
Thank you, Senator. So we certainly at a system-wide level, we have lots of different occupational groups across the public sector, and we certainly left it to each employer to consider the needs of their occupational groups. We also issued implementation guidelines that I'm happy to provide to the committee if needed, that work through the issues for each employer about accessing disclosure, confidentiality provisions, record keeping, how to run payroll, the different responsibilities of employers and line managers. And we also referred each employer to the Women's Council for Domestic and Family Violence Services to seek information on suitable training providers to meet the context of each organisation.
can have a quick follow-up question. Just in terms of how, you guys are prompt in responding to these cases, what is the rough timeline from the time that, somebody comes and discloses confidential information to them being directed to the appropriate resources?
It can be immediate, and that's why really embedding this through clear communication, advertising, if you like, the channels that people can access so they get to the right person, to the right advice as quickly as possible. But some of those responses can be immediate. Time off, accommodation support, financial support can be provided on the day if that is required. But it is incumbent upon them going to the person who knows and understands, which is why embedding that policy and communicating it broadly is so important, and creating an environment where people feel safe to speak up and tell their story.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Senator Little.
Thank you for attending to outline your individual responses to the scourge of domestic and family violence. This question is for both of you. Could you outline the human and financial resources that were required to not just introduce, but to manage and report, collect data to address your individual initiative? And I'm interested if you have people with specific responsibility for managing the implementation of this initiative in your organisations.
Thank you, Senator. As we have pointed out, this obviously is a policy that we have implemented as a large employer in Australia, and so we do have HR resources, of which I lead for the firm. We don't have specific people within that function who look after domestic and family violence leave. It's built into the overarching responsibilities of all people issues, if you like, across the organisation, supported by our diversity, inclusion and wellbeing team. Again, no one within that team who has specific responsibility, but we do have a team that seeks to ensure that we've got the right policies, the right communications and the right level of training across the organisation. So, Senator, difficult to specify the details, but we do have those resources in place in our business. In establishing it, we have got online training as well as our deep, if you like, first responder training. So at the time of setting that up, that training needed to be developed and rolled out, but it can be done online. So it's an ongoing, we don't need to keep refreshing that necessarily. It's there and available at all times. Importantly then, it's that change management and communication to our people leaders. So again, it's the responsibility of everyone who manages and supports a team to understand what is available, all of the policies that are available to our people, and how they connect them and support them. So in essence, it's the responsibility of everyone across the firm, as opposed to it being the responsibility of one individual or one specific group.
So as a global firm, a consulting firm,
yes.
Is there a unit cost that you can apply to this? Is there a financial cost?
I don't have a financial cost that we have specified. What we have found is since making this available, indeed, it is utilised on a minimal basis compared to most other forms of leave. By its nature, most people don't want to access it unless they really have to. So we have certainly not found that it has been highly used or heavily used, and we have certainly had no sense that it has been misused.
Okay. Alex, would you like to contribute to that?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So certainly the responsibility lies with Chief HR Officers across each public sector agency, and each organisation determines the resourcing and structure required. Data is collected and reported by each agency through to our Public Sector Commission and published every 6 months. And whilst there was an initial impost in terms of record management and data management, that's since become a notional cost as systems evolve. In terms of the data, which gives you an indication about the resourcing required, in the 6 months to February 2022, 454.3 days were accessed over those 6 months across 160,000 public sector employees, which represents 0.03% of the annual entitlement afforded to public sector employees. Therefore, we think the resourcing requirements are relatively small.
So do you have a cost do you actually have a cost for implementation of that particular initiative though, rather than the numbers that are using it?
No, we don't, Senator. I think, in terms of rolling it out to the public sector, the cost may have been 2 FTE for 6 months as we had to draft and develop and push out the policy settings. I don't have any further costs at an agency level.
Thank you.
Good, thanks. Senator Waters.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to both of the witnesses. Firstly, Ms Walsh, can I commend PwC on your company's policy? That sounds probably the most comprehensive that we've heard of the voluntarily adopted policy. So well done to the folks who initiated and rolled that out. Can I ask now, you did a very useful 2016 report which quantified the cost of the economy of family and domestic violence at $22 billion a year, and of that, $2 billion of that was lost productivity. Have you done any updated calculations since 2016 on the cost of FTV to the economy?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. I do not have any updated figures, I'm afraid, to respond to that. So, no, we haven't.
Okay, no worries. Estimates of the costs of providing paid DV leave do seem to vary, but we've had consistent themes today that often the benefits economically outweigh the cost, not to mention the human benefits. Is it your view that the savings to the economy in terms of workforce participation and productivity offsets the cost of providing the leave?
Certainly from our perspective, and I can speak for PwC in that respect, the cost of implementing this policy and process compared to the benefits to the people who access this are far outweighed. You see the very real impact that it has on individuals who seek to access it, the very different range of services and support that they need, and you see very clearly how important it is for them to feel the safety and support of their workplace while they're undergoing this. The other experience is that it's hopefully for many, a phase. It's not always ongoing. So with the right support and the right care, this is not a situation that is necessarily an ongoing one, although if it is, the support is there as well. So for us, clearly, the benefit to the individual and therefore the impact on the workplace is far much more than the actual cost of providing it.
Well, thank you. That brings me nicely to my next question, which is whether you've observed any improvement or change in workplace culture since you've had these leave provisions on the books.
Culture is always difficult to quantify necessarily. We certainly measure our engagement scores each year, and that has pleasingly improved over the last couple of years, but certainly since the implementation. I think it goes back to creating an environment, as we talked about, where people feel comfortable and safe to speak up and share their experiences and know that they will receive support and care, and that it will not inhibit or negatively impact their employment, or a fear of losing their employment at a time when it is probably more critical than it ever has been, and that need for financial security. I think as a firm, it instills great pride in all of our people that we are able to provide this and be a firm that you can join and stay and be supported through all stages of your life, both good and bad.
Thank you. And just one last question before I ask Mr Lyons a couple. Have you extended the leave to perpetrators to be used for attending behaviour change programs or other sorts of positive change programs?
Thank you, Senator. I think that's an important question. Our policy does not address that specifically. I think as we continue this community conversation and the work that is currently going on with the government with this legislation, I think we all need to reflect and see, are there ways that our policy needs to evolve further? And we would be open to sort of reviewing what is best practice and what we should be doing in that regard, but it doesn't specifically deal with that, but nor does it say that that can't happen, and so where there are individual circumstances that may be available and we can be flexible in the application of it in those circumstances. I'm not aware of any specific cases per se, but the policy is flexible enough to cover that.
Yeah. Thank you. Now, Mr. Lyons, you noted that there was a growing and sustained uptake of people taking the leave, although that was still an insignificant cost. And I'm assuming that, like the rest of the country, there's been an increase in people seeking help from frontline services, particularly during the pandemic. So my question is whether or not your government has increased funding for frontline domestic and family violence services as part of its program when bringing in these paid leave provisions?
Thanks, Senator. Certainly, in terms of the costs to the public sector, all those costs were absorbed by each employer, and each employer is happy to do so. I don't have any data on increased investment, but I'm happy to take that on notice. And
thank you. That'd be great. Appreciate that. And your opening statement says that your WA system applies to sole traders, and that's come up a little bit today. Can you talk about how your scheme operates in relation to sole traders, and are there any, transferables to the federal scheme?
Thank you, Senator. To clarify, the paid leave entitlements only apply to the public sector.
Okay. So how can they apply to sole traders then?
So this is through our industrial agreements rather than the statute. So our statute provides the same as what the National Employment Standard is, and that's 5 unpaid days of leave per year.
I see. Okay. All right. Thank you. And lastly, has your government put in place any other measures to support workers experiencing family and domestic violence leave, such as flexible working arrangements or anything else? And do you have any advice for the federal government in things that aren't yet countenanced by this bill?
Thank you, Senator. So firstly, public sector employees do have a raft of flexible working arrangements to accommodate a whole range of different needs of individuals. And as part of the guidelines that we launched with the paid leave entitlement, we strongly encourage employers to grant access to employees who need those arrangements, whether it's deferred salary schemes or varied working hours to accommodate that need. We've not had any issues in relation to providing flexible work arrangements for people experiencing family and domestic violence at all. There are some other implementation issues that we had to consider. That question around access to FD leave by alleged perpetrators, we made it very clear that our scheme only applies to those who are experiencing family and domestic violence. In terms of evidentiary requirements, whilst we do ask for evidence to satisfy a reasonable person, out of session, certainly we've asked employers to provide greater leniency around evidentiary requirements and to deal with matters directly and quickly. Certainly, yes, each employer has had their own struggles with establishing internal HR systems and processes to maintain confidentiality. However, those have been overcome. And the only other, and this might sound a little bit strange, but there are some occupational groups and employers that if a person presents and says that they need to access family and domestic violence leave, then the employer themselves are obligated to investigate the claim of family and domestic violence. I'll give you the example from WA Police. Section 62A of the Restraining Orders Act requires police officers to investigate. As a consequence, an employee of WA Police, if they say they need to take the leave, strictly speaking under that statute, WA Police is required to investigate the matter.
As a precursor to granting the leave or as a form of support to the survivor seeking help?
The latter, Senator.
Okay, thank goodness for that.
Yes, absolutely. And it is fair to say that WA Police are still working through options to recognise the wants and needs of the victim. Respect.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Good, thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. You've talked a little bit about the various structures you have in place. Throughout today, we've heard from some employers they have concerns about how costly it will be to implement these changes. Has the cost to your organisation of providing this leave been very high?
Thank you, Senator. We don't quantify them specifically, but our experience has been that this is not something that we really find that people utilise extensively. So from a leave perspective, no, it's not a significant impost on the firm. And setting it up, yes, there was time to set it up from the point of view of the training that needed to be undertaken and the communication, as well as just establishing the proper policy and making sure that was in place. But once set up, that is an ongoing and manageable as part of the day-to-day business. So not a significant cost or impost. And as I said, we certainly do not find that this is used extensively.
Mr. Lyon?
Thank you, Senator. So we have seen a significant cost to employers. As I pointed to before, the uptake has been quite low compared to the overall entitlement that could be accessed. If anything, potentially a notional loss of productivity, but we haven't seen any financial loss.
Okay. And so what would you highlight as being the sort of key benefits for your business of implementing this domestic violence law?
Well, there are many benefits. I mean, if we firstly start with the individual who is impacted, that they, at a time that is critical in their life, have secure, safe employment. There is no fear of losing that employment. They also have continued financial support at a time that's critical. And on the nature of our policy, there's also other support services they can access and financial support as well. So there's no doubt that there is the benefit to the employee at the time when they most need it. There's the benefit then to their team and their managers to know that a person that they care about in their team is getting the support that they need. Obviously respectful of privacy. People don't need to know unless they do, but that's the support and care that's sort of demonstrated and supported by the team. And I think as a firm, we have the benefit of knowing that our people are being supported at every stage of their career. And that is important to us in ensuring that we create a workplace environment where people belong, understand they have a life outside work and should be supported in doing that. So to us, it's something that it does instill a great source of pride in the firm that we can provide such a comprehensive policy that genuinely demonstrates care for all of our employees.
Mr. Lyons, are benefits for your business that you've seen from implementing this?
Thank you, Senator. Certainly I'd echo the comments of Ms Walsh, both at the individual and workplace level. I'd also point to the broader awareness and understanding of the issues related to family and domestic violence across the workforce and a motivation to support the reduction in the incidence of such violence.
And do you feel that there's an implication there for retention and loyalty of your employees by providing this leave?
Absolutely. I mean, I think for any of us where you're supported by an employer through a time of difficulty, that naturally engenders loyalty and support. But similarly, even if it doesn't, and we've helped someone at that point in their life and they decide to go on and do other things, well, so be it. That's the workplace environment and people are free to do that. I think we can still get the benefit that that's been provided at an important time in their life, and even outside the firm, they can say good things about us, and you know, we've been able to provide that support. So I think it does go both ways from that perspective.
Thank you. Ms Lyons?
Yeah, I'd agree again with the comments of Ms Walsh. I'd also point to the fact that sometimes it's not about whether or not a person can access the entitlement, but the fact that the employer is doing something.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much both for your presentations today and your submissions. I guess a lot of my questions have been covered already and answered, but the one that has emerged is as we're talking about the low uptake, I think if I've got the decimal point right, Mr Lyon, 0.003% of the, or have I got an extra zero in there?
You have an extra zero.
Okay, so 0.03% of the total hours. This is just a genuine question, not at all a criticism, because I do admire the steps that you've taken. Given that it is such a low uptake of this provision, is this the solution? I mean, and given, I guess what I'm thinking is that we've heard evidence that there's belief that this is going to disproportionately impact small businesses. So is this the solution that's necessary to resolving the issues, very serious issues of family domestic violence?
Thank you, Senator. Again, reflecting on the nature of our business, I mean, obviously things need to be fit for the business that you are in and what's available, but I think any response can be proportional to what is able to be provided. Accessing existing policies, there's a lot there that's already exists that can be drawn on to implement. A small business necessarily has lower communication requirements as to let people know or to do that training as well. So it can all be in proportion. And I think, again, as we continue as a community and society to build awareness of this important topic, build understanding, we may be that just building the safety to actually speak up and bring this forward and to be able to talk about it. There may be many more who have not felt that safety to come forward. It's in creating these policies, providing that support, creating an environment where it can be spoken about, where indeed, unfortunately, more may need to access it, but they feel safe to do so and know that they will get that support. So I feel in many respects that we're still at the start of this conversation and there is more to do. So I do think it is an important topic and one that employers have an important role in role modelling and driving that conversation.
Do you have anything to add there, Mr. Lyon?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Look, I think it's fair to say that family and domestic violence is what policy practitioners or wonks would say is a wicked problem. And these complex issues require a multifaceted policy response. I think it's fair to say that just providing FTV leave is not the fix-all solution to the problem, but it's certainly an important step, and I agree with the comments of Ms. Walsh. And wrapping around that, if you look at the state government's strategy for reducing family and domestic violence, it also outlines the other areas that the state government is investing in as well, whether that's improving and supporting safety, family safety in Aboriginal families, or supporting those immediately experiencing family and domestic violence in a range of different government initiatives, increasing education and increasing information and data collection. It's part of a comprehensive package for the state.
Thank you. Mr. Lyon, you offered to provide us on notice a list of the implementation issues and what you've done to resolve that. And I think a lot of my questions around that will probably be answered if you're able to provide that. That would be very helpful. I'm interested in just understanding, maybe for you, Ms. Walsh, what protections are in place, what sort of steps are in place with regards to the record keeping and people submitting their leave requests. How's it recorded on your payroll system? Those sort of issues. No doubt you've had to address that.
Thank you, Senator. It's an important topic, I think, an issue given the importance around privacy and ensuring that people feel that they are safe in their information being confidential. We actually don't record it as domestic and family violence leave. We have it under a general leave code for that reason, so it doesn't appear on payroll records or the like. Because there is a small number, they are brought to the attention of myself or the HC, what we call our human capital directors within each of the lines of service. So we have sort of a generalised awareness of the cases that are available, but we obviously don't record that so much in the system. So that is sort of one of the challenges on one hand of how do we record and keep it, but the more important issue is around privacy and confidentiality and maybe people feeling safe that this won't be known by many others or visible externally. That's been entirely manageable. I think on one hand, I think anyone else sort of says, oh, well, you must be recorded, but a generalised leave code is fine, particularly given the numbers that we are seeing. It's not the same as annual leave or long service leave or or carers leave or the like, where you've got many more people accessing, and it's important, and the privacy and confidentiality is important. This doesn't need to be recorded in the same way.
Okay. Mr. Lyon, in your opening statement in the document that you've provided to the committee today, just under point 8, you do mention practical implementation issues related to B, access to paid leave by alleged perpetrators. So, can you just confirm whether or not you provide leave to alleged perpetrators?
Thank you, Senator. So, in drafting industrial agreement clauses, we ensured the leave was only available to victims of family and domestic violence, therefore excluding alleged perpetrators.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. That's all from me.
Good. Thanks very much for your time. I very much appreciate the evidence you've given today. It'll be a great deal of help for our deliberations for our final report. If you've taken any matters on notice, if you'd be able to provide to the committee by the 25th of August, that'd be greatly appreciated. So have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much.
We'll now close proceedings and we'll recommence at 2:10. Good, thanks everybody. We'll recommence. I now welcome in person, of course, the National Farmers Federation. I understand that information on the Senate parliamentary privilege and protection of witnesses has been given to you, the information regarding that. And giving evidence to the Senate committee, all that has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Senator. My name is Fiona Simpson and I am the Chair of the National Farmers Federation, and I'm joined here.
Ben Rogers, the General Manager for Workplace Relations and Legal Affairs.
Great, thank you. Thank you both. Now I invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senators, in terms of domestic violence in rural and regional Australia today, which is where most of our farm businesses are based, as we know, the statistics are dire. As our submission states, we know from the draft national plan that women in rural, regional and remote communities are 24 times more likely to be hospitalised for domestic violence than women in our major cities. We know from recent statistics that the numbers continue to go the wrong way. And unfortunately, the factors that lie behind this figure have changed very little, and arguably, in some respects, even for the worse, since then Sex Discrimination Commissioner Liz Broderick addressed the National Rural Women's Conference in 2013 and talked about the specific challenges in rural and regional communities of isolation, connectivity, and the lack of appropriate health and support services. Currently, it's actually often the farm and small businesses underpinning these communities that are the ones that are already quietly and privately supporting some of their employees through domestic violence situations where the workplace may well be the victim survivor's best and only escape, and underpinning greater outcomes in their own communities. In my local town of Gunnedah, the community and local businesses have for many years fundraised and supported the building of the very first domestic violence safe house, which was opened on 11th of March this year. Until then, victim survivors had to shelter at friends' houses, often with children, or otherwise somehow find their way to their nearest shelter at Tamworth, some 80 kilometres away, at all hours of the day and night. AVOs obviously have little significance if the nearest attended police station is over 80 kilometres away and health and support services likewise remote. The Gunnedah community is unfortunately in no way unique, and I urge the senators to reread submissions to the draft national plan, which spell out victim survivor stories in rural and regional Australia in graphic and chilling detail. The NFF and our members support a towards zero approach as outlined in the draft national plan, and also its findings that domestic violence is a whole of community responsibility, with all community members, businesses and tiers of government shouldering responsibility for areas where they can have measurable impacts on both the culture surrounding domestic violence and also support for the victim survivors. We must be always looking to do better. Through the NFF's Diversity in Agricultural Leadership program, now in its 6th year, our growing cohort of members and corporate partners are leading the conversation in our industry on diversity, respect, inclusion and workplace culture, which speak to the very first part of the challenge, lowering those statistics, but then also flexibility in workplaces, the gender pay gap and support structures in all our businesses, as advocated by Liz Broderick and others, as ways that small business can keep improving and providing real support. Towards zero will require all of us to do our part. We speak today because our members believe that this legislation marks a pivotal moment, the opportunity to partner with government to provide real and tangible support for victim survivors in all workplaces, irrespective of the nature of their businesses or where their business is based. As our submission states, most farming businesses in Australia are small businesses based in rural and regional Australia, where access to police, medical and other support is scarce or non-existent. Without large HR departments, such as those in big businesses in large cities, to provide the knowledge and sensitive support for victim survivors of violence and abuse, they are often ill-equipped to provide formal support should the victim survivor actually overcome their privacy concerns and discuss their abuse with their employer. The use of a truly casual workforce at peak times such as harvest is critical, and the nature of such a workforce also makes the proposed scheme an administrative nightmare for small businesses at a time when they are, in any case, often at peak stress. The burden of reporting any such abuse to their employer, who may well, in a small community, be known to the perpetrator, and the administrative burden of properly and sensitively dealing with the victim survivor unfairly targets both victim survivors and small business employers alike. Our submission also discusses the nature of most of our farm businesses, sole traders and partnerships, and owner-operated, where members of such partnerships do not always receive a regular wage, or only one that may be dictated by their controlling and coercive partner, and note that this legislation will not in any way support people trapped in those businesses. There is also the concern of the impact of having domestic violence leave potentially occurring on pay slips when under the control of a coercive partner, and also of it appearing on an employment record if seeking other work. We urge the committee to revisit the findings and submissions to the Fair Work Commission, in particular in relation to casual workers and small businesses, where some of these issues are discussed in great detail and which reinforce the reasons behind their original decisions. Our submission makes a number of recommendations, but by far the strongest is that the government take this opportunity to draft legislation providing support to all Australian workers, whatever their business structure, by instituting a universal paid domestic violence leave scheme, perhaps akin to the paid parental leave scheme that is starting to make such dramatic inroads into workplace culture. There is obviously a clear role for our employers too, as often escape routes for impacted employees, our employers need to match their best intentions with flexible workplaces that can provide access to safety and support services. Our submission discusses some of the tools that our businesses will need to provide meaningful support to victim survivors who may also be employees. With the right tools and knowledge networks, we stand ready to partner with government to keep building on the work that many small and large businesses are already doing in our communities and businesses, and really start to make a change on this issue in rural and regional Australia. Finally, the 2021 Domestic Violence Summit delegate statement said, "Everyone has the right to safety." Addressing all forms of gender-based violence, including domestic, family and sexual violence, must be a priority for all Australians to achieve our shared vision of a community free of violence against women and children. Not only is domestic violence everyone's responsibility, but as a community we should aim for responses that are available to everyone. We should aim high and we need to work together. Thank you, Senators.
Good. Thank you, Ms Simpson. Senator Little.
Thank you for your submission. Noting that you mentioned that the universal government scheme is your preferred model for employer participation. Can you elaborate a bit more on what your members have been telling you about how their remoteness, their small communities and technology might impact on their participation in the scheme in the way it's proposed at the moment?
Yeah, so I think there's a number of things here. One of them is the nature of the small communities, which of course where privacy is sometimes very hard to uphold, where everybody knows everybody and where employees may well be willing to disclose the actual substance of an abuse to their employer. So I think there is most definitely that. Whereas if we had a universal scheme similar to the paid parental leave scheme, then in actual fact there would be an intermediary. There would be a department or a bureaucracy that would actually be set up to provide that sort of a response, and would actually save the employee having to have those sorts of discussions with the actual employee in terms of that sort of support. Likewise, I think in terms of some of the nature of the employees that they have, whether we're talking about permanent or casual workers, again, I think that's quite a different sort of scheme, which is much easier if we did have the universal sort of paid domestic violence leave scheme. People are quite nervous about administratively how it could work, how they could support. Right now they're actually supporting a lot of their employees through difficult situations quite sensitively, but if there is the requirement to do it under legislation, then how does that actually work? How can they actually provide support? A lot of the people who need support in rural and regional areas actually need physical support in terms of being taken to safe places or being found safe spaces in the business, being given places to actually store their possessions or make safe phone calls. And a lot of our employees are able to provide those sorts of things relatively easily, but in actual fact taking it to the next level, legislatively having to provide some of those things is quite different. Whereas if they can do those things in conjunction with a paid domestic violence leave scheme, then I think people feel that that would be much easier and much actually better, more beneficial for both the victim survivor and their outcomes long term.
If we talk about the different workforce profile of the sector, seasonal, short-term, transient, could you see an even greater attractiveness then, because of those issues, for a universal government scheme where that individual was connected to somewhere else, whereas they may only be temporarily connected to you because they're moving?
On that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's exactly right. That's one of the concerns that we've identified in the submissions, which is that it's very difficult for the scheme to operate effectively in relation to casual employment, seasonal employment, short-term employment and employees who are frequently on the move. So a government scheme which is essentially managed and monitored, where those people could have access to Centrelink or some sort of centralised government administrative agency would be much more effective for those sorts of people.
What role do you see, though, for an employer in this? What would that look like, though, if you had a government scheme? What do people do now to help people who are coming to them for help, and what would they do after this?
Yeah, so I think from my perspective, the government scheme would actually at least enable the everybody, whether they're, and so I guess when you're looking at the nature of our businesses, some of them are, quite a lot of them actually are owner-operators, they're sole traders, they're in partnerships, they're not under awards and they're not actually always receiving a regular salary. So, but unfortunately, often, domestic violence leaves no stone unturned. They are, obviously it is occurring in those sorts of relationships as well. So without money, then people cannot leave these abusive relationships. So I think that's the first thing, is the nature of our businesses are quite different. And there's a lot of people in rural and regional Australia that would not be covered by this particular legislation. So first of all, if we look at from the victims' survivors' perspective, I think we want to make sure that any legislative change we actually makes a difference to them. And also, of course, is it going to lower the incidence? Is it going to provide support to victim survivors? How is that actually going to keep them in work? And that's where I think that the small businesses, by providing potentially safe spaces at work, safe places to make phone calls, safe places to store luggage, sometimes safe places, time off in lieu, all of those different things and arrangements, flexibility arrangements that employers right now are actually making, is actually helpful if they can be backed up by a universal scheme. And I think that's what happens with paid parental leave. The other thing is that I think one of the reasons that paid parental leave has been so successful is because it applies to everyone, that it is actually starting to make really quite significant changes in workplace culture. Businesses are still providing paid parental leave off their own bat. They are still actually, wanting to be businesses that are preferred businesses, preferred places to work by having additional paid parental leave schemes often. But there is a minimum standard of support, I guess you'd say, across everybody, and that is through the paid parental leave scheme. And I think that's why, and our members see that's why this could be a really useful tool for government to provide the baseline in terms of everybody gets the same support universally, and then small businesses, whether they're a small business and they're doing more in-kind support, whether they're a larger business and able to establish actually more set support or financial support, I think everybody is then able to actually act according to the situation that they find themselves in with their particular employees.
I just want to be clear in my understanding about what you were going to earlier. Were you suggesting that there could be a set of standards that have in-kind, very practical supports that you're talking about, that is separate to, say, financial support?
I don't think a set of standards so much, but I do think that that is the sort of thing that people, right now, it's been talked about in a number of submissions to the various inquiries. They are the sorts of things that small businesses do need to actually, and are already now, actually providing some of their employees that find themselves in this situation. And actually, they're, whether irrespective of whether they're permanent employees, casual employees, whatever it is, they are being required to act because often they are the only people that can support some of these employees should they find themselves in that position. One of our submission does talk about the fact that if at the end of the day we do resort to or go back to the Fair Work Commission's decision, then I still think that we do need extra tools in industry and in rural and regional Australia to actually help employers manage some of these situations, because pretty much at the moment employers are doing what they can do, particularly small employers without HR departments, but they would really benefit from extra knowledge and tools and support services. And that's those sorts of services and tools and knowledge is just not available in most rural and regional communities.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Good. Thanks very much. Senator Waters.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks very much, Ms Simpson and your colleague there for sharing your time and your views with us today. And can I acknowledge, first of all, your support for the expanded definition of family and domestic violence to cover people that share a household, and acknowledge that obviously is, in my view, is appropriate, given that it still requires the same level of support and has the same impact on the worker. You've talked about the difficulties of applying the definition to abuse in shared farmhouse quarters. Can you explain your concern about that?
Mostly in relation, Senator, to the casual workers. So if, for example, an employer, for example, a small, I'm just going to say, let's say somebody owns a small cherry orchard or apple orchard, they may in fact employ, some workers for a week or two to come and pick their harvest, and then for that will be as much as they would require for the whole year, or alternatively they may come and go. So it's if that scenario that we have supported that you just spoke about, if there was to be a domestic situation in a shared household, and then all of those inhabitants were to be impacted, then it may well be that suddenly the employer would find themselves without any employees, whilst they're all having to deal with the aftermath of that incident. And so I think that's, whilst we totally agree that the expansion of the definition, we also are just highlighting, I guess, that it could have wider ramifications if people are living in shared quarters and shared houses, as does happen often if particularly casual workers are travelling around Australia or travelling around harvest regions, looking for places to stay and working in different farms from time to time.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense. You have raised both in your submission and today your concerns about the seasonal workforce, and that short-term workers might, will be eligible to the full 10 days leave. Have you got any either anecdotal or statistical information about how much of a real issue that could potentially be? Have you got any information about how likely it is that seasonal workers will seek to claim the leave, or is it?
I'll let Ben talk in a moment, but at the moment, no, this is all untested and untried for us. Obviously, we're only speculating. I think much as the Fair Work Commission was speculating when they were determining whether or not they should apply rulings to casual workers and casual workforce. We don't really have any way of knowing, and at this point in time, we would only be speculating. I think that the point I would just highlight, though, Senator, is that if we were, in a small farm or a small business where you do only have, as we raised in our submission, if you do only have 5 or 10 employees, and then you do have several of them impacted by a particular event, then that is quite a large chunk out of your workforce, and that could have a much bigger impact than if you were in a bigger company with a similar sort of rate of access.
Yes, thank you. And last one from me. Does the NFF currently provide any resources or training for farmers about dealing with workers experiencing family and domestic violence in the workplace? And in addition to that, what extra support would you like to see provided to your members and by whom to help them manage this new obligation?
Yeah, I'll let Ben answer that one.
We don't actually provide any training or support to workers, but there's an absolute wealth of information available on the Fair Work Ombudsman's website, and they do a very good job of sharing information about workplace obligations and entitlements, that sort of thing. So our practice usually is to share that information with anyone who approaches us and throughout our membership. Obviously, we're a federated organisation. We don't have direct farmer membership. Our members are farming bodies themselves who have farmers who are their members, and so we farm all that information out through our membership in that way. But we have taken a proactive approach towards sexual discrimination. We've adopted a policy about 18 months ago of zero tolerance towards that stuff, and we are generating a program right now as we speak to try and raise awareness around that issue within farms. In particular sexual harassment, and developing a leadership program so that farmers know exactly what their expectations are and what the community expects, what a modern workplace looks like in this space, and then can educate the rest of their community, their peers, on how that should work in practice.
Senator, I might add.
That's really great.
Well, I might add too, the Diversity in Ag Leadership program that I spoke about that we started it 6 years ago with just 6 corporate partners and the aim of that program is to literally move the dial when we're talking about culture, when we're talking about diversity and all the factors that actually support those aims. And so that's now grown to, I think, 34 or 35 corporate partners who have to publish their statement and commitment every year, and it's been really exciting seeing that program grow in terms of some of the things that these employers are now doing to encourage a changed culture in our industry and in our workplace. So whether it's about breastfeeding rooms, gender pay gaps, flexible working arrangements, as well as, of course, the actual gender diversity, and then now talking more broadly about diversity as well, and all the other forms of diversity that we need to have in our industry. So alongside the zero tolerance approach that Ben spoke about in relation to sexual harassment and worker exploitation, I think some of these practical things that we're doing with our partners and our members are actually starting to have some inroads in our industry, which is really exciting to see.
Well, that's wonderful news, and commend you for your role in driving that. Well done. Just a quick follow-up in relation to, with these particular new leave provisions, what sort of support or training will you be seeking from government so that you can inform your members and they inform their members about how to apply, how to support workers, that sort of thing?
Yeah, so I'll start and then Ben may come in. I mean, I think some of it is literally some of the toolkit sort of provisions around the sorts of support that people may need, whether it's hotlines and numbers that people can actually access. We've talked a lot about the fact that they just are not the on-the-ground services in terms of assisting people. If people do need to leave a relationship, a violent relationship, then it takes people often quite a long time to do that, because often they have to actually, of course, make the decision. But in a regional and rural community, it's also then about the practicalities. How do they get away? They may not have any transport. There may not be public transport. Where do they actually go? What do they do with their children? How can they, have access to the things that people, I think, sometimes take for granted in more urban areas where there's different places to go. So I would see it as a suite of tools that we actually do need to start supporting our employers with, and some of those are as basic as if it became a universal scheme, for example, is there places that, that there are hotlines that people can ring? Are there support services that people can contact? Is there a one-stop shop that people can actually get some sort of support, as well as a suite of written tools and information as well, Ben? Can you think of anything else?
I think, all the things that Fiona mentioned, obviously, but just giving or offering small business employers training on how to manage these situations, because I can imagine as a small businessman or small businesswoman, a small business person, if you're an employee who you're very close with comes to you and starts telling you, because they have to, in order to access this leave, about what they're going through, the first thing the employer is going to want to do is to provide support to this person, explain to them what they can do, what they should do, obviously where the hotlines are, but also how to engage sensitively with this person, what sort of language is appropriate, what sort of body language is appropriate. These are really sensitive and difficult issues. I'm stating the obvious, but knowing exactly how to engage with them when you've never dealt with them before, be very, very tough. So helping people manage that sort of engagement, I think, is really important.
Thank you. That's really good feedback. And I particularly hear your concern about the under-resourcing of frontline services in regional areas. They're under-resourced everywhere, but it's particularly potent in regional areas. So thanks for raising that. That's all from me. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator.
Good, thank you. Senator Sullivan, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the call. Thank you both for your presentation today. In your submission, you do reference the fact that this bill goes further than the Fair Work Commission's decision on this matter. In particular, obviously that relates to including casuals, relates to the entitlement being based on the full pay rather than the base rate of pay, that it's prorated. There's no proratering for part-time workers, and that the accrual is upfront rather than accrued over a period of a person's employment or over that year. Can you just explain to us what would be the impact to predominantly small businesses that represent your membership?
Again, I'll start, and Ben may wish to add. But I think people often don't understand the complexity of employing, particularly a casual workforce in rural and regional Australia, which is what a lot of our farm businesses have to do. And it's mostly at peak times, so we're talking about stressful times where there's weather imperatives and other imperatives where you do need to harvest fruit or vegetables or grain or whatever it is, or shearing. Any of these sorts of activities incredibly stressful anyway. But in actual fact, and this is one of the things that we have been talking about for a long time now, employers, it's not unusual for employers to be employing people on 2 or 3 different visa classes or 2 or 3 different working arrangements. And there could be permanent, that could include permanent employees, it could include casual employees domestically, it could include people on a seasonal worker visa, it could include people who are on backpack or holiday maker visa, it could include people here on permanent visas, and all of those different working arrangements have different rates of pay and different ways that they are actually worked out at the end of the day. Piece rates is another way of paying people. So I guess departing from that base rate of pay and talking about having to pay an employee what they would be owed, including all these other loadings and things for 10 days, is quite a difficult sum to work out. And in fact, Ben, I don't even know how employers would work it out.
Yeah, one of the frequent concerns our members express is around complexity in the IR system, and sometimes that's read as code for you don't want to pay your employees what they're entitled to, or you want to get away with stuff. It's not it. It's just understanding what the obligations are. Yeah. It's a really, really complicated space, particularly IR in and of itself, so the award and the Fair Work system, but then you also got to load in visas, you've got to load in taxation, you've got to load in, long service pay. There's all sorts of different superannuation. There's all sorts of different aspects to it that you have to be the full bottle on in order to engage a workforce. So loading this in again is just going to make things that much more complicated. I mean, there is some talk about, and I think it's a legitimate concern about people, casuals, being rostered on, and as soon as they're rostered on, they've got their entitlement to their 10 days leave, and then they work one day and then they take 5 days off on family and domestic violence leave. I don't know if that's a real issue. I don't know if that's a massive issue. It is something that we hear about, but really it's more around the issue around complexity. And just navigating those employment relationships successfully.
And you've got to remember that alongside that really complex arrangement, you then have a employer arrangement where often the employer does everything. So you don't have, that they are the person that organises the employees, they induct the employees, they pay the employees, they do the contracting for all the things that they're produce, they're picking and they're packing and organise all the freight. They do everything. It's very much a one-man band. So I think this would add a level of complexity that is really, really very difficult to manage. And we can totally understand some of the comments by the Fair Work Commission when they stop short of recommending this sort of an arrangement, because from our perspective, it does look incredibly complex and difficult.
You spoke earlier about the fact that a lot of farms run often sole traders or micro businesses. Can you imagine a situation without that universal system that you're proposing? And thank you for the amount of effort that you put into actually describing how it would work in your submission. But can you imagine a scenario where you've got, if the perpetrator of the violence and the victim survivor are actually two members of the business running whether it be a husband and wife or family business, without that universality system, can you imagine the situation there? How would the victim approach the other person to get leave paid?
Without the universal system, I think you'd have what happens now, and I really don't think anybody in rural and regional communities anymore are untouched by domestic violence in terms of their community and their friends. So what happens right now is that the victim survivor has to make arrangements over a very long period of time to try and extricate themselves from that particular situation. And it's very difficult for them because of the way that their partner is often controlling the finances and controlling the access to their vehicle. There is no public transport, there is no anything like that. They are often reliant on friends, they're often reliant on goodwill. Obviously, privacy is critical in a small community like that. It's funny how a lot of people don't know what people are doing in their own homes. And so right now, there isn't a lot of help for people like that. And I think that's what I found so chilling rereading some of the submissions into the draft national plan, was reading about women who were having to try and get away and make their escape from those sorts of abusive relationships. And as I was reading those submissions, I actually was reflecting on this bill and thinking, will this help them in any way, shape or form? And I really don't think it will. It won't provide housing. It won't provide that transport. It won't actually provide that link to somebody who they could ring as a hotline that we spoke about before, where they could get help or their employer could get help. And so even though, absolutely we put through our submission the different varieties of things that could help, without the actual universal scheme, then I'm not sure that anything else that's being proposed here will actually help some of those people in sole traders, in partnerships, in some of the small businesses that we have in rural and regional Australia.
And so earlier we heard from witnesses that spoke about how those businesses have already implemented a scheme that enables people to take paid leave. But what we heard was that the actual take-up rate is actually very, very low. And in one particular instance, it was 0.03% of the workforce. So obviously very, very small number, yet we hear that the prevalence of domestic violence is actually very high. And you've said in your opening statement that that it's even higher in rural and regional Australia than the rest of Australia. So how important is it to actually get it right in terms of a system, as well-meaning as it might be, to get it right to actually address the issue?
I think it's absolutely critical. I think we have to be looking really carefully at everything we propose to try and work in this situation, and it's probably not going to be a one-size-fits-all solution. I think different communities will have different tools that people will need. And I think the reasons, it doesn't surprise me that the schemes are not largely subscribed in employer relationships for the reasons that we talk about. People often don't want to disclose to their employers what's happening. They don't want to disclose because of their record. They don't want to disclose because of what, any future job prospects. And so that's why I do think we need to look critically and see that anything we do is going to try and help the most people, and is going to try and engender change, whether it's support for the way we actually support victim survivors, or whether it's actually going to affect the rate of domestic violence. And that's a massive piece of work.
Obviously, you can't know because we haven't actually seen it yet, but is your contention that if there was a universal system that's sort of at arm's length from the employer, that we might actually get a greater uptake of those services?
Yeah.
And that support?
Yeah, so if there was a universal, so our contention is that if there was a scheme similar to the paid parental leave scheme, which is where I understand employers can claim back from Centrelink the amounts of salary that have been claimed by their employee, a certain amount, then that's available to every worker, irrespective of their business, irrespective of where they reside.
Sole traders.
Yeah, it's everybody, and it actually provides at least a sort of a level playing field, if you like, or at least the same support to everyone. Everybody knows that's there. They know that they can access it. They don't need to actually be disclosing any sorts of the details of that abuse to their employer. At least they know as they're trying to plan and make their escape and go through all the other things that need to happen. At least they know they have that, and that's sort of, I think, where the government particularly could put a stake in the sand and say, no, we feel strongly about this. This is a societal issue that we do need to somehow or other look at how we support victim survivors better. And we should be doing that for everyone. We shouldn't just be doing that for people who are employed in big businesses, absolutely, but we should be doing it for people who are employed in any business, because it's a real problem for all of those people as well.
There's sort of the circular issue, though, of if someone might need to be taking leave to go to Centrelink in the first place. Or to engage with the services that are required to support them. So if there's, if they're needing to take leave to access an administered service, then does it not?
Well, I think they can certainly do. This is for to be worked out in the detail around legislation. But I'm sure there could be what happens now mostly is that the employers just keep paying the employee anyway, and that could be then retrospectively geared through a hotline or something like that. I mean, this is really a matter for government as they work through the details.
It's a question of administration.
Yeah.
If the administration of the program's not working, then it needs to change. But if it's done online and it can be done at night, perhaps during their lunch break,
Thank you.
Good, thanks. Thank you. Just before I go to Senator Payman, just so I'm clear, I appreciate there's an issue you're putting forward regarding universally being paid by the government. I'm also aware, as we're all aware, that the Fair Work Commission said this is an employment-related issue. And the question that you've also raised, and that is the concerns about employers knowing too much detail about what might be the circumstances that somebody is experiencing domestic violence. Can you just clarify, if someone is in a situation of accessing family domestic violence or any form, it would appear certainly they'd be in contact with their employer to say that they're making wherever that money's come from, wherever that payment's been made, that they are actually accessing that leave. And that's a sort of an intimate conversation with the employer that takes place anyway under any circumstance, doesn't it?
Well, it probably does, but it doesn't need to be as involved as if the employee is actually going to request time, the actual specific domestic violence leave to be initiated through the employer with details around that particular leave. So I think we're talking about communities where the policeman is known to the employer and they could well be best friends in the same, sort of social settings, and the partners. So I think what we're trying to to actually initiate here. And again, as Ben said, I think it is through the design of the scheme and how it actually works. And we would have to have, a better look at some of the administration around any of those programs. But the idea is that it does, at the moment, we feel that what's proposed is actually putting an extra onus on the victim survivor actually to have a very detailed and intimate conversation with their employer, whereas in actual fact it could be done through an intermediary. Potentially there could be a hotline, a number, an office that they could ring to say, look, we are wanting to actually access this universal paid domestic violence leave, and the intermediary could be the one having the conversation with the employer. And that way, I think that could be a lot less stressful for the victim survivor than having to have that detailed conversation with their actual employer about that situation.
So you don't feel it'd be re-traumatising somebody potentially on numerous occasions?
I think what's being...
Because a third party talking to the employer about the employment relationship that's intimate to the employee and the employer does become, my experience has a degree of complication to it.
I think it's more traumatising often for the employee to have to talk to their employer in a small community where they may feel that everybody knows everybody, rather than just talking to an intermediary who's then going to have the conversation with the employer to allow the employee to have, whether it's 3 days, 5 days, 10 days domestic violence leave, whatever it is, to initiate that. A little bit like we deal at the moment with workers' comp claims and things like that, where, again, we have an intermediary often that is talking to the employer and to the employee. I don't think it's asking the employee to actually have to re-traumatise. I think it's actually imposing an intermediary and giving the employee support to actually do what they need to do in terms of their domestic violence, but also in terms of then having the intermediary talking to the employer about that. So to me, it's less traumatising.
It could almost be like having an advocate on their behalf, talking to them. And the intermediary doesn't have to go into any great detail. I mean, they've made the decision as to whether or not there's the entitlement there. They just
very good idea for people on visas to have an advocate. Representative.
Possibly.
Well.
I didn't know that we were addressing that today,
but we aren't. But I just want to thank you for some of the comments you've made about as you're aware, the government is having discussions about with small business about ways and methods of making sure that we uncomplicate things, and those conversations that will always need to take place in these circumstances with an appropriate person, and whether it be the direct employer or appropriate person, does take place anyway. But ways and means of making that more streamlined and more efficient, and some of your suggestions will help with that sort of consideration. Senator Pateman.
I've just got one question. Thank you for your submissions. I do understand that you guys have made a note that small businesses can't afford to provide family and domestic violence paid leave. The Fair Work Commission's Family and Domestic Violence Leave Review found that employers are already paying the cost of FDV through increased absenteeism and lost productivity, and that paid FDV will assist in reducing that cost. Do you guys agree with the Commission's finding?
Do you want to speak first?
A lot of that was speculation, so it's possible. I think that was really the finding of the Fair Work Commission. It's possible, but they can't quantify the cost. They can't quantify the cost to businesses of the leave component. They can't quantify the cost to businesses of the lost productivity. So I guess our concern really is that there's an unquantified risk that's someone's going to have to bear, and it's our view that while there's that risk there, it's a big unknown, that it's on government, particularly when we're talking about small businesses and small businesses that we represent, which very often run on very tight margins and are very often price takers. So they can't build that cost into their business model. They just have to absorb it, and that's just not something they can manage, particularly with the increasing costs across the board right now.
And particularly, I guess, because in some of the instances you're looking at having to employ somebody else to do that job. It's not a job that can just wait until somebody else is there. You know, that's what we're finding now when we're talking about whether we're sowing or harvesting or packing or processing. If that person is not available to do that job, then you have to pay not only that person, but you have to pay an additional person to come and do that job if you can access that person, which is another discussion altogether. So I guess that's, you know, alongside the fact that a lot of those costs are just unquantified and unknown, particularly with the reach of this particular legislation to casuals, then I think you are looking at then having to pretty much pay again to find somebody to actually do that job if there is nobody there doing it.
Okay. All right. That's all from me, Chair. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you very much for your evidence you've given this afternoon, and your evidence will help assist us in our deliberations for the final report. If you've taken any questions on notice, if you could provide answers by August the 25th, it'd be greatly appreciated. We'll now adjourn until 3:05. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senators.
I now welcome via video conference representatives from Relationships Australia, Full Stop Australia, Women's Legal Centre ACT. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate and committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names, the capacity in which you appear today? Maybe we start with Relationships Australia.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Nicholas Tebby. I'm the National Executive Officer with Relationships Australia.
Thank you. Full Stop Australia.
And I'm sorry, just joined by my colleague, Dr. Susan Cochrane.
Thank you. Dr. Cochrane, you're with us?
Hello, my name is Hayley Foster. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Full Stop Australia, and it's great to be with you and coming to you from Gadigal country and paying my respects.
Thank you very much. And Women's Legal Centre, ACT.
Eleanor Rosenman, CEO of the Women's Legal Centre here.
And I may have missed a couple of other people. If the others haven't spoken, if you could please speak, would be wonderful.
Hender, I'm an Employment and Discrimination Advisor to the Women's Legal Centre, ACT. Good afternoon.
Right, yeah, that's all of us.
Good afternoon, this is Susan Cochrane, National Policy Manager, Relationships Australia.
Good, thank you very much. One of the reasons I do that is because I just want to make sure that the system works, but we're now so many years in using the system, it's nice to see nobody making a mistake other than usually me. And I've gone pretty well, so I haven't made a mistake today. So I'm now just, and thank you for joining us today. I now invite you each to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. So I might start in the same order if I could. Relationships Australia, would you like to make a short opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we would. And before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land where we're coming to you from today, the Ngunnawal people in Canberra. Relationships Australia welcomes the opportunity to appear before the committee. We're a federation of leading, as a federation, we are a leading provider of relationship support services for individuals, families and communities. And for over 70 years, we've supported Australians to achieve respectful relationships. Our services include counselling, family dispute resolution, mental health, and various family and community support and education programs. Our member organisations work across almost 100 sites in metropolitan, regional and rural Australia, supporting approximately 200,000 Australians each year. Family violence is highly prevalent among our clients, and we therefore welcome the introduction of paid family violence leave as proposed by the bill. We agree that in supporting people to leave violent relationships without fear of loss of employment or diminution of financial resources, this workplace entitlement will save lives. The economic and financial hardship caused by family separation in general is well documented, and that hardship is compounded when separation occurs in the context of violent relationships. It's against this background that Relationships Australia supports measures to mitigate the financial and economic hardship associated with family violence. We commend, in particular, the accessibility of the entitlement from the beginning of the employment relationship, its accessibility to casual employees, and the extension of the entitlement across diverse relationship and household arrangements. To maximise the impact and clarity of the bill, and in view of the sensitivity of the circumstances, we suggest the bill make explicit the evidence that can be required of employees to substantiate that they meet the requirements to access the entitlement. Finally, we welcome the government's recognition that family and domestic violence is not just a criminal justice or social issue, but an economic and workplace issue as well. Across multiple inquiries, we have expressed concerns that the burden of fragmentation of laws and systems is too often forced onto the shoulders of those least equipped to bear it. Government recognition that the effects of family violence traverse all dimensions of social, economic, cultural and political life is welcome progress towards addressing and lifting that burden. Thank you again for the opportunity, and we'd be welcome to discuss the contents of our submission further.
Good, thank you very much for that. For now, I might ask for the next body to Full Stop Australia to, if you'd like to make a brief opening statement.
Thank you, Chair. So my name is Hayley Foster, the CEO of Full Stop Australia. We were actually the first rape crisis centre in Australia some 50 years ago, and we are in the unique position as the only national NGO providing specialist domestic, family and sexual violence trauma counselling services to people of all ages and genders across the country, as well as education and training and advice to workplaces and a range of organisations on how to better prevent and respond to violence, but also advice to each Australian government on better policies and practices and laws to address domestic, family and sexual violence. We've been advocating alongside unions for this reform for over a decade, and we do want to congratulate the Albanese government for this commitment, which we see as quite a landmark change. We do see every day on our counselling lines the impact of domestic and family violence, particularly across the life spectrum, but very much impacting upon people's livelihoods, maintaining their employment and their economic security. We all know some of these stats, but I'm just going to hit home a couple. Intimate partner violence is the single biggest preventable driver of premature death, disability and illness in women aged 15 to 44 years of age. And of course, the impacts on the individual and on families and the communities is immeasurable. We do have some efforts at trying to quantify that cost, and of course, we all know about the PricewaterhouseCoopers work done in 2015, which showed a huge part of that cost is obviously borne by victim survivors and the government. And it estimated that employers carry about 6% of that burden. We all know, and I won't go through, you had Ludo McFerrin this morning, of the landmark work and the really paradigm-shifting work that was done by Australian Domestic and Family Violence Clearinghouse from 2011, that 1 in 3 employees surveys had experienced domestic and family violence, and 20% of them, 19% of them said that they had experienced domestic violence in the workplace, in fact. And we know the major issues for the workplace and for individuals around illness, absenteeism, loss of productivity, etc. We know on the front line that people experiencing domestic and family violence have very real choices to make about their ongoing safety and their ongoing livelihoods. And we see this as a really landmark reform. The key things that we want to, the key points or the key issues that we have that we want to get across is that yes, domestic and family violence is everybody's business. Yes, we all have a role to play, but ultimately this should be a universal entitlement to everyone. We agree that it should extend to casual workers, but we're really concerned about the practical implementation of this. We know for some time that some industry and some corporates have been pushing back against this uniform availability of this entitlement, stating that they've had it for some time in some leading employers, employment workplaces, but there's been limited uptake. And we're concerned about the practical application of this, and that's why we do see a role for government in providing a safety net around the availability of a level of support for people across the country and to support small business and other employers that may have a real difficulty in meeting some of the financial cost, because we don't want to see employers pushing back and not encouraging their employees to be able to access this reform. We also want to see really clear training and standardised training and quality training across the board for employers. We want to see a really strong commitment and protections around privacy and confidentiality. And we want to make sure that we are monitoring the uptake of this so that we can see that employees across the country, know about this entitlement, feel safe to access entitlement, and are receiving an appropriate response from their employers when they do so. So thank you very much for the opportunity to appear today, and happy to take questions.
Good, thank you very much. And the Women's Legal Centre, ACT, if you'd like to make a short opening statement.
Thanks very much. We're also coming to you from Ngunnawal land here today in Canberra. We're a specialist legal centre in Canberra, and our primary practice areas are domestic and family violence and family law, employment and discrimination, and migration. Our vision as an organisation is that women are safe, strong and in control of their lives, and for many of our clients, our practice areas overlap to support women to achieve that outcome. We started working on the issue of domestic and family violence and work many years ago, again, really driven by the experience of our clients here at the centre. Too often we'd find that women would come in for family law advice, and as their matter extended and their circumstances became more complicated, many women just found it more and more difficult to also manage their job while attending to court dates, lawyers' appointments, doctors' appointments. And as they, I think, might describe it, something has to give in this situation, and the only thing that has no give here at all is work. This is borne out by the evidence that tells us that 2 in 3 women don't stay at the same workplace following family violence. It is clear to us that introducing paid domestic and family violence leave is the logical evolution of the modern workplace that is focused on maximising productivity and participation of all people. And there are 3 reasons why. The first is because workplaces evolve. As many of the managers and employers that we've trained in this area have themselves reflected, 10 years ago it would have been unimaginable to have a conversation with your employer about your mental health. It's now common to have an organisational level strategic response to support staff experiencing mental ill health, and there's widespread support for the proposition that workplaces have a role to provide staff to support staff affected by mental health, not as a feel-good policy, but as a basic business imperative. The prevalence of domestic violence, the cost motivations in retaining good staff and avoiding turnover and recruitment, and changing social norms support the inclusion of domestic and family violence as a workplace issue as a continuation of the same realisation and understanding. The second reason is because we know that employers can manage this with support. We were commissioned by the ACT government to develop and deliver training for public sector managers on workplace responses to domestic and family violence, including managing a paid leave entitlement, which is 20 days here in the ACT. We developed that training in conjunction between the family violence specialist and the employment practice here at the centre. We've trained over 600 managers and employers to support good practice in responding to domestic and family violence in 2019. What struck us was that managers and employers are already dealing with extraordinarily complex personal issues at work. When we place the issue of domestic and family violence within the context of existing HR frameworks and clarify the expectations of them are to support people to manage the effects of violence at work, to manage people's safety in the workplace, and to link them to specialist supports, we find that anxiety and disquiet about this policy almost totally evaporates. The final reason that we should be moving this way is because paid domestic and family leave, violence leave, makes a difference. Paid leave can create the platform for ongoing financial independence, which is one of the greatest foundations for both immediate and long-term safety. So far this year, we've opened ongoing family law matters for 133 women. 122 of those women, or 92% of them, are in paid employment of some kind, but every single one earns well below the average Australian income. Being able to stay in paid work makes leaving a possibility. Being able to stay secure and stay in decent paid work is a pathway to independence, stability and long-term safety. Every single day, we speak with clients who are clinging on to their jobs as they try and navigate separation, as they attend appointments with us, attend court to apply for family violence order, as they try and negotiate safe and secure arrangements for their kids and a fair division of property. The number of examples we have of where employers have offered them support is small, but I want to tell you that when they do, it can be life-changing.
Good, thank you very much. I'll now go to Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Tebby, in your submission, you highlight the financial difficulties and poverty of some of your clients. What are the impacts of family and domestic violence on those personal and working lives of those clients?
Absolutely, and I think my colleague Dr. Cochrane will have some more to add, but perhaps if I can just say in opening, Senator, that we see the hardship that is caused by separation is absolutely compounded when violence is involved. A lot of our clients, and this is a matter that we raise through a lot of our submissions, are experiencing a number of comorbidities at a time when they come to see us. And as a result, we see a range of poverty and financial stresses, as well as employment precarity, housing stress, and poor mental health. When violence is involved in relationships and when there is uncertainty as to the security of financial means, that compounds the decision-making process and can lead to a greater sense of panic and longer-term problems for our clients. Susan, did you have anything you wanted to add to that? Or just remember to unmute.
We can't hear you, unfortunately.
Can you hear me now, Chair?
Yes,
thank
you. Thank you very much. One of the things that we've sought to highlight in our submission is that the effect of employment precarity has a compounding effect both on the parent and on any children, and can have intergenerational impacts. And so anything that we can do to give greater financial stability to people experiencing family violence and their children is going to be a good thing that pays dividends, not just in the immediate present, but also down the track in the medium to long-term future for those children. Financial instability in the family can lead to all sorts of changes for the children that will have ongoing effects, and so they become enmeshed at a very early stage in financial disadvantage. But also, as my colleague Mr. Tebby said, having the assurance that you're not going to be financially disadvantaged or penalised by doing things to arrange your life and get away from a violent situation. The amount of stress that can alleviate is exponential. It has an extraordinary impact. Removing that particular stressor from someone experiencing family violence and giving them that comfort is a huge thing. But I'd also like to flip it over and say that removing that barrier for perpetrators, for people who use family violence, so that they don't have to choose between working a shift and making arrangements to leave a home where they've used violence, that helps the safety of the person experiencing violence and the children. So removing those barriers for perpetrators to relocate, to get counselling, other supports, those are worth doing as well.
So, in your opinion, do you think that the family domestic violence leave will make it easier for employees to access your services and therefore assist them to deal with their situation?
Yes, and not only our services, but a range of service provision, whether it's doctor's appointments for themselves, whether it's doctor's appointments for their kids. A range of other services will make it easier. Services that don't have out-of-hours access, places like the real estate agent's office, or some other businesses where they need to go to set themselves up to be safe. There are a lot of businesses that you do need to present yourself to physically, even in the COVID world where we do so much more online. So I think it's going to have a huge impact in allowing people to seek not only our services, but all the services that you need to re-establish yourself.
Thank you. Now, can I just ask Ms. Foster, your service, you've outlined you have significant experience working with people affected by family and domestic violence. Can you just give us a bit of a flavour of what that kind of experience is and what the impacts of family and domestic violence are on those working lives of your clients as well?
Yeah, certainly. Thanks, Senator. Look, it really is significant. As I said, it's the single biggest preventable driver we have in this country for premature death, disability and illness in women aged 15 to 44 years of age. So like that in itself, I think should be mind-blowing. We also know when we've looked at the death reviews that the workplace was pretty much the number one place outside of a health setting that should have been able to pick this up and support the person experiencing violence. And in fact, it really does. Like if we're talking day in, day out to clients on the counselling line about their experience and their options, whether they have an employer that is supportive or not is the absolute game changer. Because as we know, one of the biggest risks, the biggest kind of preventative factors or the hindrance or barriers to leaving and achieving safety is financial dependence. And so if that person does not have a way out that they can see to economic independence, and particularly if they have children, they really don't have a realistic way out. And that's compounded by a really significant problem in our country with affordable housing accommodation options. So it literally is not on the radar. And I have to tell you, the vast bulk of people that we're supporting who are experiencing domestic and family violence in that situation will not leave. They don't have an option to leave. And so when we look at, the fact that 50,000 Australian women each night in this country are facing homelessness as a result of domestic and family violence, that's the tip of the iceberg. So really it is going to change lives, and we know that from the death review, from the death reviews that happen. But it also, more than that, is going to significantly advance the safety and well-being and reduce those health impacts as well, not only for women and adults experiencing domestic and family violence, but for their children. And I know that my colleague here has mentioned the intergenerational impact. It breaks our heart. Every night we know, and look, we've got a service where we still have people going through to voicemail and we can't pick it up. But it breaks our heart, the number of people in this country who are stuck in those situations. They want to create a safe environment for their children, but they have to choose, they literally have to choose between trying to manage safety within the home or potentially seeking homelessness and having to start again from scratch. And I have to say, even employers that offer domestic violence leave, we have to do a lot of work with people around assessing whether that's the best option for them, whether they feel safe, whether they're going to have repercussions in terms of their own employment prospects, in terms of whether there's going to be confidentiality kept, whether it's going to affect their advancement within their careers. We do have adverse action laws in this country, but we have to say on a day-to-day basis, that's not enough to protect people when you're looking at the grey area of so much discretion around people's advancement in their careers. So it is significant. I can't overstate the importance of this as a protection and really advancing the status of women and reducing intergenerational harm.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good, thank you very much. I'll now go to Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to all of the witnesses, 3 organisations that are doing very important work, particularly in supporting victims, survivors of domestic violence. So thank you. My question is firstly to Relationships Australia. From your direct experiences assisting those impacted by family domestic violence, are you able to shed light on whether the utilisation of unpaid family domestic violence leave introduced in late 2018 has been effective in assisting victim survivors, please?
Susan, do you?
Thank you. Senator, look, there's no doubt that every initiative that supports people to get help is a good thing in its own right. But as Ms Foster has pointed out, the financial realities for most people seeking to leave a violent situation is that they're in financial handcuffs and they currently do have to choose. And if they make the choice to take unpaid leave, that may mean that they can't feed their kids for a day or more. That's the reality of it. And that's exacerbated by the fact that, you know, there is a preponderance of women in casual employment, and we certainly welcome the application of this bill to casual employees, but women make up the preponderance of casual employees. And so they do have, it's the hard facts of life that they do have to choose between things like a roof over the kids' heads and food in their own mouths and the children's mouths, and unpaid leave, while welcome, and certainly better than no leave at all, really doesn't hit the spot in terms of relieving that key stressor on people who are seeking to leave.
Okay. And so from your direct experiences with that, are you able to tell the committee what feedback you received from victim survivors regarding their disclosure experiences to their employers?
I think we might have to take that on notice, Senator, in terms of, you know, it's not part of our regular data collection to ask people how their disclosures have gone to their employers, although we can certainly seek responses and more detailed information from our member organisations if the Senator would, if that would assist you, Senator, or the committee.
That would, yes, it would. I guess where I'm going with this is we've heard evidence from others and particularly direct employers that have schemes in place already, in fact paid schemes, paid leave schemes. And the uptake rate is actually very, very low.
Yep.
So trying to consider, you know, why that is. You know, is there an issue with individuals wanting to come forward? And obviously your experiences, and I put this to the entire panel, directly dealing with victim survivors, is like what would be preventing people coming forward to their employer? Is that in itself a bit of a barrier?
I can speak to that if you're happy for me to, because we're constantly working with people in this situation. And I have to say, and this is not a criticism of industry bodies and not a criticism of individual employers, but by and large, the response that people get is an inappropriate one, and there are consequences for people. And it's not because of anything sinister. It's not because of, you know, people don't want to do the right thing. We have to be honest that in this country, in countries right around the world, but we're no different here, that we have problematic attitudes when it comes to domestic and family violence and violence against women more generally. We still have a situation where 1 in 5 people in Australia think that women make up rape allegations. It's only because they led somebody on and then had regrets. We still have a situation where 1 in 3 Australians think that domestic and family violence is a normal reaction to day-to-day stress and frustration. So we have some problematic attitudes right throughout the community already. Of course, that's going to mean that in our workplaces that we have that same barriers around problematic attitudes when it comes to violence against women. And so there's a huge sense of disbelief. So people not being trusted, that they're making it up. People, as a result of that, have the fear of doing that, of coming forward. Also, even if somebody who wants to have a compassionate response, if you don't have the training and the skills on how to respond appropriately in a trauma-informed way, you can exacerbate the harm to that individual, and you can actually, can lead to a situation where that person does not feel safe to reach out again for help or dismisses that. So we've had huge issues with privacy breaches as well. So people coming forward to access support, and you've got, everyone standing around, there's a roster, and such and such has gone to court again. They're at family court. Everybody knows about what's going on in that person's life. And so there are significant barriers. And it's just the inconvenience, like it is, let's be honest, as an employer and as teams, it is inconvenient for someone to be taking extra leave. And so there's a pushback around that. So by and large, there's not a great response, and that's why the centrepiece of our submission to you today is about, we want this to have practical application. We don't want this just to be like this in theory on the books that you could have this entitlement. We want every Australian worker to understand that this is their entitlement, and we want employers to be supported to be able to support their employees in that way. That means training and skill development, but it also means some additional supports, is what we would say.
Can I add to that question about training from our experience? When we talk to women at the centre about why they don't disclose at work, there are a number of reasons. One of the reasons is that for many women, they don't necessarily identify that what they're experiencing is domestic and family violence. For other women, it is the shame that actually they don't want people to know about this. But for lots of women, it's resignation. What's the point of telling them at work there's nothing they can do? Or it's about the risk of telling people at work. Women here are making an assessment, which is, I'm worried I'm going to lose my professional standard. I'm worried that the information is going to be used against me at work somehow. Or I'm worried I'm going to lose control of the situation and actually I'm not going to be able to determine what happens next with this. And I think that what we have found on the flip side from training a lot of employers in the same space is that their anxiety and some of their sort of lack of skill and some of the responses that Hayley's just talked about women experiencing tend to actually dissipate when you frame the training differently. So when we started to run training, we used to start with information about domestic and family violence straight up. We actually now, when we run training, we don't talk about domestic and family violence until about a third of the way through the training. We frame it as an HR issue. Once you frame it as an issue in a space where managers and employers are comfortable and understand what the obligations and what the expectations of them are, they tend to give much better responses than if you come at them from it as a social issue. So I do think that, yes, there are some really terrible examples of poor practice, but I really think those can be ameliorated by some really decent training.
Thank you.
I think too, Senator, I heard your questions earlier to some of the other witnesses, and I think you used the figure of 0.03% had availed themselves of the entitlement. And I think, as my colleagues have said, that there are issues of disclosure and shame and stigma. But one of the advantages, to echo the evidence given earlier today, of having a scheme such as that in the current bill is to have a universal scheme normalises disclosure. It potentially supports the creation of a safe space in which disclosure is, part of the working life and less stigmatising, and increasing that conversation and increasing awareness will go towards a broader approach towards ending domestic and family violence. I mean, the fact that people feel inhibited in disclosing domestic and family violence, I mean, that was one of the things that emerged from Kate Jenkins' report into employment conditions at Parliament House. It's something that echoes across employment situations throughout the country, and anything that we can do to have this as part of what Eleanor has said is the employment environment in the country, I think is a good thing.
Yeah, thank you. And I was pointing out evidence that we were given earlier, and that 0.03% that came from one of the direct employers. Look, I think what we're really intent on here is making sure that this bill actually addresses the need, and it's not just window dressing, that it's actually really going to address the need that victim survivors really need to address their issues. Thank you.
Good, thanks very much, Senator. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, I guess, following on from Senator O'Sullivan's point, so the question is to Women's Legal Service. In your submission, you explain how you've assisted the ACT government to provide this entitlement to employees, and, along with ensuring that you're assisting employees who may be too afraid or ashamed or be anxious about family and domestic violence leave and seeking it out. I understand that, you would frame it as a HR issue instead of a social issue, creating that safe space. But what steps can employers take, or would you advise employers to take to encourage people to access family and domestic violence leave and provide a safe and supportive environment for them?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I think that one of the big recommendations that we often make to employers in this space is to actually develop a broader domestic and family violence policy to support staff. What we see with women coming through the centre here is that many people affected by domestic and family violence don't actually need additional leave, but could really benefit from other supports in the workplace. The ACT framework, I think, actually gives quite a good model. It includes really 4 key elements. The first is the leave entitlement. The second is the flexible work arrangements and reasonable adjustments. So that could be changing where your job is located, changing you from a front-facing job, something like that. And referral. The third is referral to EAP and specialist support. And the fourth is workplace safety responses where necessary. I just want to come back to the third one as really the key one for us. It's really critical that we explain to employers that they should be a gateway to support specialist support services, not providing the specialist support services themselves. And as I say, again, once you sort of talk to employers about that, they get much less anxious about actually having the discussion with their employer. And for us, it's really critical because, and then I think Hayley Foster alluded to this, that for many women, it might actually be the only place they have a chance of actually receiving that information. So I think, our key thing would be around thinking about it in context, that leave is really only it's just the very pointy end of a policy, and that there's many supports that workplaces can offer around the leave as well.
Just following up from that, do you think the entitlement provides any benefit to employers and workplaces? And if so, what kind of benefits?
Beth, please jump in if you have examples as well. I think what we saw it was interesting for us training a lot of employers and a lot of really different sort of sections of the particular department that we worked with, was that actually what it gave people, even just the conversation about domestic and family violence leave being available actually was a really positive opener to cultural change within the organisation on a range of related issues, both issues that you can kind of immediately think of, but also I guess, broader cultural issues in within that team or within that organisation. Here in the centre, in fact, I was just talking to one of my colleagues recently who was telling me about a client of ours who's actually been supported using a mixture of domestic and family violence leave and other forms of leave to relocate interstate from a situation that was extremely unsafe. Now, the obvious benefit, the benefit to her is obvious, which is she's now in a safe place. She's not in Canberra where that person is. But for the organisation, she had a really niche skill set that they really needed to keep, that they've been able to retain. And in the current employment market, it's really hard to overstate the value of that.
Great, thank you.
Good, thanks. Senator Little.
Thank you. I appreciate that your organisations are exemplars in leading practice in this area, noting that you're all not-for-profits, but also we haven't had a lot of representation from not-for-profit organisations, more general in the sector that you work alongside. We also haven't had specific representation from an Aboriginal community-controlled organisation, and you would know the statistics on higher levels of either being victims of physical or threatened violence through the AIHW work. My question goes to, given that you're all not-for-profits, what happens in terms of funding, or what have you done given that you operate within a restricted multi-year funding envelope often? I'm not sure who might want to have a go at that, but I'm just interested to hear how you've done it and how others
I'm happy
might
to
do
take
that.
that question, or at least kick that off.
Thank you.
We do actually, I don't know if I was clear, we do provide this work, this training right across the board and advice to workplaces, to employers in government, in corporate sectors and in NGOs, and we train around 3,000 a year in this work, and it's all fee for service. So there's occasionally we get some philanthropic support, and that is in particular to deliver to First Nations organisations and communities and and organisations that supporting vulnerable workforce. But by and large, it's all fee for service. But of course, we're a non-for-profit, we're a for-purpose organisation. I think that it is really concerning, and we've been lobbying governments for so long. We've been doing this stuff for close to 20 years. And we were sort of one of the first organisations in this space. It's been really challenging to get the government to actually invest in it so that we can turbocharge this work. And we do see private consultancies sort of coming in, who it's not their area of expertise, coming in and getting huge contracts, and they don't have that specific expertise. And I think it's really critical that that you are an expert organisation that can take disclosures, that can create safe spaces, that do live and breathe this work and are actually working with the clients, working with the people on the front line who are impacted, because it's keeping it real. And I think the other important point is that it is all tailored. So whilst we want to see a broad, we want to have across the board, we want training to be available for all workplaces. We have to work with industry bodies and unions to be able to do that. We tailor it. If we're working with sporting integrity, if we're working with media and entertainment industry, FIFO, the Minerals Council, whoever we're working with, we work with that industry. And we make sure that it is relevant, that all the case studies, everything's relevant to their particular area, and that everybody can understand it and it makes sense. And we have to show people the benefits of doing this work and the power of it. So yeah, I really appreciate that question, because it is a bit of a frustration for us, and we all want to see a real meaningful implementation of this. And to do that, I think we need to put more value in the organisations that have been doing this stuff for a long time.
I think that from the Women's Legal Centre perspective, we did get some government investment to support. We developed it under our own steam, but we got some government investment to support the delivery of training here in the ACT, and that really made a difference in terms of how accessible it was. I think there's lots of room to exactly, we haven't provided training within our own sector. There's varying practice within our own sector. And I think that really thinking about how particularly you deliver it in the space of a community-controlled organisation and other really specific workplaces would be something that we would need to do. We have a specialist First Nations women program here at the centre, and I would say we have had First Nations clients access domestic violence leave assistance at work. We do have examples where people have been able to access it, which is positive.
Can I? Sorry. Yes.
Sorry, Senator. I was just going to say maybe one other aspect to the answer to your question is, I suppose, the impact on not-for-profits and small businesses and a whole range of industries in terms of this leave once and if it is implemented. And I think across the not-for-profit sector, there is obviously a very strong commitment to ensuring that all workplace requirements are available to their staff, and we certainly welcome the government's commitment to continuing to work with the sector on issues like indexation and making sure the sector is properly funded to be able to continue to have, I guess, a vibrant and supported workforce. I think when it comes to the bill itself, and this applies to a number of sectors, not just the not-for-profit sector, the staged implementation is a welcome one. It will give opportunities for businesses to ensure business practices are ready. But also I think we will need an ongoing conversation society-wide to ensure that all employers are able to meet the cost of the leave and are willing to do so, given how important it is in the circumstances.
Just a follow-up question. In terms of the First Nations communities and those communities where English is not a first language or face other barriers to access to information or level of accessibility for them for a whole range of reasons, what would you see your role as in contributing to ensuring that something that is rolled out broadly actually reaches those communities that probably need special type communications in order to ensure them that there's a level of comfort in actually engaging with that service?
It's partnerships. It's always partnerships, and again, that's something that the NGO sector does incredibly well. is actually delivering, walking alongside and actually making sure it's applicable and accessible and relatable to those particular community groups. And again, NGOs are doing this as part of, we get some corporates, so Chief Executive Women, Champions of Change Coalition, they promote our training and corporates will pay fee for service for it. And then we go out and we work with Indigenous community organisations, first, as well as culturally and linguistically diverse, disabilities, youth, a lot of youth. So we do a lot of that work, and it's all about partnerships. That's all I can contribute. And Eleanor or anyone else?
Well, the other thing I would say is one of the things we'd be mindful of with those particular groups of people that you mentioned, so First Nations people and people from migrant and linguistically diverse backgrounds, is some additional things that is considering about the barriers to their disclosure in all environments, not just at work, and that there are particular concerns that they might have, particularly, in a small place particularly, that around where you'd want to make sure that the information, that employers really understood the information about confidentiality and how that works. And again, that really clear boundary about what their role is when somebody discloses at work, that it is not to step in and case manage that or to make any decisions over the top of the person that's experiencing domestic and family violence. It is to help them manage it insofar as it crosses over with them at work.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. Senator Walters.
Thanks very much, Chair, and hopefully you can hear me okay. I've been in transit, but I have actually heard everyone successfully, so thank you very much for your time today and all of the contributions you've made, and just thank you from the bottom of my heart for all of the work that you do, no doubt at great emotional cost, and for all the people that you've helped. One of the themes that's come up today from a number of the various witnesses, including the ASU and the ACTU, as well as the Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Farmers Federation, was the increased demand for support from frontline domestic violence services. So essentially the point is that the family violence leave, whilst incredibly welcome, is not a panacea, and indeed that there should be more resourcing of frontline response services and trauma support and prevention work. I happen to strongly agree with that contention. So over to you in terms of the need for additional funding so that you can help everyone who seeks your help. Ms. Foster, I think you mentioned occasionally calls will have to go to voicemail. This is an opportunity for each of you to say why you need a bit more funding to be able to support people who reach out to you for help.
I would like to kick this off, if I may, Senator Waters. The service organisations represented here and throughout the community service sector, of course, before COVID, were running on blue tack and wishful thinking, pretty much. And with COVID, we have seen an exponential increase in both the intensity of need and also in the volume of need. So, for example, people might have been coming to us before with a substance abuse issue that was more or less under control. With COVID, that may have ceased to be under control. So to take a very straightforward example, and that has been replicated throughout our service streams. So we were already in a pretty parlous situation before that. We've had, in some of our state members, we've had increases in demand up to 4,000%. And we have provided data to the Department of DSS in relation to increased demand. As you're aware, we're a federation, so different state and territory organisations handle that increase in demand in different ways. But certainly we are painfully, and as Ms. Foster said, heartbreakingly conscious of the unmet demand out there. And that is also compounded by we welcomed the Fair Work Commission decision to increase wages. That was very welcome after, many families doing it very tough for the last few years, and certainly in combination with the increase in cost of living, increase in fuel. But that has not been matched by indexation in funding. We are, I think the disparity is around 4% between the increase by the Fair Work Commission and indexation for services funded by DSS, which is 1%. So we are staring down the barrel of fewer hours.
Excuse me, Ms. Cochrane. Could I just ask, just make sure people have got their phones on mute that are not on. Yeah, back to you, Ms. Cochrane.
Sorry, thank you. We are very much staring down the barrel of fewer service hours that we will able to provide to clients all across our service streams. And we are in the process of quantifying that for the benefit of our funding partners in government, but it will have an effect. If we can't retain specialist staff, then we can't offer clients the services that they desperately need.
Thank you. Can I just make one comment as well? Thank you, Senator. And I really appreciate the support that you've had on an ongoing basis as well for frontline sexual, domestic and family violence services to be adequately funded. They are essential services. They're not, making cups of tea in the corner. They are essential services and we need to be funding them as such. I mentioned before that 1 in 3 calls of ours are currently either people are dropping out after waiting too long or they're going through to voicemail. And that's around 4,000 people who made that courageous step of reaching out for support and were met with that response, which many of you would know, that's all it takes. It might be the only time they've reached out. That might be the first time in 20 years they've reached out. So we need to do much better. I'd also just mention that there are a national line that picks up calls where there are service gaps right across the country, in the Northern Territory, WA, inland Queensland, inland South Australia, etc., is actually currently funded by NRMA Insurance. And we have no assurance from the government that they're going to continue that funding from June next year. So yeah, it is a constant battle. And then trying to attract the best possible trauma specialist counsellors, all accredited social workers and psychologists with 5 years experience or more. It is very challenging within that sort of funding environment. I think we need to understand within the context of the national plan, the next national plan to end violence against women and their children, and it does acknowledge it so far in the draft, that we have to expect demand for services to increase for a time. We're on a curve where more people than ever across this country are identifying, it's what my colleague had just said about the fact that people don't even understand or recognise what they're experiencing as domestic violence. More people across the country are understanding and recognising this than ever before. They're feeling less ashamed to come forward because of some very high profile survivors in particular who have helped shed that shame, but also because there is increased confidence in the system. Now, we want that to happen, and it's going to continue to happen for some time if we do our job properly. But as more people come forward, we can assist them to achieve safety, to recover, and to break that cycle of violence. We will start to see a reduction in demand for services. So I guess what we would say is we need to be brave and courageous and say, yes, okay, we do need to increase funding for these frontline specialist services, but let's map it in accordance with need, and over time we do expect this to come down. But right now, when people are actually coming forward and seeking that assistance, we have an obligation to make sure that those services are there.
Senator, can I say, I think you're right to raise this issue in the context of this bill particularly, because one of the things that I worry about is that actually the inadequacy of the frontline services actually risks the support of employers for this bill and for these entitlements, because as I've said, I think one of the main things that assists the support of employers is the fact that there is a specialist place they can refer people who are experiencing domestic and family violence to. If they can't answer all the phone calls, people are going to get managers and employers are going to get more anxious about having the conversation because actually they're left with an expectation that they can't fill. Here at the centre, we're also, similar, my colleagues here have talked about increases and certainly at the centre that we have seen the same thing over the last few years. And in the last 6 months even, we've seen a 60% increase in requests for assistance. Funding issues are really live, and I think it's funny that, we're really talking about how to maintain service levels at this point. When we aggregate our indexation levels across our Commonwealth grant agreements, it comes back as a negative indexation level. So in the context of those increases that Susan Cochrane has mentioned from we're in a really invidious situation.
Thanks, everyone. Look, I've just been given a very quick follow-up. So on that theme of making sure that employers have the have the skills to support workers and know who to call to provide referrals so that workers can get the help they need. It's been raised that there's a bit of a lack of that confidence, particularly in small business, a lack of time to get across the new requirements. What do you think is required in terms of training for employers, particularly smaller employers? And importantly, who do you think is best placed to deliver that training? And can you talk about whether there needs to be specialist trauma training and specialist practitioners who can inform that training material?
One of the things that I would say in response to this, and we've said this in our submission, is that that training needs to include information about domestic and family violence, but we think it is really important that that training be developed by by a partnership between domestic and family violence specialists in combination with HR and employment law practices like ours. I think that you need to have a foot in both camps to actually understand how to best navigate through this issue. And I think there are a number of organisations across Australia, including, some of the organisations here that can assist with that. And I think that making it, again, it's about how you frame it. And once you frame it in the right way, you can break it into small enough chunks that actually they're quite manageable for smaller employees. I mean, we're a smaller employee, probably a bit smaller than my colleagues here. And so we're a good test case around how to actually keep it manageable for a small organisation.
Good, thank you very much.
This is Bethany Henter from the Women's Legal Centre. The point is to demystify this for employers and managers. It's not about memorising hundreds of numbers and websites. It's about knowing that there are services there that you can easily research them online, but having that confidence to have the conversation with your employer and having those soft skills in empathy and listening and giving that employee autonomy and choice is so important for this issue, but a number of issues that employers are supporting their employees through already is so key to making sure the implementation of this entitlement is accessed and benefits both employees and employers.
I'd like to thank you all very much for your evidence this afternoon. It'll be a great deal of assistance to the committee in its deliberations and its final report. And also just to personally say, thank you again for all the magnificent work that you do for so many Australians out there. And I think that the point that was made earlier about the national need for a national plan and the workings through the national plan with the early commitments from the government, the $1.3 billion to the women's safety initiatives, the $157.8 million over 4 years for additional 500 frontline and community sector workers in domestic and family violence organisations is critical. And I'm looking forward to hearing more advice and observations that come from all of you in the valuable role that you play. If you've taken any questions on notice, I'd appreciate if they could be answered by the 25th of August. And thank you again for this afternoon, and thank you again for all your assistance.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Now I'll welcome in person representatives from the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. I've just got a brief question I'm going to ask, and I'll leave it to you guys to do. Not quite. Cheers. Cheers, Paul. Good, thanks. I understand the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Greg Manning, First Assistant Secretary, Employment Conditions Division, Department of Employment Workplace Relations.
Leigh Swan, Assistant Secretary, the Safety Net Branch in the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations.
Stephen Still, Assistant Secretary, Employment Standards Branch, Department of Employment and Workplace Relations.
Hye Hyun Ariel Chong, Principal Government Lawyer in the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations.
Good, thanks very much. I now invite you to make a short opening statement if you wish. At the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
We don't have an opening statement, Chair.
Look, I've just got a, there should be circulated, which was circulated on, well, it was published just this afternoon from the Fair Work Commission, and some observations. I just want to ask you a question about that before I hand over to Senator O'Sullivan. If you have that in front of you, I hope. It's getting there, I'm told. I'll just go to the substance of what I see as the substance of that matter. I'll give you a brief chance to have a read of it. I know the committee members received it on Friday, but they may wish to reprise themselves of it. Just on the where it goes to, consistent with that approach, the Commission notes one aspect of the bill that may require clarification. You see that? It's in the 4th paragraph.
Yes, Chair.
And then it goes on in 2 more paragraphs with a quote. If you can just familiarise yourself from that, if you had an opportunity to consider that matter from the Fair Work Commission.
I have, Senator, very briefly.
Thank you.
I suppose what I would say is that when the legislation refers to the Commission declaring that there's no detriment, it is, as the Commission indicates it must be, intended to be an expression of an opinion that would assist parties and employees. Of course, the Fair Work Commission isn't a court, and so it can't make binding declarations of law. So to that extent, what's intended by the provision is, as the Commission alludes to, that they can express that opinion to provide some comfort to parties, but they can't make a binding declaration. So you do need to turn to the provisions to be absolutely clear on the effect. Does that assist, Senator?
That helps me, but there may be some follow-up questions from other senators. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much. I've got quite a number of questions, so I'll go pretty rapid fire, and if I could maybe get a similar response, and if there's something that can be taken on notice, then that might assist with our proceedings for the afternoon. So firstly, the Fair Work Commission was unable to conclusively assess the impact on businesses of all spectrums with regards to the employment costs associated with implementing paid family domestic violence leave. Is the department working on, or do they have plans to determine what the appropriate approximate cost to business and the broader economy will be with the introduction of this bill?
Senator, the Fair Work Commission received a number of expert evidence which estimate the potential economic cost. One is from Professor Duncan, and he estimated the cost, and if the leave is provided under the modern awards, is around 13 million to 34 million. And another evidence was presented by Dr. Jim Stanford, and he also estimates that if the leave is provided on a universal basis, and he estimates the upbound and the cost is around $200 million. And the department hasn't undertaken a specific economic analysis, but the department, I assume you will have the question later on the implementations. And as a part of the implementations, we are looking at exploring ways we can collecting more evidence, and once the leave is implemented, and as a review mechanisms, and to be able to come back and to estimate and quantify the impact on the economy, on employers and employees.
Okay, so I note that the work that was done by Professor Duncan didn't consider casuals or the advance, not being an accrual, and not a prorated amount as well. So is that going to be considered as advice going to be given to government on the cost of that?
That's true. Professor Duncan estimated as the Commission's proposal, which does not extend to the casuals, but extend to the full-time and part-time employees, which is a higher proportion, majority of the workforce. And the other estimate produced by Dr. Stanford, about $200 million estimate. At that estimate, he also indicated it will be lower because of the current workplace. There was a lot of workplace already providing the paid family domestic violence leave.
Okay. In the Minister's second reading speech, Mr Burke said that submissions presented to the Fair Work Commission hearings demonstrated that there was no evidence whatsoever of any misuse of paid family domestic violence leave. That there's no justification that this might be rorted. If that is the case, and that's fine, but what recourse, if any, will the department be considering or enacting that enables a business to be able to report their suspicion that this entitlement is not being utilised correctly by an employee?
I suppose initially, Senator, if an employer is not convinced that there's merit in the application in front of them, then they can discuss that and resolve it with the employee making the leave. So this
be a difficult conversation, though, wouldn't it, for the employer to have?
It may be, Senator, although I think most employers would be used to having conversations they'd perhaps rather not have with their employees about leave, when you might take operational reasons and things like that. And this bill doesn't change the evidentiary requirements in relation to taking of the leave. So insofar as that situation might already exist. So that's at the micro level. At the macro level, though, Ms Wong spoke about the intention to review the impact and operation of the bill at a later date, so it could be taken into account there. In between those two, there are existing and an intention to broaden these supports available. So, for example, the Fair Work Ombudsman has a resource available already for employers in relation to the existing leave requirement, and they will obviously need to update that to take account of this leave. They have their employment advisory service, whereby an employer can seek advice on specific issues impacting their workforce, and they have a small business helpline. And so the government will be considering how all of those existing supports should be auspiced as well. So there's that combination of the discussion at the micro level, where seeking the assistance of the Fair Work Ombudsman, and then ultimately also being able to feed into a review of the impact of the entitlement.
Okay. Just moving on, can you guarantee that under this legislation that those who are perpetrators of domestic violence are not entitled to access family domestic violence leave?
The intention of the legislation, and Mr Still might outline how it happens, is to provide an entitlement to those experiencing it. So that's not,
I understand that,
not
but
perpetrators.
Is there a guarantee that the perpetrators won't be able to?
It depends. The entitlement goes to whether or not someone is experiencing it. So that is not a perpetrator in the normal course of events. But I assume it's possible that someone could be both a perpetrator and someone experiencing domestic violence. Mr Still might outline that.
That's right, Senator. So a person could own the test that needs to be satisfied in order to be able to access the leave requires that you be experiencing family domestic violence. That requires that a variety of behaviour be displayed towards you, so violent, threatening or abusive behaviour. That behaviour needs to seek to coerce or control you, so it can't be kind of reactive violence. It's not about coercion or control. It needs to have that element of kind of controlling behaviour, and it needs to cause you to be harmed or to be fearful. And so, as Mr Manning indicated, there might be some unusual circumstances where a person is both a perpetrator and a victim, but it's, I think, probably quite unusual.
And they can't seek the leave in relation to the perpetration of family domestic violence.
Indeed.
That's the main
So
point.
are there safeguards in place to ensure that doesn't happen?
Well, the entitlement only exists in relation to people experiencing it in the way Mr Still outlined.
Okay. So could a person who is an alleged perpetrator of domestic violence be allowed access to domestic violence leave to attend, say, a court hearing or mediation session?
No.
Okay. Would there be penalties imposed of an individual who claims family and domestic violence leave but is later found to actually be the perpetrator?
I think, Senator, that if a person made false statements in order to claim an entitlement, there might be a range of existing general law kind of prohibitions that would apply to that. So, for example, it could perhaps be characterised in some circumstances as being fraudulent. So I think, I'm not sure the Act itself would regulate that. I might need to take that on notice. But there would be a range of other legal prohibitions that would affect that kind of behaviour.
And the bill doesn't change the options available to an employer should they be confronted with such a situation.
Okay. Moving on, will employers have a duty to report to police or other authorities where a worker has accessed family domestic violence leave?
The bill doesn't create that obligation.
The bill doesn't create that. So if a worker accesses family domestic violence leave on multiple occasions, would an employer at that point have a duty to disclose it?
Not under this bill. There might be other mandatory reporting requirements in some circumstances, but not under this bill.
Okay. If an employer reports to authorities that they suspect that a worker is experiencing family domestic violence because the individual has accessed their leave, could the victim of the violence potentially take action against the employer for breaching their privacy?
So, Senator, Section 106C, which is the confidentiality requirement, provides an exception from the requirement to maintain confidentiality around disclosures in circumstances where to disclose is necessary to protect the life, health or safety of the employee or another person. So if the employer considered it was necessary to make that disclosure to law enforcement authorities to protect safety, they could do so.
Okay. Does an employer have any potential liability under workforce health and safety laws if they discover an employee is experiencing family and domestic violence leave? Does this introduce any complication there?
Senator, I might need to take that on notice.
In relation to their duty to provide a safe workplace,
sorry,
I wouldn't have thought this applying for leave would go to the employer's obligation to provide a safe workplace, because they're different sort of factual circumstances in essence the circumstances giving rise to the right to this leave as compared to what goes on in the workplace, as Mr. Still said, take on that.
So the employers have a duties under the WHS laws, mostly are governed by the state's legislation, so to eliminate a risk to health and safety so far as is reasonable practical. So I think Safe Works Australia have some guidance on their website, and that does mean the employer have to proactively managing the risk of family domestic violence happening at the workplace, and irrespective of where their location is, if the person is for work, performing work, but the action has to be as so far as practical, reasonably practical, and that duty is already exist. It's not a new duty introduced by this bill.
And that's conduct occurring in the workplace.
Okay, so,
Yes.
so if the person's working from home,
Yes.
then workplace, and that's where they're experiencing the family domestic violence.
Yes.
Is there concern about workplace health and safety?
But the requirement is to take actions as so far as a reasonable practicable. So how that obligation contract or expand depending on the control of the employers having that circumstances. If the employer is working from home, and you have to look at what is reasonable practicable for an employer to undertake.
That's not a situation that's changed by this bill, is the point we're making. This bill doesn't provide any additional obligation on employers other than those that Ms Wong just read out in relation to work health and safety.
But thanks, Senator. I might appreciate that. If we have some more time, I'm sure to come back to you. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here. My question is more of, is it possible for you guys to elaborate and explain how the current bill differs from the Fair Work Commission's provisional model term? And thereupon, what are some examples of the scope of activities for which family and domestic violence leave may be taken?
I might raise some high-level points and about how these entitlements differ to the Fair Work Commission's provisional model terms. First of all is the coverage. The Fair Work Commission's model terms will apply to employees who are under the modern awards, and by introducing them in the Fair Work Act, will provide a universal coverage that covers employees under other industrial instrument. The second difference is the bill extends the paid leave entitlements to casuals in addition to full-time and part-time employees. And the Fair Work Commission has found the casual as well as the part-time employees are more likely to experiencing family domestic violence, and extending the leave to the casual employment will provide them with the critical income securities. And the Fair Work Commission's found it's quite very challenging to frame the appropriate terms because of the operational difficulties. But I will get to the next differences between this bill and the Fair Work Commission's model clause will alleviate some of those operational complexities. Another difference of this bill with the Fair Work Commission's model clause is providing the leaves up front. The Fair Work Commission has found the leave, family domestic violence leave, is to provide a crucial support at emergency circumstances, which is incapable to predict. Therefore, the immediate access into this crucial leave is vital for those people who need to deal with the impact of family domestic violence. And also by providing the upfront and reduce the need to pro rata, which reduce the operational complexities for those to calculate the leave entitlements for employees who are not working part-time, and the working hours may change. Another change this bill made is to provide the payment at a full rate of pay. The underpinning of providing the paid leave entitlements is to provide financial securities, and by extending that to full rate of pay will give a greater effect to deliver that purpose. Another change made is expanding the definition of the FDVs, and the Fair Work Commission actually accepted a number of other legislative provisions have broader definition of FDVs, and some encompass violence perpetrated by a household member who is not related to the victim, and also in a relationship may not a de facto relationship or may not reside at the same residence. The key reason for the Fair Work Commission did not adopt that is for the definitional uniformities. The Fair Work Commission prefer not have an inconsistent definition to the NAS, but the Fair Work Commission does not reject it to make definition changes in the NAS. So these are the 5 key differences I will highlight between this bill and the modern awards proposed in model terms. I might hand over to Mr. Steele to answer the second part of the question.
Thank you.
So, Senator, in relation to the types of activities that might be covered, the bill is deliberately open-ended on that matter, so it's anything to deal with the impact of family violence, but there are some probably more obvious examples of things that people need to do. Some of those are listed at Note 1 to Section 106 capital B, but they include, for example, attending court. You might need to do that, for example, to obtain an interim protective order like a DVO, or you might need to undertake family law litigation to sort out safe parenting arrangements. It could obviously also include various forms of medical treatment that you might need to deal with the impact of whatever it is that's happened to you. And there could be a range of other arrangements that you might need to make within working hours. An obvious, probably common example would be making arrangements to secure safe accommodation to enable you to escape the violence. But it is an open-ended list, so it's whatever is factually required. But there are probably some more obvious examples.
Thank you.
Good, thanks very much. I'll now go to Senator Little.
The proposed legislation actually puts some responsibility on employers to satisfy eligibility and payment of that leave. What questions can't they ask to satisfy that eligibility?
Senator, in relation to evidence, employers can require that the employee provide evidence that would satisfy a reasonable person. So what that is probably depends on the particular circumstances. I think it would be difficult to categorically say what they can't request, but what they can't request is anything that's beyond what would really be necessary to satisfy a reasonable person as to the need for the leave. I'm not sure that we can be necessarily definitive in relation to that.
I might add an additional comment here is this bill does not change the evidentiary requirement. The evidentiary requirement remain the same as the existing legislation under the unpaid family domestic violence leave. And the evidentiary requirement, existing evidentiary requirement actually is almost functionally identical to the clause developed by the Fair Work Commission in 2018 in their original decisions.
Okay. The next question relates to whether there is any indemnity for employers where the worker has said they don't want any disclosure of the information that they provide.
Senator, I don't know that it's strictly speaking an indemnity, but as I mentioned, I think in response to Senator O'Sullivan's question, there are exceptions for disclosure of the information in certain circumstances, in particular in relation to the safety of the employee or another person. So if that exemption applies, then disclosure can be made to the appropriate authorities. Otherwise, there's no specific indemnity.
We've heard today propositions for a universal scheme administered by a government agency with reimbursement of the amount paid by an employer by that agency. Is there anything in the legislation that would impact the efficacy of the intent, which is allowing somebody to take paid leave, but it's just paid by somebody else, by a government agency rather than the employer? So the employer is paying it initially, but it is subsidised by a third-party agency.
I mean, the legislation, as you've pointed out, Senator, puts the obligation on the employer and goes to the fact that one of the whole purposes behind the leave is to enable the person to take it when they need to take it, and in a way whereby they don't lose income taking it. So I'm not sure if that's what you mean in the sense of so long as it didn't prevent that occurring, that the leave being taken when it was needed to be taken, there'd be no reason why the policy couldn't change around who applies it. There's nothing on the face of a legislation that would stop that.
Thank you.
Fine, thank you. Senator Waters.
Thanks very much. I've got a number of questions. Hopefully we can get through many of them. Can I start with whether or not the department has done any work with officers who are drafting the National Plan to End Violence Against Women to clarify support pathways for employees who request this leave?
The department works with the Department of Social Services in developing of this bill, and also we are continue working with them on the implementation package. I might need to take on a notice and see whether they can respond to you in the particular of the pathway you are talking about.
I mean, the chair mentioned earlier when we were sitting down, or in relation to the last witnesses, about a number of additional funding, for example, in relation to frontline workers. I'm also aware there's funding in relation to, I think it's $100 million election commitment in relation to transitional or emergency housing. So certainly being able to take this leave to get advice and to access whatever services are available, whether they be existing or those newer or enhanced services, is completely consistent with it. We might have to take it on notice to see whether or not there's been any more detailed discussions in the context of that revised national plan in relation to how they would work together.
Yeah, thank you. That's particularly the intersection that I'm interested in. Are you sort of envisaging that pathways be listed so that employers can at least say to employees, yes, you can have leave, and by the way, here's the number you call, and there's, this list of services.
Sorry to interrupt, but I might come back to my previous answer as well, in the sense that there are existing resources, for example, in relation run by the Fair Work Ombudsman, which would have some of those linkages as well, which there is an employer guide to the existing requirement, which we would envisage would be updated as part of that. We also, as a department, will be working with the Fair Work Ombudsman as well as employer and employee peaks in the lead up to the commencement of the legislation to make sure that there is guidance and assistance that could do that as well. But we'll still take it on notice to see whether there's anything broader in the draft national plan in relation to this for you, Senator.
Yeah, Senator,
thank you.
I might just also add, if I may, is now I understand what you mean by pathways, and there are a number of existing programs administered by the DSS. One of them is 1-800-RESPECT, and another one is a DV Alert, which provide training at a workplace, and then that training can be tailored at a workplace. So as a part of the implementation package we're currently exploring is to enhance the Fair Work Commission's abilities to educate, promote and assist employers and employees, as well as develop that linkages between the Fair Work Ombudsman, as well as allow the employers and to access the programs under the social services.
Thank you. Which leads me to my question about training. Is what you've just said also the proposed additional training that might be undertaken for employers, or are you envisaging some additional, possibly expert-driven, possibly practitioner inputted to training so that employers know what their obligation is and how they can support workers?
Senator, I have to take this on notice. As I said, that program is administered by the Social Services Department, but I will take it on notice.
But certainly,
thank you.
I was going to say, Senator, certainly there'd be no reason, for example, in the Fair Work Ombudsman in working with employer and employee peaks when they're developing their assistance to seek out the type of expertise that you're talking about in your question there, because it is meant to be a practical guide for employers to assist them. Sorry, one of the tools is a practical guide for employers to assist them, and so there's no reason why that shouldn't occur. So.
Sure. So the department's not envisaging anything that it itself or the other limb of the government will administer. Is it the primary obligation then of the Fair Work Ombudsman to do that training for employers?
They will certainly. One of their functions is offering assistance and guidance, and they do it already and will continue to do it. But yes. It's not necessarily the case that will be all that's available.
That's right.
Well, that's my question. What is going to be available and who's going to do it?
So as currently DV Alert are already available, which is managed by the Department of Social Services, and the provider workplace trainings. And as I said, in terms of the DSS could expand that programs or establish the new programs, but I can't speak on their behalf, and I will take on notice. But we are working with them to ensure the training is there, tailor the training is there, and in terms of the exact mechanisms, and we, I think it's better, DSS is better positioned to answer that question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I've got some clarity now, appreciate that. Just in relation to funding demand, has anyone, whether it's DSS or whether it's your department, assessed the likely increase in demand for frontline service support from the provision of this paid leave? And flowing from that, if the answer is yes, have you then looked at the deficit of funding for frontline services, notwithstanding the comments made by the Chair and the small contributions that are election commitments, there's still a vast level of unmet need. Is that on anyone's radar to deal with in the context of this new leave provision?
Yes, certainly it is on our radar. But the SSE, they have collecting the administrative data from 1-800 Respect. And also they manage another program called Escaping Violence Payment. So we've already put that on the radar as well to look at the administrative data, look at the trend, and provide a better projections about the increased need for providing that support due to increased awareness.
Thank you. Could you perhaps take on notice to provide me a bit more specifics about what you've asked them to do to quantify the level of unmet need and who's then responsible for taking the action to meet that unmet need? Thank you. I'll push on just given the tightness of time. What's the interaction of the bill with the ongoing project for national harmonisation of definitions of family and domestic violence?
The bill, as Mr Still indicated before, contains a definition of domestic violence and expands the definition in the Fair Work Act. I mean, broadly speaking, there's consistency at the moment with definitions used in other legislation, but should those separate processes result in a substantial change to the definition, that'll be something we'd have to review at the time to see whether or not any further changes needed to be made then.
Okay, all right. I think one of the other senators asked about positive duty and the interaction between the forthcoming positive duty on employers to provide a safe workplace and the need for employers to understand this new obligation and the duty on them to explain it to workers. So has the department been working with the Respect at Work Council about that positive duty in relation to this new leave provision?
I mean, the department's certainly been working in relation to the positive duty. We would have to take on notice and ask our work health and safety colleagues about whether there's been any specific conversations of the type you've raised, Senator.
Yeah, thank you. Because obviously it's my view that part of providing a safe workplace would be not only to have these leave provisions, but to ensure that employers are proactively making their employees aware that such provisions exist and are generally, endorsing it and having a positive duty to be across it if you follow my drift. So thank you for taking that on notice. Has the department done any work around extending the coverage of the scheme to include survivors of sexual violence outside the definition of family and domestic violence?
I can take that one. Senator, this bill is implemented the government's election commitment, is to create a categories leave for family and domestic violence. So this is the intent of the bill. And currently doesn't cover all sexual violence, only the sexual violence perpetrated by people covered under the family domestic violence leave definition under the bill. But the family domestic violence also covers physical violence as well as emotional violence.
Yeah, so are you across push from various stakeholders to extend out the coverage of this leave provision, and has the department provided any advice to the Minister about that stakeholder request?
No, probably, I'm not aware of the stakeholder request, but I might take a notice to confirm.
Thank you. Okay, and last one from me. Sole traders have been raised a little bit today, and if you can clarify for me how the bill interacts with sole traders. My hunch is that it doesn't apply. But my question is there any work being done that could help sole traders access paid family and domestic violence leave, whether that's from a government-funded scheme or some other method? Is any work being done to address how we can help sole traders?
So, Senator, the Fair Work Act coverage is covering employer and employee's relationship. In a capacity of a business owner operators, if the sole traders are not employees of the business and they are not governed by the Fair Work Act. But I mentioned the escaping violence and payment, which are managed by the Department of Social Services. And as far as I'm aware, they are accessible. They can be accessed by any workers, including sole traders.
Thank you. I'm across that. Thankfully, it's not going to be a voucher system for much longer. It will be converted into actual cash. One final question, and then I'm done. Women's Legal Centre has called for paid leave to be in addition to the existing unpaid leave entitlements of 5 days. Is that something that the government's considered, making this paid provision additional to that 5 days unpaid, or is it a replacement for the 5 days unpaid?
It's a replacement.
Okay. Is that a firm decision, or was any consideration given to making it additional?
That's the current government's decision.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks to the department for all your work on this.
Good, thank you very much. Just got a couple of questions, and I'll go back to Senator O'Sullivan. Yeah. Can you update the committee on how consultation with stakeholders is going on a package of implementation support measures?
Senator, departments in developing the bill consulted a range of stakeholders, and their employee peaks and unions, as well as COSPAR, who are not the NWRCC members. And in terms of the implementation, we will consult a range of stakeholders in addition to those in peak bodies. We will consult experts, National Women's Alliance, First Nations stakeholders, as well as the payroll services. So we already started consultations with COSPI and a DSP, digital service providers, a number of them, and those consultations will be ongoing. And those consultations is to inform the department and the government to develop a package of implementation, particularly to support the small business, to assist them with rolling out these entitlements. And the package includes, as Mr. Manning already mentioned, additional enhanced flows, education, promotion assistance, as well as working with DSS and to provide those services either through their existing mechanisms or new mechanisms to employers and employees. In addition, I also mentioned before, the implementation includes post-implementation mechanisms, so we're working on, so we can assess the efficacy of the leave, as well as the awareness and utilisations.
Thank you. Just to clarify, will the legislation be available? Will the products, be available before the legislation takes effect?
So one thing we work with the payroll providers, so they make those changes in their digital product, which allow the leave can be managed and the payment can be administered and the pay slip can be issued. And we're aware of the concerns around the pay slip as well. So those are the products, and we partner with the private sectors to assist implementations.
Certainly the intention that the guidance and assistance would be in place prior to the commencement of the provision, which I know the committee knows it's staged commencement, so there's some in February next year and then small business in August as well. So it's the intention, Senator.
Thank you. Can you just, you've touched on this, but can you just provide us the purpose of providing the entitlement to all casual employees? And particularly if you can look at this question of those without rostered shifts that are not, which are not paid. So there's where you've got particularly where there's those without rostered shifts as they are not paid. So if you can just look at the two circumstances why the leave goes to casuals.
Okay, well, I might start with the intent of the bill and hand over to Mr. Still to provide more detail about how they're operationalised. So the intention of the bill is to provide the employees the financial security so that they don't have to choose they take the job or the financial loss. So the intent is to ensure that employees would receive the payment they otherwise would have received if they did not take the leave. So if the casual already rostered and they would, if they don't take the leave, they would receive that payment. And if the casual is not rostered, so there is a no opportunity cost as speak. So that's the intent of the legislation.
Yes, and Senator, I suppose what I can add is in relation to the ability to take leave for days where you're not rostered. That's really there as a protective provision where a person might feel the need to take leave to prevent being rostered because they know that they won't be able to work on that day. And if there was a dispute about whether they had to work on that day or not, they could take leave, and in doing so they would be protected by the general protections because leave is obviously a workplace right and you can't take adverse action against an employee for their exercise of workplace rights. So because they wouldn't be rostered on that day, they wouldn't be entitled to be paid because they had no work hours they were expected to undertake on that day, but they would, by taking the leave on that day, in those very marginal circumstances, gain a workplace protection if they were concerned about adverse action because of them taking the leave.
Thank you. What's the effect of the government ratifying the International Labour Organisation's ILO Convention 190 with the Violence and Harassment Convention 2019?
So, Senator, at present, the FTV entitlement relies on a number of heads of power. So we rely on corporations' power, state referrals of power. There are some gaps in those powers, which means that some workers either aren't protected at all or are not as protected as other workers. So for workers, employees in non-referring states, some of those aren't protected at all. For workers who are covered because of state referrals, there's an exclusion in the state referrals of power for victims of crime leave. So in certain circumstances, if leave could be available to a person as victims of crime leave, they won't be entitled to FTV under the bill as it's initially enacted. When C190 comes into force for Australia and we can enliven these additional provisions of the Act, we can rely on the external affairs power to provide full coverage of all employees in Australia without differences of treatment between states and territories or that exclusion for victims of crime leave. So the effect, in short, is that it allows us to provide universal coverage to all employees equally.
And in that respect, uniformity across the country.
Indeed so.
So what's the status of the progress of the Australian compliance with the ILO Convention 190?
So the government has done an assessment of existing laws and practices, and which has reached a conclusion that existing laws and practices comply with the obligations under the convention. The minister has, Minister Burke that is, has written to state and territory ministers as well as the ILO, ACCI and the ACTU, advising of Australia's compliance with the obligations under the convention, and the next step is to go through the parliamentary process, the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties. So it's envisaged that would be completed by mid-next year, at which point Australia would be able to deposit its instrument of ratification. And then there's two more steps, and then under the terms of the treaty would enter into force for Australia 12 months after that, and then under the terms of the bill, that it would commence for those non-national system employees 3 months after that.
Thank you. It's helpful. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you. Just a couple of follow-up questions where I was going before, and indeed some follow-up from Senator Sheldon's questions as well. So with regards to modelling the impact, has there been any modelling done on the number of people that might take up entitlement? Number of individuals? Do we have an estimate of how many people over a calendar year might take it up?
There are a range of estimates that are presented before the Fair Work Commission. So, I recall, for example, Dr. Stanford's estimates rely on the ABS personal safety survey, estimate 0.46% of all the workforce might utilise the paid family domestic violence. There are also data presented by the Victoria government. I think it's in the order of that, the 0.2 to 0.4. We heard before today from Western Australia, I recall their data shows about 0.3%. So there are a range of estimates there. They're all quite uniform, around 0.45% of all employees.
Sorry. We're wondering where the decimal point was.
So only 1 0. Let's go say less than 1%.
Yes, less. Yeah, look, I mean, I think everyone is on a unity ticket in terms of wanting to make sure that that victim survivors are able to access the support that they need to be able to address the very real and substantial issues that domestic violence causes. I'm intent on making sure that this bill is actually going to address the needs. I was quite concerned by that evidence that we heard before, as well-meaning as those policies are implemented by employers to ensure that support is provided, that there is such a low take-up. Now, I accept the arguments that there are people that it kind of builds into the atmospherics around this issue, that people feel that they are able to, because there's programs in place, that people feel like they're more empowered to be able to access support and services. But if the actual take-up rate is actually quite low, is it? I guess the concern is that it might not actually be addressing the need that is there, and the question that's, or the idea that's been brought up here is that if there was a more universal access system that's maybe not administered by the employer but by independent agencies, Senator Little was asking about before, that might actually increase the uptake. Has the department considered this issue at all?
Well, the bill implements the government's election commitment, and so it's not really for us as public servants to critique that. We've worked on a bill to implement that election commitment. Okay,
but you haven't been asked to consider various options to actually...
No, the department's been asked to cost a universal scheme of the type you're talking about now.
Okay. In terms of, has the department prepared a regulatory impact statement related to this legislation?
We did, that's not a part of the EM. The reason for that is we consulted with the OBPR in the PMC, as you aware, the Fair Work Commission had gone through a very comprehensive process to review the evidence, assess the economic impact, and that is in the OBPR's view is a regulatory impact statement-like process.
So the first part of your answer was that you have not?
So we have done a statement. Right. We have done the statement. The statement is the process. The process to produce that statement rely on the Fair Work Commission's process. So sorry for the bureaucratic jargon. It is.
No, you're educating me. Thank you.
The existing regulatory impact statement process envisages that where there has been recently an alternate independent process, you don't have to go through the full RIS process.
Right. For example, is that common? Is that out of the ordinary?
I can't comment on how many impact statements that has relied on those existing. It's a case by case. It's depending on the strengths and the quality of and how contemporary a number of factors and the independent the OBPR takes into account.
So, for example, another example would be if there had been a parliamentary inquiry into a particular topic and there's legislation that was closely linked to that topic, then it's open under the existing process to say, well, there's no need to do the full RIS again, given the examination that had occurred under that parliamentary inquiry.
I understand, but it's relying on evidence that was provided, or the entire hearing and process that the Fair Work Commission went through. But we were discussing before the fact that the submissions on the costings provided by two other people, sorry I forgot their names, that that wasn't based on the bill that's before us. It was based on the actual decision of the Fair Work, or the Fair Work Commission's decision. This goes beyond the Fair Work Commission's decision. The government's taking extra steps here. So why would there not be a requirement to do a regulatory impact statement, given that the bill actually goes beyond that submission, or sorry, that process that you were saying you relied on?
So, the Fair Work Commission decision is not identical to the bill, but the evidence or the analysis done, they are quite relevant, still relevant. As I mentioned before, the Dr. Stanford's estimate is actually estimate quite universal access to the paid family domestic violence, and estimated at 200 million upper bound estimates, and that estimates will be considerably lower because a lot of business and then a workplace already providing the paid family domestic violence.
Okay. And just changing topic for a second, in relation to in accessing for casuals to be able to access leave in advance if it's unrostered, is there the possibility for a person that hasn't been rostered on over the next... Well, can a person claim 10 days of leave, even though historically they haven't been working, that sort of regularity of work? Is there a possibility that someone under this legislation will be able to claim from the employer 10 days of leave, even though they might only work 1 or 2 days a week in advance?
So I'm not 100% sure I understand your question, but certainly under the bill you can claim leave if you're not rostered. Of course, you won't be paid for that leave. But as noted, you will have. Sorry?
Won't be paid.
You won't be paid.
Will not be paid if you're not rostered, but you will be entitled to protections under the general protections in respect of that leave taking. With respect to part-time workers or casual workers, yes, those workers are entitled to 10 days leave, and they can take it on days where they would have been rostered to work.
So if it's unrostered, you don't get paid?
That's right.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Good, thanks. Senator Payne, you had a quick question.
Thank you. Yes, I'm mindful of the time. Just quickly, how does this entitlement complement the government's broader agenda to help victim survivors to both leave a violent relationship and access that support, noting that many of these measures are in the Department of Social Services portfolio?
Yeah, I touched on this before, Senator. I suppose at its essence, it's a practical way that an employee can actually seek out and obtain those services without having to choose between an income they might have had otherwise. So, for example, being able to access guidance from a frontline worker about your options, for example, would be one of the things that you might be able to take leave for. So insofar as there's measures that are promoting that and adding additional services that I touched on before, as I said, it's a practical way that those measures can be brought to life, I suppose, in a way whereby an employee doesn't have to lose an income to do it, because when they're doing that, that's going to put them at risk of becoming disconnected from their work and perhaps even having to stop work. Likewise, insofar as there's advice on, you might be getting advice on your legal options. Again, it's something you can take leave for, also to attend court, police statements. And I think one of the examples one of my colleagues touched on before is in relation to accommodation. And I mentioned earlier that one of the government's election commitments is additional funding for emergency or transitional accommodation. But to be able to spend the time to go and access that and deal with those providers, but without losing income. Again, this entitlement is a way of bringing that entitlement to life, if you like, by providing the practical means to do so without losing income.
Okay. I think I'm good.
Good, thanks. I'd like to thank everybody for their evidence today and the assistance again from the department in our deliberations. And that concludes today's hearing. And thank you all witnesses who appeared and to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance. The committee has agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by Thursday, the 25th of August, 2022. The committee stands adjourned. Thank you. Thanks, guys. That's all right.